Good morning and welcome to Permissionless. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly.
Did I stand by while we watched it fall? Fortunes are fading till we hit the wall, so stay right next to me, 'cause your body's all I need. Maybe you're not what we were before, strangers passing off as lovers. Now there's nothing left to hold. In the night, it's all I know. Getting high till the sun goes down. Lift my head and I leave the ground. I know I said that I need this town. I need you back. Wrap it up, get the best of me. Neon lights come and set me free. Close my eyes and I know I'll be sleepless in New York City. City, city. 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 Getting you alone, you could remember that I feel like home, but I can't sleep. In the night is all I see. Getting high till the sun goes down. Lift my head and I leave the ground. I know I said that I need this town. I need you back. Wrap it up, get the best of me. Neon lights come and set me free. Close my eyes and I know I'll be sleepless in New York City. City, city. Sleepless in New York City. City, city. Sleepless in New York City. City, city. Sleepless in New York City. City, city.
Welcome to Permissionless. Please take your seats. As a courtesy to our presenters, we ask that you silence mobile devices. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage Blockworks co-founder Mike Ippolito.
Hello, hello? Y'all hear me? Wow, there are a lot of you. Holy crap. All right, everyone, good morning. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming. For those of you who don't know me or didn't listen to the little voice of God there, my name is Mike Ippolito. I'm one of the co-founders at Blockworks. We're the organizers of today's event. When I was searching for the right words to describe how I felt about kicking this conference off, did a lot of thinking, walked around last night, spoke to a bunch of the speakers, participants, a bunch of you folks in the audience, and really only one emotion came to mind, and that was humbled. I feel really, truly humbled that we've got a gathering of such amazing community members, builders, developers, and investors that have all come out to make this conference possible. So guys, thank you all so much for coming out. Give yourself a big round of applause, please. We can do better than that. Bigger round of applause. I want it to swell. Swell! All right, that is electric. I appreciate you guys. You guys are great. We've got a lot of great speakers, so I'm going to keep this really brief, but I do want to just give a couple of words about what is Permissionless, this conference, and why are we all here? Permissionless is, first and foremost, a conference to celebrate the most optimistic vision of what crypto can be. So what does that mean? Back in 2009, Satoshi began this whole crypto experiment when he released the Bitcoin white paper. 13 years later, I think even if you were there at day one, even the most optimistic people would have fallen short on just how much he has made the entire world question, what is the idea of money? And challenge the powers that be about what it means to create a fair and equitable monetary system. But what would have been even more impossible to predict is the Cambrian explosion of new ideas, economic and social structures that came from his invention. In 2021, the world woke up to what many people in this room already knew, that in addition to a monetary revolution, crypto is an economic, political, and cultural movement as well. This past year has been so exciting for me and our industry because many of these early theorized use cases that only existed in white paper form or ideas that were talked about in private rooms have become realities out there that exist in the world. Smart contract platforms have evolved from a pipe dream when Ethereum first did its ICO into the financial platform of the future. Today, the Ethereum network alone settles more on a quarterly basis than the GDP of most countries. Just let that sink in. And there's an array of new layer 1s and layer 2s launching, so that number is just getting started. The explosion of NFTs have onboarded millions of new users into our space, but more importantly, they've given artists and creators a new way to think about monetizing what they're creating. And DAOs, while they're still in their very early days, have painted a super exciting vision of what the future of work can look like and done a proof of concept for the native organizational unit of the internet. All this to say, the future has never looked brighter for Web3 and the folks in this room, and Permissionless is a conference to celebrate the community members, the developers, the investors, and the builders who are committed to a more decentralized and equitable future. Now, that's not to say that everything will be up only forever. I don't know if y'all have noticed, there's been some action in the markets these past couple of weeks. At Blockworks, we really know how to time a conference, so we'll put our hand up there. Now, I know most of you probably aren't checking the prices. We're all in it for the tech, after all. Right, guys? In it for the tech. But in case you are looking at the prices, and in case you're feeling worried, you're listening to these narratives that are getting played out in the mainstream media and the broad stage, you're feeling worried, I suggest you just take a look around you and talk to the people who are at this conference today. One of the best parts about being in media and hosting conferences for as long as Blockworks has is the people that I've gotten to meet in this space. And through all the booms and busts of crypto, all the ups and downs, it's always given me a tremendous amount of comfort and security in the future about just the raw talent that this space attracts. And while it's not fun to watch prices fall, I'm actually really glad that we did Permissionless this week, because it's a good reminder of why we're all here. It's a good reminder of why many of us left our jobs in more secure traditional industries to build in a space where a better future is possible. So it might not always be smooth sailing, but I really believe that we have never been in a better spot than we're at today. As some dear friends of mine like to say, we are headed west. This is the frontier. It's not for everyone, but we're glad that you're with us on this journey. And if you recognize that little phrase, then you know who I'm about to call on stage next. But before I do, I want to give him a shout out everyone please give a big round of applause to David Hoppin and Ryan Sean Adams and the entire Bankless team. Swell again, swell! Amazing. Guys, they're the co-sponsors of the conference. They've been amazing partners. And here's the thing that you might not know about them, actually. Look at this. Look at this. They're meeting in real life. Technically, it happened yesterday, but we need an official, consecrated, permissionless meeting of the two genius minds. So again, give it up for these two. Round of applause.
So I just met this guy yesterday. It turns out we have a lot in common. And the Bankless podcast will continue. It's official.
We've decided.
Thanks, everyone.
So good news, guys. In that same vein, I want to do a couple more shout-outs and thank yous. A big shout-out to Coinbase, who is the presenting sponsor of this conference. They've been a great partner to work with, great company. They've got a whole big space out there set up in the expo hall. Highly recommend that you go check them all out. Now, this is literally as long as I can stand on this stage and hear myself speak. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to officially welcome, David is going to stay up here. He's moderating the first panel. Welcome to the stage, the other panelists. So please give them all a big round of applause. We're going to kick this thing off.
Where's the spot?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do this. All right, thank you everyone for being here. So this panel is called Why Are We Here? And as we all know, this industry started with Bitcoin, but as this industry has grown, there have been different paths to explore in this crypto frontier. So here we have 4 explorers, each exploring their own path forwards towards the world of permissionlessness. Each one has their own story to tell. We have 4 different storylines, each one trying to break old equilibriums and replace them with something better. So we're going to hear from each person's here their journey forward, and hopefully we can illustrate the collective story of why we're all here and how big this thing actually is. Here we've got Justin Drake, followed by Evan McMullen, Kevin Owocki on the end, and Mario Conti as well. Some of my favorite builders in this space, and we're going to first learn about what they are up to and what they are here to build and replace something better. Guys, welcome. Take a seat.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I've asked each of these people to prepare a couple minutes of a monologue so we can hear their story, and then we'll follow up with a few questions as to how this thing progresses next. So let's start with Justin Drake. Justin, why are you here? What are you here to do?
So I think the reason why we're all here collectively is to build a new digital state, a new jurisdiction with new rules and new values. And it's tremendously exciting. It's like being Neil Armstrong. The excitement is really, really strong because we have self-selected people that are amazing. We have mind-blowing technology with cryptography, and we have kind of the emergent behavior with all the drama and line goes up and things like that. But really, for me, the really meaningful thing is that we have a chance to set new values. And for the first time in the history of the internet, we can have true private property and true public goods. So it's all well and good to be kind of owning things on the internet, and that was the first step with Bitcoin. But really what we want is all the infrastructure around it, the suite of public goods. Imagine that you own a house. That's not sufficient to make the ownership meaningful. You need to breathe the clean air, to drink the clean water, to be connected to the internet and the roads and the healthcare and everything like that. And really, to achieve this vision, we're going to need a mass migration of talent. And the good news is that we have several superpowers up our sleeves. The first one is permissionless innovation. Anyone can come in. But not only that, but we have permissionless composability. Anyone who's built infrastructure becomes infrastructure for others to build upon. And this is in stark contrast to these closed silos that are designed to be controlling to extract value. And I think the other superpower that we have is this incentivization layer. And so I'm expecting this mass migration of millions of developers to come in and build this new world. Now, in terms of why I'm here, I guess I'm here to provide what I guess is the meta public good, the public good that allows for the creation of other digital public goods, and that's namely block space, secure block space. And we're very, very early in terms of getting to World War III resistant block space. But the roadmap has never been so clear, and now it's really just a matter of executing over the next 10, 20 years to get to a point where we can achieve the utopia.
Beautiful. The meta public good, I think, is a great meme. And Justin, in addition to being a fantastic cryptographer, is also a great memer. Evan, I would love to hear your flavor as to the story as to why you are here and what you are here to build.
Thank you, David. I am here to restore data justice to the universe. When I was 19 years old, I wandered into, it's kind of loud. When I was 19 years old, I wandered into a computer science class that changed my life and introduced me first to the world of free and open source software and the ways that people were trying to make data more free. And swiftly, I realized that the social media structures about a decade ago that were growing up around me were battling against this kind of freedom. We're creating a surveillance capitalism state that made it pretty weird to interact with not only the people that you know, but to be yourself in digital spaces. And so we found ourselves in a place where we are renting our social interactions, we are paying with our privacy, and we are not the experts on ourselves. In fact, some weird man who made an app that you use sometimes knows more about you than you do about yourself. And so in Web3, in order to empower the true ownership that Justin talks about, to allow us to own with real independence and sovereignty, not only our funds, but also ourselves.
Is there a big echo in the audio? No? You guys, it sounds good to you guys? Love it. Okay. Mariano, you are somebody who has to actually, while we talk about these things in our chairs, has actually had to leverage this technology, which is unique. Many people talk about this technology. Few people actually have to live and breathe and use it. Can you explain a little bit about your experiences and also what you are here to do in the world of crypto economics?
Yeah, sure. So I'm basically here, I think, to help people regain their financial freedom and liberty and sovereignty. Unlike some of the people here in this panel, I come from a very, very unfair economy. I mean, I was talking to somebody the other day and they were saying 8% inflation on the USD. Single-digit inflation in my country, Argentina, we would be out on the streets celebrating as if we won the World Cup or something. So we're around 75% for this year. And you know, digital money has helped so many people, first, you know, to protect their savings, but also to get better at understanding the economy of the world, the economy of their communities. Most of what I see that, you know, people in my country and other countries in the same situation, what they look for is digital dollars, you know, stable coins. That's also what enticed me to work at Maker and build a stable coin that, you know, could be fair to everybody and, yeah, give everyone the economic freedom that they need. Then, of course, the speculative part and everything, that is also part of the game. It is not what interests me the most. So I would say, yeah, I'm mainly here to see that we achieve a little bit of fairness with the technology that we work on. Oh, and if I may, I'm sorry to be blunt, but I'm also here because I wanted to see eye to eye some of the motherfuckers that shield an uncollateralized stablecoin to the world. And you know, pushed it to retail, pushed it to small investors, and I watched and seen firsthand how that went, and yeah. I want to talk to some people about it. So that's what I'm.
Right. Thank you, Mariano. It always is refreshing to, of course, see people that when they are forced into having to use these products for their benefits, that people actually do use them again, rather than just talking about them. And it makes it very, very real at the end of the day. Kevin Owaki, are we about to get green-pilled?
How'd you know, David? By the way, I love the reframe that you did right there, Mariano. It's not an algorithmic stablecoin, it's an under-collateralized stablecoin.
Yeah.
That's heat. So I think that Ethereum is the ultimate coordination substrate for the world. We've got a global, immutable, transparent, and programmable ledger that can be used to coordinate economic activity across the entire world. So I think that the reason that we're here is that we want to use this coordination substrate to solve some of our global existential coordination failures. Things like insecure and underfunded digital infrastructure, things like systemic climate change, inability to access capital markets and the labor markets for many parts of the world. These are global coordination failures in our ability to coordinate in order to meet our shared needs. In 2017, myself and a few others founded a project called Gitcoin, which was focused on open source sustainability. There's a problem in the world when $400 billion per year in economic activity is powered by open source software, but software developers that are building open source have to survive on donations, or worse, go work for JP Morgan during the day and support open source software in the evening. With all due respect to the bankers in the audience. So we're focused on open source sustainability, which is a coordination failure. And I have been very lucky and blessed to be using Web3 to solve a coordination failure. And basically, we're taking what we've learned on Gitcoin and have started to apply those learnings to other coordination failures in the world. I think that the reason that we're here is that I want to build a world in which impact DAOs, projects that are focused on positive impact on the world, augment every income in the world. And that creates a systemic incentive to support the commons, whether it's the global commons or the commons in your local community. So I want to build a world in which impact DAOs support and augment every income, and that creates a systemic incentive to support the commons. Oh, and I'm also here for the parties, David.
And to pass out the green pills. How many green pills do you have with you, Kevin?
I've got a few hundred green pills, and I think that you earn a space on the bankless bingo card if you get green pilled.
Yes, so. This is true. Okay, so I think if you just zoom out and we look at society as a whole, the general zeitgeist of the world is like, we're heading towards something and we don't know what. And many people in the crypto industry start to, I think, identify that, yes, there is a fork in the road that many people don't know exists concretely, but feel that it does exist. And society does seem to be going in one direction or the other. And hopefully in the crypto world, we are very aware of this fork in the road where there's a dystopia on one end and a utopia on the other. Or at least if we envision that, at least we can start to build towards a utopia. I mean, not many people in the world actually see a path towards a brighter future, except for the crypto industry, which is why so many people here are inherently and relentlessly optimistic. But I want to talk about the other side. What happens if we accidentally go down the wrong path? And so, again, each of you are here for a specific reason, to see a specific future manifest. But I want to talk about what's at stake if we F this up. What do we lose if we do not choose the right fork in the path? So, Justin, you're trying to build the meta public good of permissionless, censorship-resistant, secure block space. What does the world look like if we don't get to that future? What are we trying to avoid here?
Right. So my goal is to try and build like really high security block space. And if I fail at that goal, one of the disaster scenarios is that we actually start building the utopia, and then suddenly there's this massive failure, sudden failure. So that's something we want to try and avoid, and think ahead. What are kind of some of the attack vectors? And some of them that we know, things like quantum computers is an attack vector. Things like MEV can be an attack vector. Denial of service attacks, or even just pooling and delegation and things like that. So really thinking ahead in terms of solidifying the block space. I guess the other thing that we want to try and do is is solve scale, right? Because a lot of the power of composability comes from the frictionlessness of composability. And so we want to have a lot of block space for many, many people to come build and not have these islands of security. And so this is the vision of shared security that could lead us to this potential utopia.
Lovely. And Evan, I think there's a lot at stake if we do not get data sovereignty. What's at stake here?
David, you are correct. The soul of the future is at stake. So in our Web3 ecosystem today, we are enjoying ownership and sovereignty over our financial assets. But in the rest of our lives, we are content farmers for Mark Zuckerberg. If we don't want to do that professionally for the rest of our existence, for the rest of humanity, we need to intervene. Right now, many of the applications that we know and love on a regular basis are feeding on the data that we create, data about us, our work product, monetizing it without our consent and participation. This is already happening today. In fact, with the current political climate in the United States, many women like me are concerned that using applications like those provided by Apple will release our physical body data, our menstrual data, to the government in the event that we miss a period. This lack of physical autonomy, as enabled by the data agreements of our apps, is a pretty scary way forward. Not only do we threaten our physical autonomy, we can threaten our physical safety if we do not own and control our data. I would remind us all of the last time we had a public ledger of ethnic minorities and how that went. So if we want to enjoy a future where we maintain our autonomy, where we even gain more autonomy, we need to build upon these open permissionless systems in a manner that recognizes consent. Our Web3 systems today, our public blockchains have no consent layer, which means that we are subject to interactions with others to define how we present ourselves in our public ledger world. So we need to be able to maintain that integrity, that individual ownership of our presentation of self, if we do not want to exist as a function of other people's systems.
Beautiful. Mariana, as somebody who's experienced what happens when things break down, maybe you can actually talk about this again from firsthand stories. What happens when we accidentally choose the wrong path in the road?
I would say we fail if we try to recreate traditional finance in what we're doing. I think that would be taking the wrong fork in the road right now. We need to take advantage of everything that these technologies give us. And Justin, you mentioned some of this evidence. Well, permissionlessness, composability, but also with an eye to the future and what can be built with this. We don't need a world made of KYC and CBDCs or whatever they're called. There is so much room to build something that is truly open to everybody. And I'm not saying there is going to be regulation, there is going to be legislation. There is going to be room for both, I hope. And one may be the trigger for global adoption, but without forgetting, I don't want to call it gray areas, but in so many places you have seen, I've seen people from the ground up create communities and create small economies that become somewhat sustainable, thanks to these blockchains and the power of crypto as money or as public information, and just doing that and not forgetting that a lot of the things that we're going to do are not going to be done on exchanges. They're not going to be regulated. They're going to be simple exchanges of money maybe, or services or goods. And I think if we can do that in a trustless way and remember that, the cypherpunk idea of what we're building in the first place, if we do that, I think we're more likely to succeed than fail. And failing is, we've seen it. countries can fail with their currencies, projects can fail with their currencies, and the devastation is often vast. And in a technology as nascent as ours, we need to be very careful of those kind of things, because they leave ripples that extend to everything that we do.
Before I pass it to Kevin, can you also just illustrate some of the cultural shifts that we've seen in Argentina and other countries where the things are working and then they break down, and it changes the people, and it changes the people that and how they operate inside that country? Can you talk a little bit about that first?
Yeah. I know now plenty of people who pay their rent, in a stable coin. They receive their salary that way. Argentina, we have capital control, so people don't have an easy way to access US dollars, which is the main way to save money. Even though, like I said, it's an inflating currency, but it's not as inflating as the Argentine peso. And since maybe 2018, I saw a lot of people that wouldn't normally be using this technology starting to see what it was all about, because that is the ultimate goal for people, is to protect what they own, protect their savings bi-weekly, monthly, whatever it is. And we saw an influx of people that were doing just that, and one of the ways they found that they could access digital dollars was, with crypto, with DAI, then with some of the others. And that really changed the way, people became a lot more informed very quickly, because back then it wasn't that easy. It still isn't for the regular person. We're working on all of those things, right? UI, self-custody. But a lot of people had to learn that the hard way, and it was beautiful to see, because such an early technology, they were also some of the first to reap the benefits. Somebody who had accepted 50, 100 DAI for something and then had to swap it on Uniswap, they got an airdrop that changed their lives. They put it on Pool Together. Maybe they got something there. I call it, the prices for being early and accepting some of the risk. I always mention that risk. You have to talk about it, especially for small investors, people who really risk and can lose everything. And they knew what happened, and now there's a lot of people using this. It's I think it's above the median in Latin America or something. And what we saw is so many projects came from places like Argentina, because people were using this not for speculation, but out of necessity and out of real world use case.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Kevin, talk about the solar punk future that we might not get if we don't choose the right path in the road.
I think that what's at stake in Web3 is how we build and fund digital public goods. So my way I think about this space is that the internet was the ability for computers to send information across a computer network without an intermediary. And this allowed an average blogger to have the same amount of distribution as the New York Times, leveled the playing field, and rewrote everything in society that relies on information. So media, politics, entertainment, we didn't even have social media before the internet. And that trend has played out over the last 30 years. I think with the internet of money, what we're doing is now computers can send value and scarcity across the computer network without an intermediary, which allows everyday hackers to build software that competes in DeFi, which is basically decentralized finance, NFTs, which is how we invest in art. And I think that the category that we shouldn't sleep on is how we fund our public goods, how do we solve coordination failures, and support our commons. So basically, I'm a big proponent of this solar punk ideology, which basically means that we should orient a lot of our activities around solving our contemporary coordination failures, and with an emphasis on sustainability. So basically, how do we solve the systemic problems with climate change and with global software security, and coordinate and to create more abundance for all? So I think that our moment of opportunity is the internet of finance, and there's a once in a generation, once in a century opportunity to rewrite these systems to be more supporting of the public good and the commons, the needs of the everyday people. And I agree with Evan, I don't want to be a serf on Mark Zuckerberg's land. I want there to actually be digital property rights. And a world that's increasingly intermediated by software, I think you want to have free and open source software mediating our experience with the world. And that's what's at stake, David.
Certainly. And I think you guys can get the gist as to why I've brought 4 of my favorite builders on stage. While they are fantastic talkers, they are actually better builders than they are talkers. And so that brings me to the last question, which is, let's get really concrete here. What is the actual next steps? Like, what do you guys focus on right now? What is the remaining roadmap to actually get there? Because without concrete and a bias towards action and concrete next steps, we're just talking about this at a conference. So, Justin, what is next for you? What is left to build? What are the steps that we need to take to get there?
So there's so many next steps to get to this World War III grade secure block space. And a lot of them are incremental security upgrades. So one of the things that we want to push forward, for example, is secret leader election. This idea that you won't know who will be the next block proposer, and that protects you against denial of service attacks. We want to harden the random number generator with a piece of cryptography called VDFs. We want to try and decouple some of the systemic risks of MEV with something called proposer-builder separation. We have a whole roadmap around upgrading every single piece of cryptography to be post-quantum secure. And we also have various other security upgrades like statelessness and snarkifying the EVM. So all in all, it's kind of an engineer's wet dream, right? There's so many interesting challenges. And if you want to come help build at the consensus layer, come talk to me. I guess the other thing that we need to do is not just look at technical upgrades, but kind of look at meme upgrades. And the reason is that our economic security can be measured in dollars. And right now, it's on the order of $25 billion. That's roughly the budget that you need to go severely disrupt Ethereum. And really, for the world that we want to come true, we need it to be trillions of dollars. And the only way that we can achieve that is for ETH to gain monetary premium. And I guess this is where the ultrasound money meme comes into play. And I think as a community, we need to acknowledge that this is a very important topic, if only for security.
Evan, you've got a fantastic roadmap ahead of you. What do you need to build to have data sovereignty for us all?
We are building the metaverse of fun. So right now, we're reaching a ceiling of utility and delight in our public ledger ecosystem because all we can do is throw money back and forth at each other with rent-seeking protocols in the middle, and that's not a whole lot of fun, right? If all I know about you is your Ethereum address, all we can ever be is a group chat with a bank account and plutocratic rule. But if we want to solve more interesting coordination games, if we want to build products, throw parties, curate vibes like we have here, we need to know more about one another. Who trusts me? What communities are you part of? Am I a bot? Are you part of this DAO? And so if we are able to trustlessly learn more about our counterparties, we can do more interesting things than spend money together, which is why we are building Disco. We are enabling a data backpack for your adventures through the metaverse so that you can own and control information about you in the same way that you own and control your tokens, regardless of where it's from, Web 2, Web 3, whatever base chain, or regardless of where you want to take it. So we think at Disco that you are the shining center of the party. You should be able to reflect your data and your identity to the world however you choose. And so in order to make fun possible in our metaverse, in order to move beyond pushing money back and forth at each other, we need to look beyond public blockchains to the rest of Web3 that is enabled with our private keys.
If you guys were compelled by the metaverse of fun line, we have a panel tomorrow to talk about how crypto can improve our social lives, so you can dive into that there. Mariano, what are you up to these days? What are you building, and what do you think that we also have left to build in this world of crypto?
I'm not really building anything, although I had a dream a couple of days ago about a project, and I wrote code for the first time in a year on the plane, so I don't know, maybe something will come out of it. We'll see. But in terms, and I wore my Moloch DAO shirt because I was going to talk about coordination failure, but you're better to talk about it, Kevin. So I think I'm going to say what we need right now, in addition to everything that's been going on, L2s, we need scalability, decentralized scalability. So it broke my heart in 2020 seeing so many people get priced out of Ethereum. It was a logical step. We're still so early that we're using Ethereum mainnet, not in its true intended way, right? We still use it to transfer money when, in fact, probably 99% of the usage eventually is going to be L2s. So on the one hand, it's good because we're early to this, but on the other, seeing so many people get priced out and going sometimes in centralized routes where a lot of people say decentralization doesn't matter until it does. Mm-hmm. And hearing people say, yeah, I'm using crypto, I'm transferring USDT from Binance to another Binance account. I mean, yeah, you're taking advantage of some of the things this offers, but not, the full. But I cannot fault them for not being able to pay a $10, $20, $50, gas transaction. So I hope that we can very quickly get to this part where, Ethereum scales. And I know that it's scaling now. I think we need a little bit more of that. And so yeah, decentralization. It's my grandparents died with their life savings in a bank because the country in 2001 said, no, your money isn't yours anymore. It's ours, and we're going to give it to you in monthly installments. And it's an extreme, example, but it's an example that happens. So we need to be prepared for when it happens. And with decentralization, it cannot happen, period. And that's what I want to see.
Thank you. Kevin, take us home. What coordination failures can we solve, and what do you have left to build?
Yeah, so been working on Gitcoin for 5 years, and our first 5 years were as a company. And now we're trying to turn Gitcoin grants from part of the company into a DAO, just kind of like turning an apple into an orange. But it's been a lot of fun as we try to rewrite the product that we built centralized to be a decentralized protocol that supports the funding of the commons with different flavors of quadratic funding, retroactive public goods voting, conviction voting, and other mechanisms to overcome coordination failure. So number one, I'm doing work at the protocol layer to build the ultimate coordination machine on top of Ethereum. And that's going to be Gitcoin Grants 2.0. And at the social layer, I am trying to create a mimetic shelling point around which the community can practice theory of how we can solve coordination failures, put that into action, and then learn from those results. And you get this like mimetic shelling point that swirls at the social layer around solving coordination failure, memes like regenerative cryptoeconomics, and taking the green pill, which is just, these are just tic tacs. But what you're doing when you're choosing to take the green pill is saying, I'm going to use Web3 technology not to just build a bigger decentralized casino, but to actually solve coordination failures. And so, David, if your question is, what is the next step? The next step is to come find me after this conference, take the green pill, pick up the green pill book, which is all about how to use crypto to solve coordination failures, and join the mimetic shelling point of using Web3 to create a more regenerative world.
Thank you. All right, Mariano already taken the green pill. I'd like to invite, actually, Mike will do the invitation, but I'm going to take a green pill. Cheers, guys. Let's go that way.
Thank you. That was great.
That was so good talk. Is this off now? Good. Oh, no, it's not off. Green pill. Nice.
It's not the kind of pain I chase. Don't know if it's in my blood.
All right, everyone. Thank you, David. Thank you, panelists. That was great. Hopefully that sets some context, what we're all doing here, the scale and the gravity of this big experiment, this new exciting industry that we're all undertaking and participating in together. This next one is near and dear to my heart. This is the state of crypto. It's going to be with Ryan and Chris Dixon. Quick, true, slightly embarrassing story about Chris. Chris doesn't know it, but he indirectly inspired Blockworks in a way. When Jason and I were learning about crypto and everything back in 2017, we would listen to these podcasts together and pause and say, do you understand that? Nope. Okay, Google it, pause. And there's a podcast that Chris did, he's not going to remember, back in December of 2017, Invest Like the Best, the Future of Tech, that really lit the fuse and inspired a lot of what Blockworks would become. So this is my way of welcoming to the stage our next panelist, setting the stage for this next talk. Give them a big round of applause. Welcome Chris Dixon and Ryan Sean Adams.
It's like the first conference I've been to in a long time.
Yeah, so when was your last conference, Chris?
It was pre-COVID, so yeah, it's been a while.
Okay, yeah, this is my
everybody.
first since 2018, so it's great to see everyone. Guys, this is Chris Dixon, the father of mental models for Web3.
Thanks for having me.
So, Chris, A16Z actually just released a really exciting report today. I believe it's live. It's called The State of Crypto.
Yeah.
And that is also the title of this panel, because I think we want to go through sort of a state of the union. Here we are in May 2022. Yep. We're 10 years plus into this experiment. A little bit, I would say, earlier on the Web3 experiment. But could you start us off with this? So, when you define Web3, and that I think is the theme for this conference, where we talk about the metaverse, we talk about crypto, we talk about NFTs, Web3 really encapsulates all of these things. Define it for us. What's your mental model for Web3?
Yeah, I mean, the simplest way to kind of frame it is Web 1 is read, Web 2, can you hear, is it an echo? Okay, sorry. Web 2 is read-write, and Web 3 is read-write-own, which is what we show on the slide. Another way to think of it, like very briefly, I've written a lot more about this too if folks are interested, and on my Twitter account and other places, but Web 1 is roughly 1990-ish, I think, when kind of, the modern web started, to around 2005, and there were a lot of great things in that era, but it was sort of characterized by wide distribution of knowledge. So kind of, I think of the killer app of that era was you go to Google, you type a phrase, and anyone in the world can do that and go read something, and that was amazing. And then Web 2 came along, and you had things like Facebook and Twitter, where anyone in the world could, instead of just reading information, could also publish. So you could go and you could type into a Facebook text box, and suddenly the whole world would see it, and that was a really powerful thing, and we've seen that play out over 15 years, and obviously, Instagram and TikTok and just sort of social media in general has become really kind of had a profound influence. But the problem, and Web 2 was wonderful, and people got free services. We have something on the order of 5 billion people now with mobile phones, with relatively inexpensive services that are incredibly powerful. And those companies, I believe, contributed a lot to the world. But there was one big problem, which is they were very kind of concentrated power. So there's about 4 or 5 companies now that basically kind of control the internet. And I think we're at risk of having an internet that's kind of like the 1970s broadcast TV or something, where you have like CBS, NBC, a lot of sort of historical forms of media kind of consolidated at some point. I think we're at risk of that. I think what's nice is the internet is a much more kind of plastic medium. People like in this room, who I think will be the ones who do it, can go and change the internet. It's not over yet. We're very early in this process. And so we're very excited what we call Web3. And the key feature with Web3 is you now are sort of, instead of just democratizing knowledge and publishing, you're now democratizing ownership. And specifically, the way you can own something is through a token, whether it be fungible or non-fungible NFTs. I think of in the same way that sort of the magical first experience where you kind of get this in Web 1 was, I think, when you go to Google and type a word. I think in Web 3 you have things like airdrops as an example. So for those who remember the Uniswap airdrop, which I thought was a really interesting moment, you had this service that was popular and had a lot of users, but they were used to kind of peering over the fence at Web 2 companies and not being part of it. And then that day of the airdrop, 15% of the ownership of the protocol was given out to all of the users according to how much they'd used it, right? And we're seeing more and more of that happening. I think it's become the norm now in Web 3 is about at least half of your ownership of your project, your tokens, are given to the community based on their actions, right? That's very, very different, where essentially you're giving 0 in Web 2, both in terms of ownership and in terms of just revenue economics and things, which we'll kind of get to some of these slides. So I believe we're in the kind of beginning of this Web 2 era. I think it started roughly a few years ago when a lot of the blockchains and other kinds of technologies we're talking about at this conference got to a point of like kind of minimum viable maturity. And I think we're going to have a really exciting decade, and this is how I spend all of my time, and we have a whole team devoted to it. And I think this is the future and the most exciting thing to be working on in the technology world right now.
So Chris, what you're saying is we've really unlocked an entirely new, I guess, primitive here. So from read to read, write, where we got the social media era, to read, write, and own.
That's right.
And that just doesn't unlock opportunity for investors and people in the audience. That also unlocks massive opportunity for creators. And we've seen recently in the last year or two the rise of this NFT economy. What's been so exciting, I think, is that is not a bunch of finance geeks kind of geeking out on things. These are like musicians. These are artists. These are creators with communities. Can you talk about that? I know your State of Crypto report covers that a little bit. What are you seeing in the NFT space, and how does that relate to the Web3 vision?
Yeah, I think NFTs are particularly important because they have this kind of cultural media aspect, attached to them, and they're less sort of DeFi. We're very active in DeFi and very excited about DeFi, but it's much more of a quantitative kind of experience, whereas NFTs have this kind of media and kind of cultural aspect, which I think really kind of catalyzed a movement of sort of a new cohort of people into the space, and specifically creative people. And so with this slide, this is from our report today. What this slide highlights is that this is just, so that 3.9 billion is the amount. What we tried to estimate is not secondary sales and all sorts of total volume on something like OpenSea is dramatically higher than that. This is the subset of volume where the actual payouts went to creative people. And I think what's important here is I guess a couple of things. One is, although we're early in Web3, it's still, those are meaningful numbers, number one. And number two, I think it also highlights how poorly Web 2 pays out. I mean, YouTube is really the best one, and they brag about this, 15 billion. That's a drop in the bucket on the internet. That's tiny. That's the total amount they pay out. Facebook pays out nothing. Twitter pays out nothing. They don't share revenue. So you talk to a creative person who like built an audience on Twitter, and Facebook runs ads and makes whatever $100 billion plus, and none of that money goes to those creators. And in fact, they even go beyond that. They have this whole teams of people whose job it is to reduce your organic reach, such that you have to go buy ads, and there's a whole kind of game they play to kind of suck all the money out of the creators. And I think what happened is, the creators just, I feel like there's this whole kind of generation who, people were seduced. These were incredible services. You could now have audiences, but I think it was a kind of a misleading pitch that these companies made, which is, hey, go build a career on this. And you have a lot of people who are disillusioned. And so one of the big opportunities we have, like with NFTs, is to bypass those platforms. So let's take music as an example. So music, Spotify advertises the fact that they have 8 million artists on Spotify, and 14,000 make 50,000 a year or more, and the rest make less. And so that means 14,000 make roughly like the average salary, and that's before cost and everything else. It's basically, music on the internet is basically only works if you're an incredibly popular musician. Doesn't work for the long tail for normal people who want to go and be creative and build an audience and everything else. So a lot of those musicians, at least in a non-COVID time, would make their money offline through merchandise, through touring. Why'd they do that? Because it's like NFTs, and that's the one place where they can bypass the platform and go direct to their fans. And so what NFTs do for those musicians, and we have some investments here like Sound XYZ and Royal, and there's a bunch of other exciting startups in the space, is they allow musicians to go and build experiences, digital collectibles, access passes, whatever they might be. NFTs are a very general kind of new computing primitive. You can impute any kind of whatever you want into it. You can have, it's a container. And so we're seeing all sorts of interesting experiments as to what those NFTs do. But the key thing is they can go directly to their audience, right? And so maybe they pay, OpenSea charges 2.5%. Some of these other platforms charge very, like everything you see in this space is a very low take rate. And it's not because OpenSea is altruistic, right? It's because you can switch, because the NFT doesn't exist on OpenSea. The NFT exists on the Ethereum blockchain or on some other blockchain, and or Solana blockchain, whatever it might be, and you can switch. And so there's a much more competitive market where these services have to actually earn their take rates. They have to earn the economics they take, instead of just being granted them, frankly, which is what Web 2 is, because of their monopolistic network effects. I'm on Twitter. I have a bunch of Twitter followers. I would love to leave Twitter. I can't leave Twitter because I'm locked in, right? Because I've spent so many years. I can leave Twitter, but I would lose years of work. And so one of the great things about these kind of blockchain architectures is they shift the power back to users. The users can switch. The creative people can switch. They can bypass the platforms. So I love this slide because I think it shows that as much as as we're early in this movement, it's already meaningful. In fact, I'd like to turn this into a dashboard that kind of tracks in real time.
Wow.
In the same way like DeFi Pulse tracks TVL, I'd love to start tracking the Web3 creative economy. See if we have to go build that, but if someone else wants to build it, that'd be awesome. But I think it'd be really interesting to track. I'm hoping that we can pass Web 2 in the next year or two.
Hey guys, that's code for Chris Dixon wants some builder in the audience to come build this dashboard.
I just think it'd be a cool thing. It'd be fun to track. You know how when people create like DeFi Pulse, they create dashboards.
Absolutely.
It creates a mimetic Schelling point, as Kevin said. So.
I mean, what's super cool about this is it's already here. I mean, I saw the Chainsmokers. It was just last week. Issued 5,000 NFTs for their new album using the Royal platform. So this is all here. I think one interesting thing, and this was also surfaced in your report as well, and it goes back to the last panel. So if we're talking about read to read write to own in Web3. We need to talk about the thing, maybe call it a commodity, I don't know what exactly to call this thing, that secures all of that ownership. And that thing is block space. And Chris, I remember a podcast that we did back last year, the end of last year, and you said something that stuck with me. It's, I'm very bullish block space this decade. That's what you said. Why are you bullish block space? And how are you seeing that evolve across multiple chains, across Ethereum, across layer 2s?
Yeah, I mean, so the way I kind of I'll try to keep this within 20 minutes, whatever we have. But I kind of think about the history of computing as the history of these sort of every 10 to 15 years you have a major computing wave from World War II. You had mainframe computers, mini computers, PCs, internet, mobile phones, and in each wave you had kind of key new resources. So like with the internet, it was broadband, right? And with PCs, obviously, it was like CPU, and you see it in the ads, like Intel inside, 2.x gigahertz, et cetera. Like that's the thing, right? Now we're in an era where people are building, developers are building on top of blockchains, and they're inventing all these cool new things you can do. But one of the scarce resources, as people know who've used these systems, is the block space itself. Meaning, on Ethereum L1, that's reflected in high gas fees. On in other blockchains, it's reflected in other ways. And so, of course, one of the key questions is can we build enough of the infrastructure to allow the application developers to go and the musicians we were just talking about to go and do these things in a way that's accessible to their fans, right? And that have just good properties, you settle a transaction quickly, the gas fees are reasonable, the transactions succeed, it's highly secure, et cetera. So anyway, one of the neat things we've seen, I think, in the last couple of years is we've seen a lot of innovation at the both L1 and L2 layer, and we'll have a few slides after this which kind of help highlight this. Well, so yeah, this slide and the previous slide, so we can't show them together. The previous slide shows that there's a diversity of blockchains, specifically things like Solana and Polygon, which have much lower gas fees and have, I think, in my job talking to application developers every day, I think they feel really excited that there's more choices now and that there's more kind of credible choices. And you can see from some of the numbers that this has increased the kind of accessible the user base, as you might expect. At the same time, I want to make sure, since I'm sure there's a lot of Ethereum fans here, that that Ethereum is still I think this is probably the best metric for measuring this. This is just total money spent per day, which is a reflection of demand. Ethereum is still far ahead on that. I think we're at a point. Maybe we can go to the next slide. Like the other really exciting thing happening right now are L2s, which maybe we could dive into more. But although it felt like we've been on the cusp of real L2s for a while, I think we genuinely are now. And I think in the next 6 to 12 months, beyond, we already have, of course, Optimism, Arbitrum, ZK Sync, Starkware, et cetera, but I think there's going to be a whole bunch of features that roll out that make them kind of more production ready, mainstream ready.
And you're confident, Chris, that we're going to fill all of this block space supply that's coming? Like, will there be enough?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, look, if you look at, so it's a very interesting question. I remember very vividly, it was like 2003 when I was doing my first startup, internet startup. And there were all of these debates, like in the same way that there's debates now around blockchains, there were debates around broadband, believe it or not. For people that were not there, it's amazing. There were literally
people were not bullish broadband.
No. In fact, it was widely known that we overbuilt bandwidth. If you go back and look at it, all these dark fiber articles, it's overbuilt. The dot-com crash, if you go look back at the numbers, it was actually much more around telecom than it was. I mean, a lot of internet startups did bad too, but I think the amount of value loss was something like 90% was telecom. Specifically because the market said, basically, wait, we way overestimated the demand for these things. And you have to remember, 2003, most people, I always like to cite like a TV show like Friends, go back and watch TV and movies from 2003. The internet doesn't exist. Maybe occasionally they go online, they go to the corner, beep, beep, beep. You know, they do this thing, they go check their email. And so basically you ask people like 2003, do you want broadband? And they were like, well, my email works pretty well. I guess it could be faster, right? There wasn't Netflix, there wasn't YouTube, there weren't all these other things. But what happens is as these, and this is throughout the history of computing, is as these new resources get built out, developers, people in this room who are much more creative and smarter than I am, come up with great new ideas, right? And those ideas, and how do we use these services? Economists call this induced demand. It's the effect of when, in many cases, when you build more highway lanes, you actually end up with more traffic. Why is that? Because people are creative and entrepreneurial, and they build stores and houses and communities and whatever it might be, right? And the highway developer doesn't think of those things. Like I'm like the highway developer, like I'm not going to think of those things, but I know they're going to come. And what's going to happen is the same kind of reinforcing feedback loop is going to happen between blockchain infrastructure and applications that happened in the 2010s between mobile phones and applications. I mean, look at your mobile phone. Like, I actually have my original iPhone from like 2008. I mean, it was like tiny little postage stamp. It wasn't as good in many ways. But really, the big thing that's changed, I mean, it's gotten a lot better. I want to dismiss that, the performance, the camera, everything else. But the big thing is different are the apps, right? I mean, it's also like, all I had was like 3 apps back then. I mean, well, both are important, right? The infrastructure got better and the apps got better. But those two things reinforced each other. Because entrepreneurs came along and invented, Snapchat and Uber and Venmo and all these things, Apple sold more phones, had more money to invest in chips and cameras, and it's this flywheel that happens, right? It happened before that with Intel and Microsoft and Dell and Intuit in the PC era. It happened in the internet era. And so what the cynics in 2003, and this has happened over and over. By the way, this is the history of working on the internet. It's the history of having everybody say what you're doing is a toy, it's a bubble. It's fake. It's just over and over. Like my partner Mark Andreessen and I joke about it. We just hear literally this. I tell you how many times there was a decade when social media was a joke, and then suddenly it flips the switch, and it's like, oh my God, it's so important that we have to we have geopolitics as to govern. There's never an intermediate phase where it's like pretty important or something. It's always like it's a joke. You're a fraud. Oh my God, it's so important. It needs to be nationalized or something. I guarantee you, 10 years from now, it'll be like, okay, why do we need to nationalize this optimism? It's so important anyway. But right now it's a joke. Anyways, so it's the same pattern over and over. And right now we're in the phase. I believe very strongly we're in this phase where we're kind of, there's a lot of excitement. It's great to see all these people here. A lot of great ideas. The infrastructure, it's kind of like the airplane is shaking and spewing out some steam. It's not perfect, but it's flying. And then we're trying to fix it developers are trying to fix it in the air. But I am very optimistic on the infrastructure side and the application side. The other thing I'll mention is, our firm, I run our crypto group. We have a whole bunch of other verticals who invest in other areas. We've seen just a complete transformation in the entrepreneurial interest level of Web3 to the point of, I would say, and this is not just our firm, this is across sort of tech, probably something like well over half of all startups are now, throughout the whole tech industry from the investor point of view, like my friends who do angel investing who are kind of agnostic with respect to sector, more than half are Web3. So there is a lot of really good stuff coming. So in this report, I tweeted out today, for those interested, what we're trying to show is look, we may be entering a winter now. Actually, do we have the slides with the
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Okay. So just to go back to what you were saying, Chris, is there's another mental model to unlock. What is block space? It's ownership bandwidth. Not being long block space is not like not being long bandwidth in the late 1990s. But I want to maybe end and conclude with this question, because this is top of mind. We had a rough week last week.
Yep.
And in some ways, from a pricing perspective, not from a talent inflow perspective, but from a price perspective, crypto is kind of down bad. We're down bad on the year. And so inevitably, we're going to start to see, is this the end of crypto? Are NFTs over? Are all of these chains over? What are you seeing? Because this is a pattern that you seem to have identified. There's some numbers in the report. Tell us about this. Should we be worried?
Yeah, I mean, look. So first of all, I don't want to minimize when startups fail, people lose jobs. These things are never these kinds of volatile periods are never pleasant. I think zooming out and looking at the big picture, I've been in the space since formally at least 2013. I led our investment in Coinbase and have been through now, I guess, three of the downturns. 2014, 15 was pretty brutal. 18, 19 was really brutal, and we may be entering another one. I think with this slide, what we're trying to show. So my mental model has always been kind of what happens is that when prices go up, that generates a lot more interest. So your roommate thinks it's interesting to go check out and reads the Ethereum white paper. The press starts talking about crypto more, whatever it might be, and that kind of crypto pills a bunch more people. And then some of those people then decide they want to build something. And that might be an open source project, or it might be a startup. And then, startup, generally those things take a couple of years, to build something, especially 2015 era, because most people were building blockchains, layer ones, infrastructure, which is just, those are complex. And then eventually those, those seeds are planted, and then they kind of blossom a few years later. That was always my kind of theory. And with this project here, my colleague Eddie Lazarin, who's a data scientist, I said to Eddie at one point a couple of years ago, I was like, this is my theory, but let's go see if it's true. And so he went and for each of these things did a very rigorous data analysis. So for developer activity, we went through all these various GitHub repos and looked at all the pull requests and things like that. Startup activity, this was PitchBook data. Social media activity, this was like Reddit, Discord, Twitter. And you can't see it in this slide, but what's interesting is if you zoom into each era, it almost looks like each era looks very eerily similar. But basically, if you look at the ordering, you do see sort of this causal linkage between, first you see prices go up, and then you see social media activity, and then you see developer activity, et cetera. And so I really believe this is kind of the kind of patterns that we see. And what that yields is, although it's very chaotic per quarter, you said we had a bad week, maybe a bad year, but if you zoom out and you say, is this going to be a bad 3 years? So far, if this pattern continues, and I believe it will, it's actually a much more kind of orderly kind of growth and progression than it would feel like when you're inside of it. I realize it doesn't always feel that way. And I would say specifically now, like the number of seeds planted, like this is what we do in our day job. People come to us, we invest in them. We have there's a lot of other firms who do it. Like, it's just, there's a lot of great people building a lot of great things. And the other thing that makes me excited is that the infrastructure stuff just inherently takes longer. It takes years to build out like an L1, a Solana, something like this. Like now, a lot of the stuff people are building are they're much shorter cycle times. They're games, media experiences, NFT projects, et cetera, that might take, you fund them and they might take 6 to 12 months to launch and not 3 years to launch. So I think the cadence is increasing, and I think that the kind of quality of the developer is increasing, the infrastructure is maturing. So I would just say, not to minimize there's the bad stuff going on, but I do think if you step back and look at the broader trends, I think there's a lot of reasons to be very optimistic.
Amazing. So Chris, thank you so much. This has been a real pleasure. I guess just in 30 seconds, if you could just give us final thoughts on the state of crypto right now in Web3.
Yeah, gosh, so what else would I say? I would say, I don't know, I just think it's a really exciting time. I get asked sometimes, like, why am I so fired up and flying to Florida and doing all these conferences and everything else? And I think for me, I think there's just if you look at the computing cycles I mentioned, these are sort of 15-year cycles typically, and I believe in those cycles there's like 1 to 2 year kind of golden periods. Go look at all the top apps on your iPhone, and I think all of them were 2009 to 11-ish, where the companies were started. That was the mobile golden period, because iPhone came out in 2007, App Store 2008. It takes people a year or two to kind of figure out how to build on these things. Then there's a sort of this influx of really talented people. They build the golden things. And then there's still stuff that's cool that came later, but it was much more kind of derivative, because the core things. So I believe we are in that golden period now in Web3. I do believe that. I think this is the time. I think the infrastructure's there. The talent is here. I think this would be a very special time. You don't get that many of these kind of times in your career. I believe we're in that. That's what I'm fired up about. That's what gets me, up in the morning. And so, anyways, I think it's a really great time, and it's awesome to see all these people and all the energy here.
Guys, you're at the right place. We are in the golden era, entering the golden era of Web3. Chris Dixon, give it up for Chris Dixon. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Thanks, Chris and Ryan, for that talk. That was great. If folks want to find out more about that last point that Chris was making, the name of the article that was written by him and Eddie Lazarin is called The Crypto Price Innovation Cycle. Highly recommend you guys go check it out. Now, for this next talk, we're going to be hearing from Surajit Chatterjee. He is the Chief Product Officer at Coinbase. You know, the way I kind of think about Coinbase is they were the OG builders in this space. You know, to what Chris was saying, what makes this space so special is the entrepreneurial talent that gets dragged in, these new, creating, exciting ideas that they want to build. And Coinbase was really the first real true subset of those builders. They built this amazing platform. And we're going to be hearing from their Chief Product Officer, Surajit, about what it is like to build in Web3. So without any further ado, welcome to the virtual stage, Surajit. Give it up, guys.
Thank you so much. Hey everyone, I'm Surajit Chatterjee, Chief Product Officer at Coinbase. I'm so sorry I could not join in person. I really wanted to, but something came up in the last moment. And hopefully I'm coming through very clearly over the video link. It was actually great to hear from Chris on Web3 in the earlier session and how he talked about the golden era of Web3 is looming on us. I have personally learned a lot from Chris. And so today, in fact, I'm going to talk about how we have been pivoting Coinbase to truly embrace decentralization and build for Web3. And this has been in the works for actually last 18 months or so. And just now we are going to open the lid a little bit of what went behind the scenes. If you can go to the next slide, please. I don't think I need to introduce Coinbase to this audience. You probably already know, our ethos are to build the most trusted and the easiest to use crypto platform in the world. And we have built a very solid business over the last many years on the back of those ethos. Our core business, in fact, has grown quite a bit. Just by some numbers, we have over 98 million verified users today on our platform across 100 plus countries, over 250 billion assets on the platform by end of Q1 2022, around 5,000 employees around the world and growing. And our brokerage business actually funds most of our growth today. So the question we started thinking about a year and a half ago was, where do we go from here? And how do we help grow the entire industry as a whole? So what's next? If you can click the button, please. We believe for this industry to succeed in the long run, we'll need to bring 1 billion users into Web3, and they'll be doing a lot more than buying and selling crypto. And we thought this could be our biggest challenge and our biggest opportunity. So the biggest challenge really is, can we become the gateway to Web3 for our users? And if we are successful, we're going to basically write the next chapter of Web3. I think the slide just came up here. So internally, we started calling this Product 3.0, related to Web 3.0. And we wrote a manifesto describing Product 3.0. And it had 3 key pillars: build API first, build DeFi first, and build self-custody first. So I'm going to go into these pillars in a little bit more detail. If you can go to the next slide. So what does API first mean for us? This actually means whenever we build a product internally, we are thinking, how can we also make the Lego blocks available externally to help someone else build on top of it? And this is actually the origin of Coinbase Cloud. So we started thinking about how to create a full suite of products to help developers get up and running quickly and start generating revenue as well. So we acquired a company called Bison Trails early last year to accelerate our work with flagship products like Participate, Delegate, and Node. But Coinbase Cloud is going to be a lot bigger than Bison Trails. We are building solutions for game developers, NFT developers, protocol builders, and all types of actually DeFi developers. So let me give a couple of examples. If you can go to the next slide. Fiat to on crypto on-ramp is probably the biggest key unlock for the industry as a whole. So how does it work today? And you all are familiar with this. You first buy crypto on a centralized exchange, like it could be Coinbase or anywhere else. Then you go to your self-custody wallet. You move that crypto to your self-custody wallet, and then you can play in DeFi. the whole process involves many, many clicks using multiple apps, copy pasting addresses. And if you make a mistake in copy pasting, your money may go into Ether. So we launched Coinbase Pay a few weeks back to streamline this entire process. So the way it works is if you're a Coinbase user and visit an app or a wallet with Coinbase Pay integrated into it, you can just log into your Coinbase account and move your crypto. Or if you don't have enough crypto, you can just buy in real time directly within that app. It's very seamless, and it just needs a couple of clicks, no copy pasting needed, no chance of making any mistakes. What's exciting is that developers will now be able to access Coinbase's 98 million plus verified users. And on top of that, a single Coinbase Pay integration gives developers access to multiple payment methods across many regions. We support over 150 cryptocurrencies, so there's a lot of choice for the user in terms of which crypto they convert to. And we also handle all the fraud claims and customer support claims on behalf of the developer. So this is great for the developers to get up and running very quickly. And on user side, actually, you don't need to be a Coinbase customer to use this product. We are working on a guest checkout facility for Coinbase Pay, so it'll be open for everyone in a short time. So Coinbase Pay is already integrated into Coinbase Wallet. And you might have seen this announcement already. MetaMask actually just announced they're integrating Coinbase Pay. So you'll be soon be able to see Coinbase Pay in many dApps out there. And it'll probably be one of the best peer-to-crypto on-ramps in the market. So if you're a developer, you can add the Coinbase Pay widget to your app in less than an hour. All the documentation is available on Coinbase Cloud website. So please give it a shot. So now that's about payments. I think for any ecosystem, the other big challenge is identity. If you can go to the next slide, please. And we think identity is going to be a key building block for Web3 development, but not in the sense of kind of meta ID for the metaverse. It's actually going to be a decentralized ID, a decentralized human readable ID, where you have control over your data. So we are partnering with ENS to actually offer a service so you can come and claim your own ENS ID within Coinbase Wallet, all for free. And this will be coming very soon. If you can go to the next slide. But we are going beyond just giving you access to free decentralized IDs. We are creating an open source trust layer for the ecosystem as a whole to enable zero knowledge attestations. So as a user, you'll be able to easily prove your legitimacy to any app through verifiable credentials. And those credentials may be stored in Coinbase or any other verifier. And as a dApp, you can determine who can use your product based on the credentials they demonstrate without needing to store any PII. So this all works on zero knowledge proof technology. And you can just access specific information in someone's profile, not the entire profile. So this is just a sneak peek. We'll release more details as we make progress on this very ambitious project. So that was about API first. I gave a couple of examples. Let's talk about DeFi first. And you may wonder, what does it mean for Coinbase to be DeFi first? What it means for us is how do we make it extremely easy and simple for our users to access all the innovation in the DeFi ecosystem. If you can go to the next slide. Of course, we have our flagship product, self-custody wallet, Coinbase Wallet, and you can access the DeFi world very easily with Coinbase Wallet. We're going to talk a little bit more about Coinbase Wallet in a few minutes, but we wanted to take a step back and think how we could reimagine the Coinbase main app in a DeFi first way. How could we make DeFi more accessible to mainstream users as well? And as you all know, centralized exchanges use this concept of pooled wallets. So pooled wallets make it very easy for users to manage their wallet, but it makes technically very, very hard or almost impossible to make these wallets actually work with DeFi. So we wanted to create a wallet that has the usability of a managed or a custodial wallet, but at the same time have the flexibility of self-custody wallet. Very hard to do. And with the help of the team from Unbound, which we acquired last year, we built a new MPC-based wallet to do exactly that. So I just want to say this is probably one of the first in the industry. It's never been done before at this scale. And we are going to, I think it's going to be a game changer for the whole industry. If we can go to the next slide. So this is how it works. If you can come to our main Coinbase app, and you can see just with a few clicks, you can set up your dApp wallet. It's almost like a checking account for the DeFi world. And you can move your money between your Coinbase main wallet and the dApp wallet within the same app. And you can participate in the DeFi or dApp world without leaving Coinbase app, without having this overhead of managing your own wallet, managing the whole all the connections yourselves, which many users don't want to do. So super simple access to DeFi. And I think this innovation brings DeFi to all our 100 million or so users, and eventually many more users in the industry as a whole. So very excited about this product. We just announced the dApp wallet product actually yesterday, still available to a small set of users. We are going to expand it over the next few weeks. We always launch products that way. We launch to 1 or 2% users and then experiment and expand. So we'll see that very soon. Next, I'm going to talk about self-custody first. Of course, our Coinbase wallet product has been around since 2017, but we had a very small team of less than 10 people working on it for a while. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So late last year, we kicked off an internal search to reinvest in Coinbase wallet. We also acquired a company called BRD and reassigned a lot of internal resources and focused them to make Coinbase wallet a truly world-class experience. And this team is on a journey to build the best multi-chain wallet, the best NFT experience, and the best experience for developers. And let's unpack what each of these mean. If you can go to the next slide. So on multi-chain side of things, we have integrated with Solana, BNB chain, and all the other EVM compatible chains and many of the L2s out there. So you can already interact with dApps on any EVM compatible chain. And in the future, you'll be able to take your Coinbase wallet and interact with dApps on any chain. So that's our vision, any chain, one wallet. We automatically switch networks for you when you connect to a dApp. And what's more exciting, and this is just rolling out right now, you'll be able to see an aggregated view of all your investments across all dApps, all chains on the homepage of Coinbase wallet. Super exciting to see that. If you can go to the next slide. So we gave a challenge to the team to build the best NFT wallet. And this is what the team came up with. So we built, in fact, they built their own NFT indexer. So we can instantly display NFTs. So if you buy an NFT, you won't need to wait for hours or days for the NFT to show up in Coinbase wallet. It will be instantaneous. This works multi-chain. So we are going to be able to pull in all your NFTs from all the chains. And on top of that, you'll be able to interact with any NFT marketplace directly within Coinbase wallet. So for example, you can list your NFTs without leaving your wallet. You can just browse your NFTs and list them. You can put a bid on NFTs that you see in the market. You can even buy those NFTs. So super excited about the NFT experience we are building in Coinbase wallet. If you could go to the next slide, please. So on developer side, I'll admit, we actually did not put enough focus on it early on, and some of our competitors have done better. But now we have been very focused last many months. We are building a suite of developer tools to seamlessly integrate Coinbase wallet into all your favorite dApps. So what it means is, just like everything else we do at Coinbase, it's going to be very simple and also scalable. So it takes only a few lines of code for developers to integrate with Coinbase wallet. It can be done just in minutes. And also one integration works across all devices. So you don't need to integrate separately for our Chrome extension and our native app. And last but not the least, I just want to mention, we're actually refreshing the entire Coinbase mobile app. So 6 months back, we launched the Coinbase Chrome extension, Coinbase Wallet Chrome extension. We have seen a lot of success with that. We made a very deliberate decision to build a fresh mobile app on top of React Native, so we can actually ship features at the same time on the web and in native apps. And you're going to see a shiny new Coinbase mobile app rolling out very soon. And throughout the remainder of the year, we are going to be adding more and more features to our Coinbase mobile app. So please stay tuned for updates on Coinbase mobile app. You are in for a ride. It's already a great product, and it's going to just get better and better. So that's a very quick tour of Coinbase Wallet and how we are making it best-in-class self-custody wallet for the industry. We are actually seeing that users all love it. It may be a little known fact, probably. Coinbase Wallet is the most downloaded self-custody wallet in the US right now. If you can go to the next slide. Let me quickly touch on our NFT marketplace product. We are very early in NFT marketplace. We just launched in open beta a few weeks back. We're seeing great engagement, great results, and have got a ton of great new features rolling out very soon. But you may wonder what is different about Coinbase NFT. As we are building Coinbase NFT, we learned that people don't just want to buy and sell NFT. They want a better ways to discover NFTs. They want better ways to find the right communities, better spaces where they can feel connected to each other. And often the NFTs are representing their identity. And that's what we are working on, a more social and community-driven wallet, community-driven NFT marketplace. And we're going to be rolling this out, rolling out more and more features in next few weeks and months. So be on the lookout for Coinbase NFT marketplace and all the great things we are doing there. If you can go to the next slide. So apart from all the product work, we are also doubling down on supporting growth across the Web3 ecosystem. If you can go to the next slide. So we have invested in more than 300 Web3 companies through our investment arm, Coinbase Ventures. Many of the top Web3 companies today are actually Coinbase venture companies. We are also investing in developer community through grants. So last summer, we made a call for application through our crypto community fund. And we sponsored a number of developers who are working on blockchain development, contributing to public blockchains, or researchers who are creating white papers. And earlier this year, we issued our second batch of grants to actually 6 recipients. We're going to continue to contribute to blockchain research and development through this fund. And last but not the least, we are actually embodying Web3 ambitions by integrating, building, and supporting protocols inside Coinbase. And we're growing our smart contract engineering team, hiring a lot of smart contract engineers, building protocol expertise across every product area. And we're spinning out DAOs. So we just spun out, backed as its own company to enable NFT users get liquidity. Backed as well as actually started as a venture bet within Coinbase. Some of the engineers, our engineers came up with the idea, and now it's a separate company, separate DAO outside of Coinbase. You're going to see many more of this in the coming months. You can go to the next slide. So this has been a great journey for us. We have seen a lot of ups and downs in the market, but we focus on the long term. We continue to build. Those are the values of the company. We're building towards creating more economic freedom for everyone. And our goal is to grow a Web3 ecosystem to bring more users to it, whether that's through building better products, designing our products in a decentralized, DeFi-first way, or how we are investing in innovative companies, or how we are supporting our partners throughout the Web3 ecosystem. So let's go to the next slide. Let's end with something fun. So you can visit the Coinbase booth today and claim a custom Nathan Head NFT when you show your Coinbase wallet app to any of our staff in the booth. And if you don't have the Coinbase wallet app, just scan the QR code on screen to download it. Thank you so much for your time today. Let's build Web3 together. We are all going to make it.
All right. Thank you very much, Surjit. That was great. Now that everyone's feeling inspired, we actually have a coffee break. So we've got a 30-minute coffee break coming up. but I want to give you guys a preview of the great content that we've got coming up after the coffee break. We've got the financial backbone of the new economy. We're going to be talking a lot about DeFi. Then we've got the creator economy emerges, kind of some of the stuff that Chris was alluding to in his fireside. And next, we're going to hear from Hasu and Stefan, the CEO of Flashbots, about why we can no longer ignore MEV. So go get your coffee. Come back 30 minutes from now feeling energized. We've got some great content coming up for you. See you in 30.
Would things be different if I could just find you? Could you remember if I just remind you? We could start over and just tell the time to slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. This room is cloudy, feels like my mind, nowhere to go. Cause you're so hard to find, is it worth the fight? Or should we just let it go? Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down.
Wake up call in the middle of the night. She said, I can't sleep, I wanna feel alive. She says she wants to dance in a party dress, so I follow her down to the other side. Don't wanna settle down, settle down, settle down. I just want somebody to hold on to. Don't wanna settle down, settle down, settle down. I want somebody like you. Love's a game of make-believe. Will you stay and play with me? Kids like us, we don't need sleep. Yeah, we're living the dream, living the dream, living the dream, living the dream. Living the dream, living the dream. Baby, you can smile, put your records on. Yeah, I'll watch you dance to your favorite song. Chasing down a feeling and we're still not done. I'll twirl you all night till the morning sun. Don't wanna settle down, settle down, settle down. I just want somebody to hold on to. Don't wanna settle down, settle down, settle down. I want somebody like you. Love's a game of make-believe. Will you stay
When you make it easy said you won't be long. Took your time. Racing mind, I know there's something wrong. Wonder why. Tell me why, tell me why. No one else was you and I. Tell
Welcome to Permissionless. Please take your seats. As a courtesy to our presenters, we ask that you silence mobile devices. Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find our way. Find our way. Find our way. I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find our way. Find our way. Don't look back. We got thrown into this just like that. Leaving fast. I know we're new to this, meant to last. Tell me why, tell me why. No one else was you and I. Tell me now, talk it out. Hit it like I didn't notice, notice, no. I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find our way. Find our I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be
Please welcome to the stage Blockworks co-founder Jason Yanowitz.
All right, everybody. It's a lot of people. We having a good morning so far? Yeah? Amazing, amazing. I am really excited about our next panel. It's been a phenomenal morning already. That first panel, I don't think anyone can moderate a panel like David and Ryan at Bankless, but I will try my best. Right now, we have an amazing panel about DeFi, the financial backbone of the new economy. We have Constantine from Blockdaemon. We have Joe from Foundry. Santiago, unfortunately, could not make it because a lot of New York flights are delayed, so subbing in for Santiago, we have Eric Voorhees from Shapeshift, and we have Josh from Credo. So please give me a warm welcome to help these folks to the stage. All right. Have you guys ever seen a screen this big? That's the real question.
It's a big one.
Awesome, everyone. I'm excited. We've got, I think, 30 or 40 minutes to talk about DeFi. I had this whole great panel scripted out. I was super excited for what we were going to talk about. And then the space kind of blew up. And a project blew up, and $50 billion worth of capital was kind of wiped out of the system just from one ecosystem. And that kind of blew up this panel for what I wanted to talk about. So we're going to pivot and talk about some interesting things. But one thing I want to ask you all first is, before all this Terra, UST, Luna stuff happened, we kept seeing hacks, and we kept seeing just different smart contract platforms blow up. We had different bridges that got kind of blown up, different, not scams, but different smart contract things happened. What we saw with UST and Luna and just the Terra ecosystem was not a hack. Nothing on the infrastructure side broke. So maybe, Josh, I'd throw it over to you and just ask you, on the infrastructure and on the DeFi side, what do you make of what happened recently with just last week's events?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, despite some of us having met each other years ago, that this is extremely early days for crypto. We're extremely early. And with any kind of innovation, things break. And when they break, and it's a large project, it's an extremely catastrophic event. And so I think to your point, the infrastructure here itself didn't break. What did break was the model and the assumptions that came with that model. And when a project like Terra grows so quickly and all the variables of risk coalesce around it, it's really difficult to map out, however good you are at game theory, what's going to happen with a project like this. The positive note is that the infrastructure didn't break. The infrastructure kept performing. There were some problems with the chain, but overall the infrastructure that supported the ecosystem kept working. But the actual underlying assumptions and the modeling behind some of the, for example, UST and anchor mechanisms were untested at a scale like this. So that's what broke. The model itself broke as opposed to the infrastructure. So there is a little bit of a positive note that we can abstract from this story.
Yeah. Constantine, I think I'd throw it over to you and just ask, we've got this amazing ethos of, title of the conference, Permissionless, we decentralize the world, and we finally have this decentralized stablecoin that we can use, and the whole thing blows up. Does this make you less optimistic about the entire system? Does it make you, was this very concentrated risk and it makes you less optimistic about decentralized algorithmic stablecoins? How does this impact just how you think about using DeFi and just the decentralized infrastructure as the backbone of this new economy?
Yeah, sure. Maybe just to explain my viewpoint into it, obviously. So Blockdaemon is a node operator. We're the largest node operator in the world. We run nodes for transaction throughput, data reads, validation, and then yield earning. And we do that for the 50 largest protocols. So we run a lot of hard physical infrastructure. We also obviously run infrastructure on Terra, and we have API products, RPC nodes, validators. We had the whole shebang up, and technically it was a really, actually fairly sophisticated network compared to some of the others. I think what's interesting when you think about infrastructure, it's a really wide term. And so there's the physical technical infrastructure, there's a software component, and then there's actually a financial component. And I think what we're learning a lot is that the tokenomics and the value system driving these decentralized ecosystems also need stability components in them. And so an algorithmic stable token ideally should have been designed in a way where it can hold a pack. But the question is that mathematically possible if you have, ultimately, an attacker with massive resources? And one of the complexities is the interconnectivity of all these different protocols. You mentioned the bridges and all those things, as well as the 24/7 tradability of all these different assets. And so all I would say is, from my perspective, I'm super excited about even probably algorithmic stable tokens, but I think you need insurance products. You need a lot more institutional grade security systems, not just on the physical tech side, which I think we have at this point in the community, but really around insurance, for example, as well as we talked backstage a little, even disclaimers and information rights for people who participate in these networks. So I think that's really one of the big learnings here, is that the governance infrastructure needs to evolve a lot for this to be efficient.
How could governance have fixed this? You said the governance infrastructure needs to get fixed. What was wrong with the governance here?
Well, I don't have any particular deep inside views into it. I think the question is that with Terra, you could make the argument that it was a fairly centralized system where there was, down to an individual, a person who could make economic decisions for the whole of the network. And so, there wasn't decentralized governance deciding how to structure the economic system, how to kind of also expose the system, how to potentially secure insurances and other bits and pieces. And so there was no control mechanisms also looking at ultimately what the Terra Foundation did. And I'm not necessarily blaming them. They obviously went in pretty heavily, and that's, they stood by their project, and so that's great.
Yeah. Let's talk about governance for a second with DeFi, because I think what we realized with DAOs is that DAOs, the product market fit for DAOs was with DeFi, actually. And we realized in 2021 and maybe even back to 2020 that a lot of these DeFi protocols, the best way to govern them is with a DAO. And so you had a lot of Uniswap and Maker and Aave Grants DAO is the sponsor of the event. And a lot of these DeFi protocols ended up getting governed by these DAOs. Eric, you guys at Shapeshift ended up turning it, I don't know if you call it dissolving and turning into a DAO, or evolving maybe. And Josh, you guys are in the process of thinking about what a DAO could look like. How do you think DAO governance will play out as we look into the next maybe 18 to 24 months? Maybe the market slows down. Were DAOs a byproduct of being in this very frothy, hot bull market, and any sort of DAO could have worked? What does the future of maybe governance and DAOs look like, Eric?
So DAOs are a fascinating new area of organizational development. I was highly skeptical when I first started hearing about them. Like, they sounded very kind of like Ethereum rainbow person, kumbaya, like communist circle. And yet, what I'm seeing is that like DAOs are simply one of the latest outcroppings of the ability to decentralize human interactions, right? So Bitcoin figured out this with money, and we've been discovering all sorts of other ways that we can use decentralization to change how humans interact with each other. I think DAOs have a huge future. I don't think every organization should be a DAO. It's probably appropriate for a minority. But certainly in the realm of crypto, where we're doing something that is global, natively digital, and highly contentious from a regulatory perspective, the decentralized model for governance has risen to fill that void. So Shapeshift is just experimenting with that, and I think no one should no one should assume that the best practices of DAOs have been figured out yet. We're at the very earliest days of discovering like how these can be built.
Yeah. I'm not going to call out which DAO this was, but I was looking at one of the forums like 3 weeks ago, and on the DAO, on the forum, the entire DAO, there's like 2,000 people on this thing debating whether or not the company should spend like $500 at their offsite to go to the lake in the afternoon. I don't know much. I don't know much about governance, but like I can assure you that is not the right way to govern a company. So when you think about like why these things, why DAOs, especially as they relate to DeFi, like why they're even useful. I can look at the numbers, right? I can look at, Uniswap's volume, or I can look at, Maker. I can look at the success stories. But when you actually think about why a DAO is necessary here, Josh, I'd throw it back to you. Like, why are you guys thinking about this model? Why is it better?
Yeah, DAOs for the sake of DAOs are a recipe for failure because it can tend to become, this purist direct democracy model where everybody has a voice on absolutely every decision. So that decision that you've referenced there is a great example of that. Now, from our perspective, really what Credo does is it's a decentralized custody and settlement platform. We use a blockchain to track the assets that sit within our custodial technology. That blockchain is a delegated proof-of-stake blockchain. So that piece of the business, the development of that chain, the ongoing iteration of that chain, we think will fundamentally benefit from being part of a decentralized governance process. Now, the thing that we've found difficult is trying to figure out what kind of DAO structure to implement, because there's very strong views around different types of DAO structures, federated models, commission models, council models. There are various types of DAO structures on a full spectrum. So for us, what we've been struggling with and getting our brain around is exactly what kind of DAO would add the most value to the ongoing development of the Credo chain. But what we have really strong conviction on is that the wealth of kind of insight and ideas that comes with decentralizing your governance process definitely outweighs some of the logistical problems that it may bring. We want to move fast, but we want to move fast in a way that takes into account the best ideas and minds in this space. And by having a DAO, you open that door and you keep it open to retaining the best ideas and talent participating in your project. So for us, it's very early days. We're operating what we call a distributed model. Very soon, we want to start the actual DAO model, and I'm sure there are going to be various iterations within that. And I'm sure I'm going to be calling Eric up, asking him for some tips, because he's been through it before.
I'll add that probably the best thing about DAOs when structured correctly is that they reduce friction in lots of things that a corporation might see friction in. So to give one anecdote, so Shapeshift was a centralized company for 8 years, and when we wanted to hire someone, we would have to go through this whole HR nonsense, like this whole recruiting bullshit that depends not only on like where we're hiring them from, but where the person is located. So we would have to analyze like the HR law of two countries, many rules of which were designed like decades ago, and many of the newer rules are even worse. And it got so bad, such high friction with hiring someone that, for example, we had a corporate policy that we would never hire anyone in the country of France, right? So, like how many wonderful, talented individuals are in France? Millions. But we would not hire them because in France, you can't really fire people without like months of work and bureaucracy. And so that's a friction point. And as an organization, there were just like swaths of the world that we couldn't ever work with. As a DAO, that concern goes completely away. If we find an interesting person that we want to work with, we just work with them. It's very civilized, right? They say what they'll do, we say what we'll pay, and we just work together. And it reduces the friction. I think when designed well, that's the real benefit of these DAOs, is that they just let people get back to like building together as humans and get away from all the corporate bureaucracy that's built up over 2 centuries.
So it's basically regulatory arbitrage?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, capital and talent flow to where the friction is lowest. Yeah. I think that's a law of the universe. And DAOs, when designed correctly, are that lowest point in friction. So that's why we're seeing attention flow into it.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to DeFi a little bit. One of the things that DeFi has been I've really found product market fit with is just borrow and lend. And Joe, I'd throw it over to you. You guys you're not a DAO, you're a centralized company, and you do a lot of financing for miners, right? How do you think about how DeFi just plays into your business?
Yeah, so with the mining business, we've got the #1 Bitcoin mining pool at Foundry. We've deployed about $500 million into the ecosystem of Bitcoin between financing, the Bitcoin mining pool, and some of the other things that we do. And so when it comes to DeFi on the mining side specifically, we are in talks all the time with the top miners and thinking about with them how they can manage their risk, what their needs are in terms of the mining pool. And what we're seeing happening is that although crypto is still very nascent, the miners are the most experienced folks in the ecosystem many times. And so to give an example, they're typically very worried about their costs, and that's typically the mining machine costs, the electrical costs, but they're very good at cutting those costs, lowering them, squeezing out margin however they can. And so something we've seen them do is traditionally when they mine the Bitcoin, they would sell it, cover costs, hold it on their balance sheets, and that was it. But now, in working with our sister company Genesis, we're seeing them opening up to different ideas around what they can do with that Bitcoin on their balance sheet. So they are starting to lend it out. They are starting to hedge against market downturns like this, and just overall get more sophisticated. And so we're looking at what kind of products we can build alongside Genesis for those Bitcoin miners. On the other side of the equation, we do staking, just like Constantine, and we are looking at other unique products we can offer there, whether it's around Ethereum, the upcoming merge, and some of the other staking programs that we run.
You mentioned staking. I was talking to, we had this VIP Permi party thing for the speakers and some of the Permi holders last night, and I was talking to one of the folks, and he actually runs his own node still. And I said, why don't, I asked him about Lido and just staking and liquid staking and stuff like that. And he said, yeah, look, if I was just in it for the investment, I would actually just allocate capital to liquid staking, right? And so one thing I'm curious about, and it just got me thinking earlier today about, should retail and just consumers ever interact with DeFi? Or do you guys, when you think about the evolution of DeFi, because right now everyone interacts with DeFi. You could be a large institution, or you could be, a 23-year-old with $100, right? You could allocating to Aave or Uniswap or whatever it might be. If you project out to let's say 2023, or I guess that's next year, 2025, are consumers ever touching DeFi, or is DeFi behind just kind of is it almost like more of a utility in the space, and there are these front ends that plug into DeFi? Constantine, I'd throw it to you first.
Yeah, so I think one of the points that's interesting is should individuals run nodes, and obviously in the context of decentralized protocols, that's admirable and something we should want, ideally. The reality often, specifically when it comes, for example, to staking networks, is that there's a lot of risk in doing so, right? And also the technical requirements in order to run infrastructure that ultimately supports the network can be very time and resource intensive, which is why you have companies like Foundry or Blockdaemon who really do this probably mostly for institutional grade customers, right? And so we run this infrastructure as a B2B2C company. So from that end, I agree with that statement, is ultimately we run the sort of backbone for, let's say, an exchange who allows their customers to earn yield across certain products. And so ultimately it's I think as a mass product, you need intermediaries for a while, probably, mostly because interacting with software is never a linear experience over time, right? So there's updates to software, there's all these sort of different things. So interacting with a smart contract as an individual can be fairly complex, and you can make mistakes and lose a lot of assets. And so then again, we talk about insurance products and underlying sort of stability here and stuff. But I think it's interesting that for Ethereum specifically, that on one hand, there's an interest in the community to have individuals run their own validators. On the other hand, there's also a risk that you get slashed and lose assets. And so, and so the disclaimers, again, on that should be a little more clear. What are the exact performance requirements so you as an individual can operate your own node in order to help secure the network, or do you interact with one of the parties here in order to do so? So there's a lot of different ways to do it. I think it takes a little bit of each. to find the right structure over time. But I think we're really still in experimentation phase, ultimately. I mean, it's really very, very early still, specifically on that level, like who should run nodes and how. I think it'll change a lot over time.
Yeah. Josh, I'll throw this next one to you. Santiago and I had Olaf Carlson-Wee from Polychain on the podcast last week, and one thing that he mentioned, he said, look, the kind of CeFi companies will be the on-ramps, and the reason being, they can plug in with the banks. DeFi will own the order books. So again, CeFi owns the on-ramp, DeFi owns the order books. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Interesting. I think historically DeFi has been really difficult to access for most people. If you say to them, you've got to open your MetaMask, you've got to plug your ledger in, you've got to add an RPC network, you've got to make sure the token's been added, most people will look at you like you're a lunatic. It's really difficult to get your average person to do their first transaction. And I mean your average person, maybe not the people in this room, but your average person. So the friction associated with being involved in DeFi is pretty high, and it has been historically. Now what we're seeing is and a great example was what you saw at the Coinbase presentation earlier, is making the entry point into DeFi easier and easier. And that's a mission that we're on, enabling people to create MPC-secured, decentralized wallets, and then at their own volition, connect those wallets to any, for example, Web3 wallet, like MetaMask or Wallet Connect, or connect that directly to a DeFi protocol. In our mind, it's all about choice, freedom of choice. I think there will be inevitably easier user journeys, and Coinbase seem to be finding a place within that, i.e. giving their centralized Coinbase app users the ability to open a self-custodial wallet within that environment and connect that to different ecosystems. I think that's great because it means the whole user journey gets easier and easier. The question will be, can you create a decentralized user journey that is as good or better than a centralized service? I think we've seen some examples of that, and there are still some teething pains in the space. But overall, giving people access to decentralized finance is really important because it's very easy for us in the US or the UK or Europe to say, well, do people really need access to this decentralized space? Having worked at different exchanges and had teams around the world in places where they couldn't get banked, where you can't get payroll, where sometimes you can't open a bank account because you live in a certain place, or you're from a certain country and your bank account gets shut down, you're giving people the means to hold on to and protect and safeguard their own value. So from a moral perspective, I think it's really important that both the decentralized and the centralized space try and work together to figure out the right way to give people that access, because it is so, so important for everyone, not just us in this room here in the US, but for folks that are unbanked as well, giving them the tools that they can use to receive their salary, as one simple example.
Yeah. One addition maybe is really the key difference between DeFi and CeFi is around identity. And so that's really currently the really big issue is we're actually still due a solid identity product, I think, in crypto that solves a lot of the issues that we still experience in the flow, right? And so the whole context of DeFi is that the question is anything that has KYC DeFi, right? And so the identity products are really the reason why CeFi is so attractive. We run a lot of CeFi infrastructure for banks and stuff where a lot of the regulatory requirements require background checks on individuals who hold assets and stuff. And so I think until you have a really cool, I don't know if it's a ZK product or whatever it is, an identity product that can seamlessly slot into these systems, you'll always need CeFi on-ramps.
That's one of the thought exercises I go through just for fun in my head is how do the banks adjust to DeFi? And one of the things they have going for them is distribution. And I know everyone's kind of anti-bank, and that's not really the ethos here, but they have distribution. And if we think to NBA Top Shot, for an example, what that did was it basically made blockchain invisible behind the scenes, but you had digital ownership over those moments. And so folks could just come in. I had a lot of friends who didn't have any blockchain experience, but they went on NBA Top Shot, bought some moments, thought it was cool, and they were guaranteed that that was a finite amount of that moment. I've done a lot of work with sports cards and investing in sports cards and things like that. And you never know how many LeBron rookie cards are really out there unless it's a serial numbered one. And even then, you're not always sure because there's a lot of fakes. So I think about, do the banks build their own L2s? Do they each have their own L2? And then, for the user, they simply log in and click a button and they're getting a higher percentage yield because it's generated differently than traditional ways that the bank would create that interest. And I think it's just an interesting thought exercise around the product experience again, because that's what I try to look through everything through is the product experience. And I think we do have a lot of ways to go with DeFi, whether it's disclosures or not, but giving people the freedom they deserve, but also making it somewhat predictable.
Joe, you're scaring me. I heard a saying that when we start talking about enterprise blockchain again, that's how you know we're in the heart of the bear market. And
gotta get through it. Gotta work it out.
You just mentioned it, my friend. But actually, I think you touched on an important part. So banks own, you said, the distribution, but really what you're talking about the users, and they have the capital. Everyone, we all hate the banks, but I still use my bank account that I got like when my mom signed me up when I was a kid, I'm sure, right? And so even though I hate it, but the downside of these banks is that like on my bank account I have no interest. I think they even just took away the idea of interest in my checking account. I don't even think they're lying and saying you get 0.001. I think they just said it's 0. Do these banks look at something like Aave and Compound and stuff like that and say, all right, well now we can offer 3%, 2%, 4%, and do they integrate with those folks, or do they basically just ignore it and say, you know what? We've got the regulations. We're in with the regulators. We've got the licenses. We'll keep 0%, and we think our regulatory moat is strong enough. What do you think about that, Joe?
I think the best banks who are more forward-facing, Fidelity typically comes to mind for an example. They do a lot of work on Bitcoin and other investable products in the crypto space. I think they would maybe explore both, and try both and see what works. While others will probably more be traditional-minded and not even give it a second thought. And I think those are the ones that are probably not going to make it, frankly. And this is not a next year bet or a 2-year or 3-year bet, but over 10 years, there's going to be the Coinbase and the Coinbase equivalents, more apps popping up that can provide more interest by integrating with Aave or other products and ultimately give the users what they want. So banks will still have some purpose, most likely, but I think they're going to just become more relevant if they don't adjust somehow and innovate.
Yeah, and I think staking really is the entry point into yield earning for more traditional banks as far as we see it, right? Like it's sort of kind of the interest on your current account type, right? You hold ETH in a wallet, right? And once the merge occurs, you automatically will earn interest if you do so on Kraken or Coinbase or any other exchange. And so companies like PayPal and other banks who allow you, for example, to purchase ETH and hold it will have to offer interest if they want to stay competitive. And the way we garner this interest is via staking products. And so I think that's a really interesting use case, and we definitely have seen a huge uptick in at least interest, right? And we have investors like Goldman Sachs and stuff who engage in a lot of these activities with a lot of intent these days, I would say, compared to earlier. I think definitely there's been a lot more movement.
Go ahead, Eric.
So the Web3 model, I think, is important here. There's another analogy of some incumbents which had all the distribution and all the capital, and you can think of like the major news media networks pre-internet. They were sitting very comfortably. They were heavily regulated. They'd been there forever. They were well capitalized. They had all the distribution. And yet the internet comes along and suddenly reduces the friction, the cost of producing content to nearly zero. And those companies lost their distribution. And they still exist, but they are a shadow of their former self. I think a very similar phenomenon is going to happen with banking and finance. There is no reason that a normal person should want to use a bank in which they earn less interest and they have no ownership in the underlying operations of it, versus something like Aave, where once they get over the learning curve, it's actually far easier to use than a bank, and you can actually own part of Aave. That is the Web3 ethos, and I think once people get a taste for that, they don't go back. There's a reason that these conferences get bigger and bigger each year. It's because once you get into this world, you realize that the ownership of networks is profound, and the banks that will survive will be the ones that tokenize themselves. And I see zero banks ever able to tokenize themselves, frankly.
Right.
So I think the DeFi apps UX is already better than what banks are. and give it a few more years and more people getting comfortable with the stuff, and the banks are totally screwed. What are they going to do? They don't even accept like Bitcoin payments yet, and they've had a decade to do that. So they're in big trouble.
Yeah, no, I think you make a really good point. Yeah, once people enter DeFi, you don't go out, right? Nobody ever gets USDC and turns it back into fiat, right? So, but I think I'd push back on that. I think I actually disagree with you because let's take one of the Web3 wallets or something. I don't want to call out anyone by name, but like maybe you're comfortable holding $2,000 in there, but you're not comfortable holding your life savings in there, and you're not comfortable holding your net worth in your Google Chrome extension, right? And so, going back to my original question about like where do you actually interact with these folks? Is it maybe the banks don't interact with the DeFi applications, but is it the fintechs that interact with them? Or you think that eventually the wallets of the world get good enough and the security gets good enough that you do hold your entire net worth on your Google Chrome extension?
I would say I'm one of the world's biggest self-custody advocates. And I do not believe that most people will hold most of their wealth in self-custody. So there's a hybrid here in which the ability to hold your assets in self-custody is what's really important, and anyone who wants to do that can do that easily. But I think the service provided by centralized custodians can be profoundly good. So I don't see a world in which centralized custodians go away, but they are going to sit on top of the DeFi protocols. Like these networks, the money layers, the software protocols, that's what this is all going to be based on. And so whether you're interacting directly with the protocol or whether you're interacting with a custodian, they are interacting with the protocol. And that's the structure that we're going to see. So instead of like governments and fiat currencies and analog banks, we have code and blockchains, cryptocurrencies, and apps. And those apps can be centralized or decentralized.
I don't know who to throw this next question to, but just one thing that this conversation has me wondering is about insurance, right? One thing that you have in, let's say I've got my money at Wells Fargo or Bank of America, if like something happens, I call them up and say, hey, this thing just got taken out, can you put it back in? Or if it ever gets like hacked, there's FDIC insurance. Why doesn't that exist in crypto yet?
It does.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's components of it, right? Like, so for example,
there's like Nexus Mutual or whatever for DeFi.
Well, so for example, on our staking nodes, we have institutional insurance for slashing that we've secured, which I think we were the first to do that, which means that we can guarantee that if we get slashed, you get make whole. We can make you whole. And so I think that's beginning. And that's an important bit, but ultimately, you need a balance sheet and you need ways to kind of engineer it probably a little bit over time. But it's just, I think, really a regulatory, really complex, problem, at least from our side. We've offered insurance initially from our own token treasury when we started out because we felt it's never fair that anyone who connects a wallet to a node we operate gets penalized if we make a mistake operating the node, right? And so our mantra was always, we always make people whole. It just when we got enough volume, we were a little nervous that it might not possible for us to do so, and that's when insurance became paramount. And we found a provider finally, but it took years of work.
Yeah. I mean, you guys work really closely with MetaMask. Why? So I know you're mentioning, Konstantin, you mentioned slashing insurance, but how long is it until just the capital in your MetaMask or your Coinbase wallet?
Yeah.
If something happens to that. Like, why isn't there insurance there?
So what we're seeing now in DeFi is there are various layers of insurance that can apply. So if we apply this to us at Credo, it's taken us 2.5 years working with Lloyd's of London, various insurance brokers, to get various insurance policies over our infrastructure. So at the first layer, we have a crime insurance policy that's provided by Lloyd's of London, and that covers crime-related events over the assets held in our chain. Then we have another layer, which is called an in-specie insurance policy, where the cryptographic material, i.e. the broken up secrets, i.e. what most people think of them as shards, that distribute themselves across our network, because that's how our network safeguards cryptographic information, that those pieces of cryptographic information are deemed to be a thing. So the insurance in specie covers that material. It's taken us a long time to get there. We've had hours and hours of meetings with different insurance providers to get to this point where we, as a decentralized infrastructure solution, have centralized insurance over various layers of our stack. What this means, in my mind, is that it's getting easier and easier as a platform, a protocol, whatever kind of DeFi solution that you are, to walk into a room with the right insurers and have the right response. They may not tick the box and say, off you go, but they will listen to you, they understand your business model, they understand concepts like slashing, for example. They're getting more and more up to speed because this is a really big opportunity for them. So as a decentralized infrastructure platform at Credo, we've managed to get insurance over our decentralized infrastructure, but then we overlay that by enabling folks like Nexus Mutual to offer certain insurance policies to certain clients that have certain assets in a wallet. So various layers of insurance start to apply to your activity in DeFi. And one could say that this is even more protection than exists in the centralized space. If I go and do a certain trade on my broker-dealer account and something goes wrong with the infrastructure, I've probably lost my funds. And if I haven't lost my funds, I'm going to get a voucher and they're going to say, sorry for that mistake, we'll do our best next time. Whereas in DeFi, if you want to play smart, you can cover yourself with various layers of insurance. And I think that's going to expand more and more. People are taking on more and more risk from an insurance perspective. They're getting more and more comfortable writing larger insurance policies. And there certainly is an appetite within the decentralized space to start leveraging these new innovative insurance policies.
I want to maybe point out here that everyone feels very comfortable with their FDIC-insured bank account. But you're all getting robbed and not paid back just on the basis of inflation, right? So like crypto comes along and is actually providing an entirely new paradigm compared to an FDIC-insured bank, which you still had 8.5% of your money stolen from that bank account this year. Somehow people don't realize that that's what happened to them because the number stayed the same, but the value went down. But there's a lot of myths, I think, in traditional finance, but people are just comfortable with it. That's how they've always done things, and they don't really question it very much. Crypto comes along and turns all this stuff upside down and is going to look very different than traditional finance. And because it's all open source and provably knowable, I think you can actually see insurance markets that become much more robust and real because the underlying money can actually be sound finally.
It's a really good way to put it. I'm looking at the clock. We've got a couple minutes left here, so I just want to zoom much farther out from insurance and things like that and ask about two things. And the first one is the ETH merge coming up. And Constantine, I'd probably throw this one to you. On one hand, it feels like we are headed into the heart of another bear market. On the other hand, we've got this ETH merge coming up, which turns ETH into this yield-generating asset that is deflationary and ESG-friendly, so it satisfies the mandates of the large institutions who invest with ESG funds. What is your framework for looking at the next maybe 6 to 12 months in crypto? Do we just slide back into this 2018, 2019 bear market, or is it a rough couple of months and then the merge catapults us back?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. Anecdotally, one of our really large investors messaged me when the market got a little unstable and said, hey, probably a good idea to brace for a bear market or crypto winter, but the ice this time won't be as thick as the last time. And so I think that sort of kind of sounds probably accurate. I think the parameters have obviously changed drastically, right? We have so much more adoption, so many more people involved. There's also all the funding cycles that are really diametrically opposed to the crisis, right? We still have funding, fund announcements every week of hey, there's another $1 billion fund launched to invest in deep tech. And
there's permanent capital that is forced to deploy their $500 million fund.
Yeah, and so it's interesting, so I think we're in a really unpredictable scenario at this point. I think right now my motto and as a company, we really want to see how the quarter nets out and remain a little calm. It's just very hard to really, also in this macro environment, see how crypto will be affected. And so we've been through crypto winter before. I think everyone here has been through it. And I think the other thing is that there's a lot of crypto native companies like us, for example, who have raised sufficient capital to really come out of it no matter how long it lasts, right? And so I think the last crypto winter saw the end to a lot of actually really good projects, and this one probably nets out a little differently. But when it comes to the ETH merge, we're super excited about it. Obviously, I really think a lot about what benefit Ethereum also has. I think it's one of those ecosystems that doesn't sometimes get the credit that it deserves as a decentralized sort of open source system, and so the merge is something technically very, very complicated. One description I've seen is, it's not like, when people say it's like driving the car and changing the tires, this is like flying a plane and changing the engine. And so it's a complex undertaking, but I can't see how economically it will not increase the value of ETH. It still might go down because of macroeconomic factors, but obviously if throttling supply and offering yield over time in a system that currently doesn't have it, only allows for one outcome, but but it's impossible, really.
I think a lot of people are feeling down right now, and I think the merge to me is like it's a light. It's something to be optimistic about, and when it goes through, I think it'll be a big win for the industry. And to answer your original question too, I think there's a lot more builders coming into the space over the next year. So not only crypto has gotten hammered, but tech stocks as well. And so a lot of folks who had packages at a tech company and they were having RSUs or options that really bolstered their earnings, those are way down. Those are not looking as hot as they were a few months ago. And so I think that's going to allow these pockets of people who are Web3 passionate at Web2 companies to think, actually, maybe I should consider the switch now and move into working in crypto full time. I don't have these golden handcuffs, so to speak, anymore. I'm seeing that from friends reaching out to me, kind of looking at that. They're learning Solidity, they're learning Rust, they're thinking about how to add value into the ecosystem. And so I think we're going to be going through another big building phase here.
Amazing. All right, everyone. We're up on time. I think we could do this conversation for maybe 3 more hours, but unfortunately, we are out of time. We have more amazing speakers, so please help me give everyone a big round of applause. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, man.
Nice one. Thanks for stepping in last minute. You get the last squeeze. All right. All right, everyone. So as you can tell, we're kind of working our way through that loose agenda that we laid out at the beginning of the day, right? We heard about smart contract platforms. We heard about ETH in the future that we're trying to build. We just heard about DeFi, some of the innovation that's going on there. This next panel, we're going to be talking about the creator economies. This is called the Creator Economy Emerges, right? A lot of really interesting content here. I'm not going to do it justice if I try to introduce it myself, so instead, please welcome to the stage a moderator and panelist to discuss the Creator Economy Emerges. Warm round of applause. Good to see you. Catch up later. Good.
Hey. Thanks.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Today we are here to talk about the creator economy. So by a show of hands here, who has heard of the creator economy to get us started? I'll take it. We got a modest 25 to 35% there. Gives us some good subject to dive into. So I want to start by just giving a quick round of intros to our wonderful panelists here. For those that I don't know, my name's Cooper. I'm excited to be joined by Morgan Beller, the general partner of NFX, and Favre, VP of Special Projects at OpenSea, and Legion, co-founder and general partner at Variant. So with that in mind, we're going to start. We're going to go down the line here. Morgan, why don't you give us a quick introduction on yourself and tell us about why you're here today?
Sure. Thank you for having me, Cooper, and the Permissionless team. So I'm Morgan Beller. I am originally from Long Island, New York, and moved out to California about 9 years ago to work at Andreessen Horowitz. And I was there when they kind of had their come to Jesus crypto moment, but I was too dumb then to dedicate my life to it. But the first crypto deal I worked on was actually Media Chain with Jesse, which was all about the creator economy. Fast forward, ended up at Medium, which was about the creator economy, but in a Web 2.0 sense, so we can maybe talk about that. And then realized life's about network effects, and that despite the fact that Medium was founded kind of to go against Facebook, I ended up at Facebook, where I helped start the cryptocurrency efforts there, and most recently joined NFX. And I'm here because I love all the creator, I guess, stream throughout the past 9 years.
I love it. You've seen it all.
I've not seen it all.
And tell us a little bit about yourself and some of the work you've been doing at OpenSea. I think it's a fascinating space to dive into.
Yeah, definitely. So first I'd say just super happy to be here. And I think I'll do a quick shout out and say there's an NFT gallery that we're sponsoring that's just around the corner. Definitely recommend checking it out. A lot of awesome creators there. But I'd say, yeah, thrilled to be here today. I've been in this space for a while, and I like to think about what matters to me with creators really is starting from the tech side. So what brought me to this space was really this promise of what blockchain can do about giving ownership and control back to individuals and as well as creators. And I think it's been really exciting to see what NFTs have done more broadly in the ecosystem to really drive that sense of control and ownership for everyone in this space, but I think specifically for creators. So excited to dive into that a little bit and talk about some of the benefits and also some of the things that we still need to continue to work on and make better.
I love it, and thank you so much for being here. Lee, I'll pass it over to you next. As someone that's been very involved with the term the creator economy, I think you have a great lens on this. Love for you to give a quick intro and then tell us about what you're working on.
Hey everyone, it's really great to be here. As mentioned, I'm currently a general partner and co-founder of Variant Fund. We're a generalist seed stage crypto venture firm. I've been personally investing in consumer software for about 6 years, beginning initially at Andreessen Horowitz, where I was covering consumer marketplaces, social platforms, the creator economy, and many other consumer categories. And after that, I then started my own fund called Atelier Ventures to invest in the future of online work, which included the creator economy. And that is how I got interested in crypto and Web3 in the first place. It was really from the perspective of how do we enfranchise the participants of all of these multi-sided networks who previously didn't have ownership in this very sort of unbalanced way, despite contributing the bulk of the value to these networks. So that's what drew me into Web3 in the first place, and I remain very interested in the creator economy to this day. I've invested in platforms like Substack and Patreon on the Web2 side, as well as platforms like Mirror and Foundation and many others on the Web3 side. And then on the side, I'm also a part-time creator myself with a newsletter, podcast, courses that I've taught, many other things. So I think have lots of different vantage points on the creator economy.
I love that. And you have such a nice framing of the creator economy. I'd love for you to take us back to really the 3 phases that you talk about in the development of the creator economy and maybe how that leads to Web3 creator economy and where we are today.
Absolutely. So oftentimes when we hear about the creator economy, it's presented as something that is new, that is emerging for the first time ever. Even the name of this panel is the creator economy, it emerges. And that's kind of a misnomer because the creator economy, I like to say, has been around really since the dawn of the internet. Ever since we had social media platforms and UGC platforms, that enabled everyone using those platforms to become a creator, to create on the internet. So really since the late 1990s, early 2000s, when we had the beginning of social networks, that is what I consider to be the dawn of the creator economy. So that is what I call the creator economy 1.0. And since then, we've gone through multiple phases of the creator economy, where I consider the next progression of the creator economy to be the rise of the influencer in the early 2010s. And so this was a period in which some users of those UGC platforms gained a lot of influence, amassed outsized audiences, and became influencers. They were able to monetize by usually being a conduit for other brands and companies to advertise their wares. They were monetizing through things like YouTube AdSense or by selling sponsorship posts on their Instagrams. So that was the creator economy 2.0. The phase that we're in right now is what I call creator economy 3.0, which is creators as businesses in their own right. So instead of being a channel to sell other brands' products or shill, other wares, they themselves are the product. They are the face of their own brand. And so they are pursuing more direct monetization channels like tipping or selling their own subscription newsletter or having their own branded merchandise like Mr. Beast's Burger. But in any case, the phase that we're in right now is really creators becoming businesses in their own right, gaining a lot of power and influence, pursuing a wide range of direct monetization channels, and that leads us to then the Web3 monetization methods, including social tokens and NFTs, that I think really represent an extension of this period of time in which creators are emerging as very powerful businesses.
I love that, and I really want to hyper-focus on that word ownership, because I think it's so important. Specifically for Web3 creator economy, as you mentioned, users have been generating content for so long, but for the first time, we're seeing these creators capture ownership in the networks that they create value for. Anne, I want to toss this over to you because you've had such an interesting perspective working with creators at OpenSea, and specifically in the midst of this whole NFT bull run. Would love for you to talk a little about sort of your relationship with the creators on your platform and how you guys interact with them, some of the challenges they face, and some of the benefits they've had just by being so present in the Web3 environment.
Yeah, totally. I'd start by saying I think one of the interesting things that Lee's highlighting here is also just this removal of friction across time. And so we see obviously pre-creator economy 1.0, there's obviously thousands of years of art. And a lot of it then is how are you taking friction out of the process for actually delivering that art, delivering other types of creation to your audiences, to other folks who want to collect, and ultimately in the end, like creating other owners of that work as well. And so I think what's really exciting about Web3 from a just channel distribution perspective is this idea that you're really removing all of that friction. It just makes it much easier for creators to engage with their users and sell things that they're really passionate about. It's obviously much more than that, though. And so the other thing I'd say, and honestly what really so excites me about Web3 every day, is this ability to turn customers or users into your community and into people that are invested in the project that you're a part of as well. And so what's been so cool about that, I think NFTs are an example of this, social tokens definitely, is that you start to see people really have stake in the game themselves, getting engaged themselves, whether it's in a Discord channel or being involved in real life events with a creator. But it's really different than sort of the transactional relationship that you might have seen before in Web 2, where you see something, you might like the person, you follow them, but it really doesn't matter to you how that person does. Like, this is about a much more tethered back and forth relationship. And so thinking about OpenSea's role in that, we really just see ourselves as a conduit for those relationships and for creators to promote and show and highlight the work that they're doing and to connect with their community, but also bring in new community members as well. And so, yeah, I think it's been very cool to see that. I think some of the things for us that are exciting, but also that we want to continue to invest in, right, are like us making sure we're creating safe spaces for creators, both to engage with their community, but also to engage with each other. One thing we found actually is we've had a couple experiments where we've actually just like, this is so simple, but like tested out smaller groups where we're engaging creators who have similar interests or similar chain interests with each other and allowing them to innovate and connect with each other in a safe space where there may not be collectors. So creating those types of environments where they can be supported is really important. And then certainly finding more and more ways for creators of all sizes, whether they're the biggest ones, Yuga Labs, et cetera, or indie creators that are just getting started, giving them a platform both on our site, but also through all of our social channels as well to really make sure that folks can find the community that's most excited about them as well.
Yeah, I found it fascinating, just the diversity of creators that are on the platform. You have so many different asset classes, so many different categories. You have everything from a Yuga Labs to someone just minting NFTs out of their bedroom. And so there's no one playbook for everyone. It's a very iterative model, and I think that's a really amazing position just to be in because we are so early in Web3 creator economy that all of that can live under one roof, whereas we're so used to these different platforms taking on different verticals. You have Instagram, for example, versus a Spotify versus a YouTube. And right now, one of the benefits of OpenSea being so early is that it kind of houses all of that content in one place. And so for you as someone working with creators, I'm sure that's probably a really interesting position to be in, and I'm sure that there's no shortage of difficult conversations being had every day.
Yeah, I think definitely a responsibility for us also to use the surfaces we have to make sure we're giving voice to a big diversity of creators as well, whether that's our homepage or on Discord. We've also recently, there's just a proposal that went through on Friends with Benefit to actually give some of the control of our homepage actually to Friends with Benefit and actually allow others to help us identify and call out strong creators as well that we can work together to share with a broader community as well.
I love that. And I think the word curation really comes out to me there because I think we're going to start to see more of an evolution where creator economy, NFTs, social tokens, all these things are really being dictated by the communities that drive their value. And so for someone as big as OpenSea to say, hey, this homepage is monumental in the space of Web3, let's have a really tight-knit community help influence what's on that page, I think that's a really amazing step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Morgan, I want to pass this over to you because you've had a really big opportunity to work with some major creators yourself in some of your projects. You're actively investing in the space in the creator economy. Talk to me a little bit about some of those early conversations you have with big creators coming into the space and their relationship with starting to do things like NFTs.
Sure. So I think what Cooper's alluding to is I worked on this project called Stoner Cats. So Stoner Cats, yeah, you want me to talk about Stoner Cats? Okay. Stoner Cats came to be because Mila Kunis and her production partner, Lisa Sterbakoff, they had a show called Stoner Cats, and they were having trouble having it financed by traditional studios because A, it was drug content, so either studios wouldn't purchase it for that reason, and or B, they wanted creative control. And the show is about a woman who has Alzheimer's. She gets prescribed medicinal marijuana. She falls asleep. Her cats get the marijuana. They become sentient. And the woman who wrote the show, her mom has Alzheimer's. It was a very personal story for her, and therefore they did not want to give up creative control to a studio. So they asked me, they're like, hey, we don't really know what NFTs are about, but we keep hearing you talk about them, and can we use them to finance this show? And I was like, maybe, but we really need to think about it because you are celebrities. Like, this will look like a cash grab unless it's actually solving a problem that cannot be solved in any other way. So we spent a lot of time thinking about that, including Cooper. Thank you. You were a helpful advisor early on. The highlight of the whole project, by the way, was Cooper calling Mila a boomer, which was a real thing that happened. And email is for boomers, I think, is what he said. And kind of true.
Stand by it.
Stands by it. So we did come to the conclusion that this would be a unique way to fund the show and that we could directly connect the creators of the show with the consumers who wanted to see the show. And there were many learning lessons from that. We did this about 13 months ago. And the idea was that there would be 10,420 of these cats. And that they would be an access token for the show. We actually initially, so one of the learning lessons is I thought crypto lawyers and the crypto legal landscape was a pain in the ass, if I'm allowed to say that. It turns out like entertainment times crypto law is like exponentially worse. So there were, I don't want to say there were things we ran into, such as we wanted everyone to be able to watch the show because you want as many fans for Stoner Cats as possible. But it was actually for legal reasons that you can only watch the show if you bought one of the NFTs. That was one example. Another thing that came up is we realized something we were just talking about backstage is despite the fact that we believe and others believe that maybe NFTs are more of a mainstream use case and that is a product that more normal people have a mental model for versus like let's say yield farming. And so despite the fact that that may be true, the same Rube Goldberg is required to get to that light at the end of the tunnel, and that you need to buy crypto and you need to go through exchanges and you need to set up a wallet. So we felt very, very responsible to educate the potential user base of Stoner Cats and this is what MetaMask is. And we did videos and various forms of content to educate people. And even still, we screwed up some things. So that was a learning lesson. Just same Rube Goldberg machine is required, and just the gap in education is still huge. I can talk about Stoner Cats for a while, so maybe I'll pause.
Sure. I mean, the two things I want to pull out from that, moving forward, I think celebrities are going to play a major role in the Web3 creator economy. I think so far people have really been going on a ledge to get out there and try these things like Stoner Cats. But I think one thing that I'm personally really focused on, I know that a lot of people on stage are, is just making sure creators feel welcomed when they're entering Web3. If I am someone that has a major audience behind me and I want to do NFTs, how do we better recommend playbooks and standards that they don't feel like they're going to get ridiculed or isolated by their fan base? And I think it's such a delicate balance that project really fascinates me. And another thing I'll highlight there is just sort of that on-ramp and off-ramp and that sort of visibility problem where if you want to release something that's Web3 based, you have this sort of barrier to entry where you can't just upload it to YouTube or just put it on Instagram. You kind of have to jump through these hoops to even access the content in the first place. So to that, me, it signals that we have a far way to go, but it's at least exciting that we're starting to ask those questions because I think it'll allow us to get further along.
I have 2 more points to make about Stoner Cats that might lead to a broader conversation. So none of the talent for the show got paid until the NFTs were sold, which was a huge leap of faith that everyone from the sound engineer to the animators had to take. So that was, we were grateful that they said yes, because otherwise we would not, like they literally had no way to pay these people. And the other was there are still Web 2, Web 1, or even prior generation types creators. Like for Stoner Cats, he was an animator who drew everything by hand. And you still want those types of creators to make their way into Web3, so like toolkits for those folks as well is hard. And then third last point was also realizing that you can't just have art. Like the community part's a huge part, which I think is what Cooper told us. He's like, you can't just sell these cats. You need to, have a Discord, and you need to make consumers feel like they're engaged in the process, and that's definitely something that we're still tweaking, because on one hand, you have consumers who really feel like they want to be not only owners, but contributors to the whole creative process, and on the other hand, you have people who are professionals at doing their job. So, for example, like we said that if we sold 100% of the cats, we would create a DAO where the community could vote on aspects of future episodes, and that is a spectrum, and we're not really sure where to land, because again, on one hand, you want them to feel like they have control. So do you let them choose like what brand the cereal box is in the background of one of the shots? But on the other hand, like you have people who are professional writers, animators, et cetera, and you don't really want them to not be able to do their job. So finding the right balance of having the consumers contribute to the creative process, I think, is also tough.
Yeah, I actually see this being a constant friction with new creators in the space. They'll sell some NFTs, they'll hear about a DAO or some sort of community-based activation. It's one thing to put ETH into a treasury, it's another thing to give someone who comes and likes your post creative control over your future vision.
Right.
And so, Anne, if I had to turn this over to you, what do some of those conversations look like with these bigger projects that have done extremely well for themselves? Do they start to think about ways to bring their community on board or ways to get deeper involved? Is this something that you guys at OpenSea are helping to talk to creators about, or what is the role that you play in some of these projects as they get bigger and look to sort of scale up their communities?
Yeah, well, first I wanted to touch on what we were talking about a little bit earlier, which is just to say, what the story you walked through just reminds me of how early we still are, because I think look, I come from a blockchain tech company, so having a wallet with a GUI is like a massive step ahead, right? It feels so easy to me. But for most people, and for us really to get folks involved in this and feel like they have ownership is both like this on-chain idea, but it's also about empowering them effectively, right? And that means educating folks on what the right playbook might be, giving them all the tools they need to do that, whether it's running their own business, which in many instances this is, building out a community, and giving them the support along the way to frankly do what they do best, which is be innovative and creative and give them the tools to sort of avoid some of this operational friction. So I still think there's a long way to go, and I think the story you're noting definitely highlights that. For bigger creators, honestly, I think it's some of the same. I mean, I think for everyone in this space, right, like we've seen a huge amount of demand and interest in this space, frankly, much more quickly than I think anyone expected. And so with that also comes some really amazing stories of creators who've just totally taken off in the space. And with that, I think some of the same questions. What does a playbook look like? Also, it changes. Things are moving so quickly that making sure you're being both innovative but also responsible and responsive to your community is a balance right now. And so I think those are some of the things that I think we hear as well. Certainly as this scales and grows and becomes more mainstream, trust will become even more important, both for collectors as well as creators. And so that's something we also hear as well, is how do we make sure we're representing the view and sort of rights of these rights holders in many ways, and at the same time also empowering them to make their own decisions, decide what is a creative inspiration, and so finding that balance is I think an interesting thing that we'll see a lot of innovation on as well.
I love that. And if we were to put it into perspective, let's assume that a creator has trust and they have a community. Lee, you brought up a really amazing report backstage about A16Z, State of Web3. There are some amazing statistics on the creator economy that helped us really put into perspective what's happening today. I would love if you could just briefly talk about some of the learnings you pulled out of it and then some of the takeaways that we should know in the audience.
Yeah, there's been several really interesting reports just kind of citing how, like, where are we in the evolution of the Web3 creator economy today, especially as compared to the Web2 creator economy. Like, we talk a lot about NFTs and creator DAOs, but how large is this right now? And the facts and figures behind it basically say that it's super early in terms of overall, like, absolute numbers of creators participating in Web3, but the revenue impact that they're having is very outsized. So to illustrate this, this morning's report on the state of Web3 from A16Z showed that there were about 20,000 creators who earned from some mechanism on Ethereum last year. That could be NFTs, that could be social tokens, whatever it might be, but 20,000 creators experienced any kind of earnings using Ethereum in 2021. That is minuscule in comparison to the overall creator economy. Most recent estimates that I've seen about the overall size of the creator economy say that there's about 200 million creators worldwide who are monetizing their audience in some way. So 20,000 is a tiny, tiny fraction of that. You know, as an investor, if we saw an application that had 20,000 users in Web2, that would be like a pre-seed investment. So the overall number of creators participating is still very small. But the revenue that they're earning is substantial, where the same report showed that last year, those 20,000 creators earned something like $3.9 billion using Ethereum in 2021. $3.9 billion is nothing to sneeze at, and it's actually in the same order of magnitude as a lot of traditional Web2 earnings mechanisms that creators have. So for comparison, YouTube paid out about $15 billion in total to creators last year. YouTube has obviously been around for, you know, about 15 years, much longer than Ethereum has been around, and yet the Web3 creator earnings are very quickly catching up to a very traditional, tried and true social platforms. And so what that tells me is there's just so much latent desire out there on the part of consumers to support their favorite creators. And what crypto uniquely enables is the monetization of superfans. To be able to capitalize on the true desire and willingness of a fan to pay for their favorite creator at a scale that is honestly unprecedented. So whereas the YouTube CPM would be, you know, $3 to $5 for 1,000 views, from selling one NFT to a superfan for, let's say, even 1 ETH represents probably millions of views on that same video. So crypto is enabling creators to monetize at a huge scale versus traditional mechanisms. And I think going back to something that we were speaking about before with regards to these tokens being a mechanism to create community and to create a base of folks who feel more than just a sense of support for the creator, but they feel that they have some skin in the game in the creator's success. I think where this eventually leads us to is an actual dissolution of the creator economy into the next phase, so creator economy 4.0, to continue the evolution that I was saying before, where creator economy 4.0 is actually the community economy, wherein the boundaries between a creator and their fans dissolves and becomes less binary, less clear, and their fans become active participants in the creative process. They become enfranchised and influential in the creative process, and they actually have a financial exposure to the success of the creations of that entire community. That's hugely different from where we are today, where the creator economy exists in pretty much a top-down way, especially on these Web2 social platforms where a creator creates and audience consumes. What we're starting to see in the Web3 creator economy is that playing field becomes a lot more level, where there's less of a clear distinction between who's a creator versus who's their audience, and everyone is becoming a co-creator in their own right with financial exposure to the success of the creative output of that community.
I love that. And I want to build on it. One of our close friends, Jesse Walden, has this amazing concept called Patronage Plus. If you could give a quick overview on what that is and more specifically how it relates to the people that are actually collecting these NFTs from creators, I think that'd be a really interesting perspective.
Yeah. So Patronage Plus is this concept that was coined by my partner at Variant, Jesse Walden. Patronage Plus is basically the concept that in Web3, the reason that you would support a creator through buying an NFT or buying a social token is not only patronage, it's not only the desire to support them out of altruism because you like them, the plus stands for the potential for profit. So patronage with the potential for profit is the underlying motivator for an audience member, a consumer in the Web3 creator economy. Whereas in Web2, there was no way for you to profit off of supporting a creator. If we think of watching a YouTube video or donating to someone's Patreon or even subscribing to someone's newsletter, you did that really out of the benefit to yourself that was in terms of like knowledge or the content that you got exposed to, but there was no potential for profit from that engagement. And so in Web3, for the first time ever, it introduces this new pool of people into the creator's orbit, which are people who have a desire for profit, who aren't just there out of the purity of a love for that creator necessarily, which is really interesting. So you have speculators for the first time ever in the creator economy. And I think what the impact of that has on the creator economy is that it actually flips the order of a creator life cycle. So in the Web2 creator economy, the life cycle had been create content for free for years, slog through that process of uploading videos or putting out content out there into the world, hoping to build an audience. And then years later, once you have amassed an audience, turn on monetization through tipping or AdSense or whatever it might be. But in the traditional creator economy, basically you had to create content and build an audience for free for a long time before you could ever monetize. And because Web3 introduces the speculative element through tokens, through Patronage Plus, it's actually flipping the order of that playbook to where people could mint a token initially, sell it to a base of speculators potentially or fans, use that token to bootstrap both funding and an audience, and then use that funding to create content. And hopefully with that content, then attract additional audience members and achieve content market fit. But it's really interesting that that life cycle is flipping to where monetization comes first. Monetization actually bootstraps distribution and then funds the content creation. And I think we're just starting to see this playbook being put into effect with examples like Mad Realities, the Web3 dating show, or even profile picture projects that have these really ambitious metaverse or gaming roadmaps are an example of bootstrapping content creation by using this upfront token.
Yeah, I love that. And I think the interesting thing on my perspective has been being friends with people that have hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram or something like this. It's very rare that these creators are capturing any of the upside of those platforms. And for their careers, as you mentioned, they're basically uploading for years at a time in advance, and then they start to get brand deals in, and their livelihood is dependent upon an outside company coming to them with an offer to post content on this platform, which is very different from me being able to collect their first post on the platform, and as they amass a following of 1 million plus people, being able to share in that upside and that collective growth. And so I think that begs the question here. Morgan, I want to tell this to you as someone that used to work at Medium. What is the role of some of these Web2 platforms in this emerging Web3 creator economy? We've seen Instagram announce they want to start working with NFTs. Spotify's starting to do some tests there. Do you think that it's viable for them to help slot into the mix here, or what does that relationship look like?
We'll see. I overcorrected and went from Facebook to a seed fund, so I guess I'm kind of voting with my feet there. But to the creator economy evolution that Lee so beautifully mapped out, just to rewind to that for a second, like lowering the barrier to entry isn't a Web3 thing, where like if you wanted to be a creator before, you had to get signed by a talent agency or cast on a show, and now, or even prior to Web3, you can have an Instagram post that goes viral or a YouTube post that goes viral. So lowering the barrier to entry to get to scale and have your voice heard, like that was really a Web2 innovation. I think the Web3 big unlock, and we haven't used this word yet, I'm like waiting, is like incentives. Like it finally aligns incentives with all parties, the platform, the creator, and the consumer. And that for me is the bigger unlock than the lowering the barrier to entry part, because again, I think that was done by Web 2, arguably better than Web 3 today, because NFX stands for network effects. I mentioned I joined Facebook because I believe in network effects. And if you want to have your voice heard by the most number of unique people, the Web 2 platforms still have bigger scale. OpenSea is obviously the leader in the Web 3 platforms, but I think to Lee's other point, it's a quality over quantity conversation in Web 3 right now, where you might reach a smaller number of users, but the ARPU per each of those users is exponentially higher. All of these metrics are really conflated because it's also the ARPU's higher because we're playing with like monopoly money in a way. So it's like, we'll see where it all nets out. But for the Web 2 platforms and the role that they have, I think, I don't know if this is going to make me any friends, but I think there's a lot of experiments to be done. I think there's a lot of like low-hanging fruit and kind of table stakes. Like you need to enable NFTs to be able to be used as profile pictures. You need to allow people to pay in crypto. You need to like have a crypto wallet on your platform. Like that's kind of like, okay, fine. And every Web 2 platform can, should, and will have those pieces. But for me, it's like you don't have the Web 3 part unless you have that incentive mechanism which aligns the platform, the creators, and the consumers. And I haven't seen any Web 2 products do that today. It's a bit hard to put that sugar in the cake once it's baked, because if you're a public company, you have a fiduciary responsibility to your investors, and that part obviously screws with that a little bit. But unless someone does that, I don't think they'll get it. But I'm curious, I don't know if you agree or not.
Yeah, I think we're in a very read-only state of Web 2 platforms integrating NFTs. You know, platforms like Twitter, you can connect your PFP, but you're not minting directly through the site, and you're definitely not capturing shared upside of any collective growth of Twitter yet. And so there's, you know, sort of these inclinations that things are moving in that direction. I think one of the things that I'm excited about is companies like OpenSea that have been building in the space for so long, the fundamentals are just so much stronger with some of these platforms. There's a fantastic book called The Innovator's Dilemma that talks about how these legacy companies oftentimes are unable to adapt to new technology because they move very slow. And by the time that the boat has moved, you know, they've kind of missed that wave in the first place. And so to turn that into a question, I'm really curious to see how you see something like OpenSea fitting in the mix with a platform like Instagram integrating NFTs, Spotify integrating NFTs. What's kind of the role that OpenSea plays in that conversation?
Yeah, well, first of all, an awesome Clayton Christensen reference. Yeah, good, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'd say, I mean, look, I'm much more bullish on this Web 2 integration. To me, I think it's, at a minimum, good signal that there's something that's going right here in Web 3 and with the creator economy that they see. So at a very, very minimum, I think, like, to your point, these are companies that have to make trade-offs, and the fact that they're choosing to invest in this area is a really positive thing. The second thing I'd say is, I think that, you know, creators have done very well on those platforms. A lot of them have good relationships with these platforms. We can argue about the goods and bads, but there's a lot of positive that's come out of it, and so seeing those as channels really to introduce a lot of new creators who maybe have been a little nervous about going full hog Web 3, to me is a really wonderful opportunity to introduce the value prop and the real value of what social tokens and NFTs can deliver to just a much broader group. So if we think about expanding out this 20,000 person creator group, like this is one really strong way to do it. I think it'll take time, and I think, you know, excited to see what kind of really sustained investment will be made by these platforms, but it is exciting to see, I think, even in Instagram's early days of some of their announcement, you know, at a minimum, it's just given creators an opportunity to highlight something and link to their NFT, right? That in itself is really nice. The same is true for Twitter. Like, so many people posting their PFPs early on, and I remember, like, when I actually feel like I got into NFTs in part by following people on Twitter and being like, what is that? And originally, right, you'd be like, what is that? Like, now I have to search, like, you know, ape in hoodie, like what is this thing? And so like those little integrations actually I think go a long way in actually educating folks and like driving them to the art that they like, the newsletters they like, all of the type of creation. And so, yeah, I'm optimistic about it. I think there's questions we can talk about around decentralization and all of that, but too early to tell, right? So excited about where it's going.
Yeah, and one of the things I call out there is that there's such a prevalent culture within Web3 that, as you mentioned, when you see someone with one of these profile pictures, it begs the question of what is that, you know?
Yeah.
And now I've gotten to a point where people are very aware of certain things that they see online, but I love the idea of creating, arena games for status, where we have, our physical house with all of our properties and attractions and our cars or whatnot, but we don't quite have that for our online presence quite yet. I think one of the valuable roles that these social platforms can play is if I have a Bored Ape or if I have Metaverse Land, connecting that to my Instagram profile and being able to show that off in a way that I see fit, it's a very exciting opportunity. Lee, I want to turn this over to you as someone who can help give some color to what creator economy in Web3 looks like today. Maybe give you a chance to highlight some of the portfolio companies that you work with, and then also more specifically, this fantastic report you wrote on the update of the ownership economy recently, one of my favorite pieces of the year. Would love for you to talk through some of those findings and just help people leave this panel with a little bit of an understanding of what the creator economy looks like within Web3 today.
Yeah, that was a really long question. So I'll get into this question through the same angle from the question about Web 2 platforms and what do we think about Instagram and Spotify and all of these companies entering NFTs and Web 3. I really welcome it, firstly. So I totally agree with Anne that I think it's going to be a huge education driver for mass adoption, teaching people what an NFT is, how to set up a wallet, et cetera, about these different concepts. But I think ultimately it's going to be a gateway into a much broader world of digital ownership that extends far beyond those Web 2 platforms. So these Web 2 platforms are currently adding Web 3 features as an additional feature onto their platforms, whether that's the profile picture feature or showcasing your NFTs on Instagram or whatever have you. But these are small point features in a much bigger platform that they already have that's already fully baked. And I think ultimately users will use these experiences and learn about being able to actually digitally own something, what it means to own a piece of a digital asset, and realize that there's a much broader world out there of all forms of digital ownership that extend beyond the individual passive form of owning just a piece of media into actually owning a part of a network, governing a protocol, being a co-owner in a much larger collective effort. And I think that's the much more powerful eventual form that we'll get to that users will first be trained on via these Web 2 platforms. And that brings me to the ownership economy report, which we recently published on the Variant site, basically taking stock of where are we in Web 3 today. And for those of you guys who aren't familiar with Variant, our entire thesis as a firm is what we call the ownership economy, where we believe that digital ownership is going to become a really powerful new mechanism that extends throughout all new forms of software, from financial marketplaces to media to gaming to social networks. But the most powerful networks of the next generation, the best software that will be built, are going to be the ones that turn their users into owners. And that ownership has a very broad spectrum of different experiences, ranging from individual ownership to collective ownership of a platform, from the passive to the active. But I think eventually where I would like us to get to, and I think where a lot of us agree that we should get to, is users becoming co-owners of the networks that they're contributing value to. And that's something that the Web 2 platforms can never offer, and so I continue to be really bullish on Web 3 networks that make ownership truly a keystone of their user experiences.
I love that. Well, guys, I think that's a fantastic place for us to end off on. I would like you to just go around really quickly and maybe let people know where they could stay up with your work. We'll start with Morgan here first.
I'm Morgan Beller. I'm at Beller on Twitter, and I'm Morgan at nfx.com, which I might regret saying, but it's pretty obvious, I guess.
That was ballsy.
Well, yeah, you can figure it out. Have a great day.
Annie Fauv, ANNIEFAUV, on Twitter. You'll find my invisible friend walking around there.
Nice.
And I'm LJin18 on Twitter, lee.substack.com, and you can find Variant at variant.fund.
See, there you go.
Nice. And I'm Cooper at Koopa Troopa. Thank you guys for coming out and listening to us talk about the creator economy. I look forward to it, and thanks to Permissionless for having us out here.
Thank you. Good job.
That's great. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you. All right, guys. Really, first of all, just a wonderful panel. A lot to think about there. This next panel is really interesting. We're going to be talking about MEV. All right. This is one of maybe the most under-discussed, but also extremely important areas of crypto today. This is a pretty special one. This was going to be between two anons. We've got Hasu videoing in for this, and a recently de-anonymized ghost step who's actually Stefan Gosselin, great name, who is the founder and chief architect at Flashbots. And they're going to be walking you through what MEV is and why it is so critical to the state of crypto today. So I think I'm just going to kick it off here and welcome Stefan to the stage. Stefan, come on out. Everyone give him a big round of applause. I thought they were going to be different years, but I would just pick any of them.
I have a lot of seating options. This is fun. All right. Hey, everyone. Can we hear Hasu?
Hey, can you hear me? Hey, Stefan.
Hey, Hasu. All right. So how should we get started? Hasu, do you want to do a quick intro?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the production value on this conference so far has been amazing. I hope you're all enjoying it. We are certainly very excited to speak to you today. I can give a quick intro about myself. I'm Hasu. I do strategy at Flashbots, among a couple other things. Mainly in my capacity at Flashbots, I've gotten here because I've been thinking about block space market design and MEV in public blockchains for a couple of years. And yeah, this has really brought us here today. Steph, can you introduce yourself?
Yes. OK, I'm Stefan. Recently de-anonymized. So I went from a face reveal yesterday to speaking in front of 2,000 people today. So it's 0 to 100 very quickly. But it's a pleasure to see all of you here. So so Flashbots is a company that was started about a year and a half ago, and it focuses on research and development around MEV. We built a few products that help Ethereum handle all the throughput of bot operators that have emerged over the last couple of years. And we've sort of seen this massive wave of growth in the amount of activity doing statistical arbitrage, doing atomic arbitrage, doing things like NFT sniping. And so Flashbots is a company that has built a lot of products that help systems like Ethereum scale and handle the load that comes with MEV.
Stefan, let's get everyone in the room on the same page first. So what is MEV?
OK, let's maybe try something. Let's do a show of hands here. So who is familiar with MEV and the definition of MEV? Can you put your hand up? OK. Who has been sandwiched before? Can you put your hand up? Who has made a trade on Uniswap before? Can you put your hand up? Everyone who put their hand up for the second question and not the first question is going to learn a lot today on this panel. Because if you made a swap on Uniswap, you've definitely been sandwiched before. So what is MEV? MEV is formerly known as minor extractable value or maximal extractable value. It's, in summary, all the value that an actor with privileged access to a network like Ethereum can extract from doing things like ordering, censorship, or insertion of transactions in a block. So how does MEV actually get expressed today? It ends up looking like this arbitrage opportunity, liquidations on chain, a lot of the sort of activity around new token launches and NFT launches that end up taking networks down. All of that could really be described as being MEV.
And is MEV something that is unique to crypto, or does it exist in the traditional financial system as well?
So I think this is where sort of we can get into a nuanced conversation. And Hasu, I'd be curious to hear you draw parallels here and talk a bit about payment for order flow. So one way that I think about MEV, it's sort of the value, the emergent value that comes from having users generate transactions that are tied to some economic activity. So in traditional finance, if you look at exchanges, if you look at the Robinhood model, the transactions that get sent by the users have some information content in it. And that information is only valuable to entities like hedge funds or market makers who know how to make the most of that value, who are able to separate out sort of the signal from the noise in the transactions that are coming in and use them for executing trades. I would say that that's MEV in the traditional finance sense, that you have an actor, like a market maker, who is in a privileged position to see transactions and operate on top of them and extract some value. How do you see payment for order flow relating to traditional finance and crypto?
Well, I think you're spot on. I think MEV could also be reframed as, the value of information. And if you're getting certain information faster or have the ability to sort of interact with it in privileged ways, then this gives you, the ability to benefit from that in a financial way. And as you laid out, one example of this would be, payment for order flow, and another one that probably would also be equally familiar is that of co-location slots, at major exchanges. So there's this whole industry that has sprung up around, just getting information faster from exchanges and getting your trades to the exchanges faster, which is the whole high-frequency trading industry. And you can virtually think of every dollar that is extracted via high-frequency trading as a form of MEV. And there have been, attempts at sort of restructuring the way that exchanges work in order to remove this. But ultimately, it seems that the exchanges make so much money from selling these co-location slots that it would really cut into their bottom line, to switch to a different, exchange format.
Something I find absolutely insane about the space that MEV is and crypto in general is just the size of the opportunity. So if you look even just a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, MEV was not really talked about. And by any sort of sense of metric and estimates that Flashbots has made, the MEV industry is almost already bigger than the HFT industry in terms of just fees and margin taken by the actors in the bot operator space. The fact that this has emerged in such a short amount of time, I think, is a testament to the speed of innovation that takes place on these platforms relative to the ones in the traditional financial system.
So we were in a position, as you say, where basically MEV was completely unknown and non-existent. And that was mainly, the reason for that was mainly that there was not much financial activity on Ethereum. So MEV, you could say, is a function of users performing some kind of financial transactions, be it trading on decentralized exchanges or borrowing or lending on lending markets and so on. So then all of a sudden, MEV enters the scene. So in what sense has it changed Ethereum? And how did sort of users and application developers and protocol developers feel the impact of that?
Yeah, so actually we have a slide up here. Let's see if we can switch to it. All right. So we're studying a bit how the MEV landscape and the MEV industry is evolving over time. And we've put together sort of the same simple mental model to think through what does the future of MEV look like. You mentioned how does MEV impact how the user operates? Well, it used to be that when you're performing a transaction on Uniswap, right, you just sign a transaction, you send it to the transaction pool, it gets picked up by a miner, and then the miner includes it in a block, and happy days, you got your swap settled. Very rapidly, we're seeing the MEV industry become much more industrialized, where transactions are no longer necessarily directly routed to a public transaction pool, but instead are being routed through sort of a network of intermediaries that add value to that transaction. So, you could call this a supply chain, you could also call this a value chain. So the user really wants to express an intent, an intent like swapping an asset for another asset. They'll use some kind of front end or a wallet to encode that into a transaction. The wallet, and this is sort of the new part that Flashbots has introduced, the wallet will then communicate directly with some searchers, either through a transaction pool or through some private routing system to augment the transaction with additional transaction that can capture the MEV that the transaction created. We call this a bundle, right? But then the bundle still needs to be included in a block. So this initial product that we launched called MEV-Geth on top of Ethereum, it was really focused on this relationship between searchers and miners, right? It introduced the concept of a bundle, the ability for these third parties to perform the MEV extraction and communicate those preferences with miners using sort of an auction system. That sort of took off, and overnight, maybe a couple months after we published the open source software for it, over 80% of the miners on Ethereum are running this software and producing about 60% of the blocks using the software. So this sort of new abstraction for how the transactions get included caught on really quickly. The new part that now we're looking to introduce to Ethereum is the separation between builders and validators. So the builder role is really the role of taking and aggregating all the transactions from different sources and putting them into a block. And then the validator role is just the role of publishing that block to the network and then validating all of the other blocks that are produced by the network. With the upcoming merge and the transition to proof of stake for Ethereum, we're introducing something called MEV Boost, which allows for validators to completely outsource block construction to a network of builders. So an open market for block construction where anyone can aggregate transaction and compete on who can produce the most valuable block. By our estimate, this means that we'll be able to boost the revenues that Staker makes significantly. So about 70% of Staker revenues after the proof of stake merge are expected to come from a system like this that's able to extract MEV. Yeah, so this is sort of a framework for thinking of the industry. I think Flashbots fits very neatly in this framework and the tooling that we've built, but there are many other applications that are also looking to play with MEV at different layers of this supply chain.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we could go take another step back and say, so what was even the thinking that went into our first product, which was MEV-Geth, right? So we previously said that users make transactions on Ethereum, and these transactions, they have what you could see as like an attack surface, right? They sort of expose a financial value that anyone who interacts with the transaction in a specific way could harvest. And this creates this whole industry sort of around front running and back running and sandwich attacks that sort of spawned and initially played out in Ethereum's public memory pool, sort of the waiting room for transactions. And to give a concrete example, sort of how that negatively affected Ethereum is the miners used to run a very simple algorithm in order to determine what transactions go into their block, right? Just sort them by the gas price. And so the only way that the searchers could communicate that they want to place their transaction right behind a user, like a target user transaction, was basically to pay a very slightly higher gas price and then get the transaction to the miner as fast as possible. So they would include it first and then throw out any follow-up transactions that they would get. And so you can see this is very problematic because it already incentivizes sort of this latency game that we see in traditional finance, where it's all about speed, and we know that ultimately it is all about co-location with large miners and mining pools. And so this is really where Flashbots stepped in. And the fundamental change that Flashbots introduced is separating transaction placement from transaction price. So searchers were able to say exactly where their transaction should go and what it should do. And then independently of that, bid on how much that transaction is worth to them. And now all of a sudden, sort of, they were competing on price, which drove up miner revenue. And it completely removed this incentive for spamming the network with many transactions that most of the time fail to compete on latency and to vertically integrate. Yeah,
that's right. I think the title of this fireside chat was why why you can't afford to ignore MEV. And it's been fascinating over the course of the last year, see what happened to other blockchains that may not have introduced a similar system to Flashbots for auctioning off MEV, right? You mentioned this is sort of a game. You can think of MEV as being a game where you have these autonomous parties, these searchers or these bots that are finding ways to play the game in the most effective way. And if the game is not designed to be compatible with the objective of the chain, then you can have outcomes like having spam, like having reorgs, like having co-location advantages. And introducing this change, I think, is fascinating. I'm wondering, Hasu, do you have like examples of other chains and how MEV has impacted them from not having a system like this?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I think for one, a good example that we have seen in practice is like chains that have very low latency and very cheap transaction fees. What you often see is that entire blocks basically get filled only with failed transactions. We also can see sort of examples where there's no public memory pool, for example, and then there's really the incentive to co-locate with a validator in order to even see the transactions. And in this situation, only the validator themselves can insert the transaction. So it's not even the searcher. So you don't even have sort of that division of labor in between. And I mean, what we have seen this does is it really centralizes these different actors in the supply chain. So I would be curious to hear from you, what is like the underlying reason why we are worried about centralization in the supply chain? In what sense do the underlying like guarantees that we want out of public blockchains deteriorate if instead of, let's say, 100 miners, you all of a sudden have like 1 or 2?
Yeah, this is tricky, right? You mentioned validators and co-location. I think something that we've seen on other proof-of-stake chains is validators starting to sell co-location services, and there's sort of a huge advantage in the value that they're able to generate from this co-location. And so as the value that these validators are able to aggregate over time increases, they control more and more of the network. That's definitely been the case in some chains where we've seen actually bot operators take the consensus of the chain in a direction that was to their advantage to be able to extract more value and censor other validators from being able to produce blocks. I think that's a very clear negative impact of having some centralization at the validator level due to MEV. But ultimately, I think centralization can emerge at multiple different layers of the supply chain, right? If you have better order flow, if you are a wallet that produces all of the transactions in the system, you also have the ability to extract an outsized amount of MEV relative to everyone else in the system. If you're a builder that's able to have more optimal merging algorithms than everyone else, you can then potentially vertically integrate up and down and extract value in this way. So one way to think about the supply chain is through a competition policy lens, and what is a healthy supply chain? What is a healthy market? It's one in which each layer of the chain are highly competitive and modular, as opposed to one where they are highly vertically integrated.
Let me ask you like a very naive question but we nonetheless get a lot of the time. Why don't we just get rid of MEV?
Why don't we just get rid of MEV? I think we have a fun brain teaser, which is maybe a principle called the conservation of MEV. The law of the conservation of MEV, that any MEV that exists and can be extracted will be extracted. The question is just what are the externalities of that extraction mechanism? Is it going to be spam? Is it going to be what we saw on Solana at some point, that the entire chain was brought down by arbitrage bots, that their extraction strategy was to spam the network? Or even for NFT launches, right? The optimal strategy for capturing first come, first serve NFT launches, or even sort of pooled NFT launches, is to perform sort of spam. So a lot of the techniques that try to avoid MEV or eliminate MEV aren't dealing with the underlying problem, which is the transactions have value. The transactions that the user generates have value that can be extracted by some party. Really, in my opinion, the only way to deal with that is to find a way to return that value to the user. Create some fair marketplace, some fair and open marketplace for competitive behavior to return value to the users.
Okay, so, but in the present day, no value is really returned to the user, right? Like we see users only, suffering financial loss from the existence of MEV. What could a potential future look like that's different from that, and where the value actually accrues back to the user?
I don't know that there's no value that returns to the user, right? In the way that, for example, MEV-Geth works today on Ethereum and the way MEV-Boost works on Ethereum, it maximizes the value that stakers get from producing blocks. And so in a way, you can see MEV as a subsidy on the security of the network that it's operating on. That's still a subsidy that the user ends up paying, right? So the user is not only just paying for the gas of their transaction, in this case, they're also paying for the MEV, which goes towards paying for the block space. Is there a future in which the user can instead capture the MEV directly? I think so, right? We've seen these RFQ systems that aggregate transaction flow from multiple different or that aggregate transaction flow, and then also route it to market makers directly, who are able to quote better prices than the DEXs necessarily would be able to quote themselves. That, I think, is an example of optimizing for trade execution in a way that returns value to the user. And I expect over time there'll be more generic approaches to this. I could definitely see a future in which users are paid to transact on a chain rather than having to pay to transact. And the question is, how quickly do we get there?
This is one of my favorite brain teasers as well, because even the existence of sandwich attacks, which, it's very obvious to see how this takes money away from the user, right? And but the point is, the money, some money is extracted by the searcher, but most of it goes to the miner via competition on price. And so this is money that the user pays to have their transaction included. And really, the main problem is not the sandwich attack, but it is that the user isn't aware of the sort of the MEV surface of their transaction and doesn't factor it into the price that they pay to transact. So it's like they are paying a hidden fee that they don't consider on chain. And I think the example you gave about the RFQ system, this is actually a way for it to get priced into the transaction of the user in a very natural way, right? Because if a market maker can sort of internalize the flow of that user, then in a sense, they do get paid, right? And they can, in a sense, pay that money back by paying the transaction fee for the user. So it actually, and then via competition between these different sort of off-chain market makers, for example, you end up with a situation where the information value of the user's transaction actually does get priced in. So that maybe is a fun example.
Yeah, I think so. I have a question for you. So, MEV is sort of a new industry. It's been around for a year and a half, but already, like bot operators, for example, just on Ethereum and atomic arbitrage have made like $1 billion in 2021 on trading activity. If you take in other chains, you can easily see that the MEV industry is already 10x that size. I think there's a lot of people in the room here who are thinking, like, wow, this is big. Maybe this is something I don't necessarily understand. Where are sort of the opportunities and areas of focus that people should keep an eye on and think about?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think, first of all, MEV primarily goes to the producers of block space. And on Ethereum, that is primarily ETH holders. So I think if you're an ETH holder, then you already, sort of most of the MEV that exists financially accrues to you. But it's also like relevant. I mean, we said like you can no longer ignore MEV, and we think that this really applies to every participant in the stack. So if you're an application developer then MEV applies to you in the sense, like, for one, you can use searchers as like the piping of the decentralized financial system, right? So, for example, decentralized lending markets rely on, basically collateral being liquidated to recapitalize underwater markets. Decentralized exchanges rely on arbitrage in order to keep their price in line with the rest of the market. So it's not like MEV is all bad here, but very often sort of bad application design exposes your users to larger transaction costs than would otherwise be necessary. So as an application developer, it is really important to be aware that MEV exists, and you should factor it into the way that you build your application from day one, so you can really give the best experience to your user. Let's maybe think about it from the perspective of the app developer. Do you have any, of the wallet developer? So if you have a wallet, Stefan, how do you think about MEV? What do you think wallets should be thinking about?
All right. So Flashbots has a product called Flashbots Protect, right? And what it does, it provides an RPC much similar to all the other RPCs that people use. But this one is different in that the transactions are routed directly to miners on Ethereum, and so aren't sort of vulnerable to being attacked or exploited for MEV. I think, as a wallet, what you should be thinking about is, okay, I see that the transaction we produce and the users produce generates a lot of value that the wallet isn't capturing and that the users aren't capturing. So how can I make sure that this value can be returned back to us to continue funding the wallet, and then also to the users to help attract and maybe reduce user acquisition costs? I think we're going to see the emergence of a lot of systems that are going to help produce that value. And really what I would encourage wallets to think about is avoiding an outcome where this system ends up being more centralized, right? You can easily see wallets start to sell order flow to searchers and say, I will route all of my order flow to you. In exchange, we're going to split the revenue that is going to be generated from that order flow 50-50. This is kind of the Robinhood model, right? Like Robinhood selling order flow to Citadel. There's some contractual agreement that says, we route the order flow and you're going to pay us some amount for it over time. I would encourage thinking outside of the box and thinking, is there a more decentralized way of doing this, more permissionless ways of doing this, where that doesn't require sort of handshake agreements between bot operators and wallets, and instead leverages an open marketplace that can be freely entered?
Yeah, so we talked about what you have to think about as a protocol developer, right? Don't try to say that MEV doesn't exist, right? If it does exist, the law of MEV conservation says that MEV will be extracted. And if you use an inefficient format for that extraction, the result is very negative externalities for your blockchain that will ultimately degrade the user experience and centralize it in the long term. And you're missing on all of the revenue that you could get for your validators and miners by running an efficient MEV auction. We talked about application design, we talked about wallet design, and we talked about sort of the investment case. Do you think, Steph, that we are missing anything?
I mean, one thing about MEV that I think is going to be particularly relevant in the coming years as we enter sort of a more dull phase of the market is MEV is the fundamental working block that makes a lot of blockchains tick. It exists whether you're in a bull market or a bear market. It is very uncorrelated, and for as long as there's economic activity on top of blockchains, there's going to be MEV. So the encouragement is really to think about how you can build new things with this, how thinking deeply about the problems that MEV raises will help you resolve some of the questions of where does the industry move to in the next few years, and stay ahead of the curve in the development of these systems.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's a good final words. According to my clock, we are also coming to an end. I would thank you for the great discussion. And to the audience, thanks for listening.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
All right, everyone, quick announcement. Thank you very much. Hope everyone just learned a lot about MEV. We're going to have a quick break for lunch. We're returning at 1:30 sharp, where the CEO of Robinhood, Vlad Tenev, is going to speak. I'm going to tease this a little bit. They've got a pretty big announcement that they're going to drop live here, so go get some food, come back quick. We'll see you back here.
here I'll stay, waiting for the tide to turn the sail away. On these breaking waves of hurt, I try to leave behind this savage world. Maybe someday I'll return. Patiently, you wait for me on the shore, thinking time is all I'll need to give you more. But guarantees I cannot give you no, because I'm a shipwreck sinking slow. And promises they break, and I'm through making mistakes. Love's done nothing but cut me up and carry me away. So now I hide my heart, it's buried somewhere deep at the bottom of the ocean. 'Cause I've been torn apart by what I thought was love, but it left me broken. So now I hide my heart far beneath the waves at the bottom of the ocean. If only I could get to you, what's buried beneath the blue of this ocean. And promises they break, and I'm through making mistakes. Love's done nothing but cut me up and carry me away. So now I hide my heart, it's buried somewhere deep at the bottom of the ocean. 'Cause I've been torn apart by what I thought was love, but it left me broken. So now I hide my heart far beneath the waves at the bottom of the ocean. If only I could get to you, what's buried beneath the blue of this
There is a place I can hide, where all the colors collide, and your flame, it keeps me alive. Might lose a part of my mind, searching for what I can't find. Hurt by the dark of the night, and your flame, it keeps me alive. And all I need is to be here by you. All I need is to be free by you. Be free by you. And your flame, it keeps me alive. what's right. Held by the dark of the night, but your flame, it keeps me alive. And all I need is to be here by you. All I need is to be free by you. Be free by you. And the flame, it keeps me alive.
different if I could just find you? Could you remember if I just remind you? We could start over and just tell the time to slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. This room is cloudy, feels like my mind, nowhere to go. Cause you're so hard to find, is what the fight? Or should we just let it go? Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down.
Welcome to Permissionless. Please take your seats. As a courtesy to our presenters, we ask that you silence mobile devices. Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
Promise
right, everybody. Welcome back. Everyone get some food in them? Get some coffee? What? What is that energy? Get some food, some coffee? We ready? All right, that's good. All right, guys, really, really psyched for this next chat. We're going to be hearing from Baiju and Vlad, the co-founders at Robinhood, a little company called Robinhood. Maybe some of you have heard of them. Thank you. Yeah, great. All right, so they've got a really big announcement, so I don't want to hype it up too much, but they've got a lot of interesting stuff to say, and I do not want to get in their way. So guys, without any further ado, please give a warm welcome to the founders of Robinhood. Give it up.
Hello, thank you all very much for coming. We're very excited to be here today. I think it's actually the first time we've shared a stage together in quite a while, right, Vlad?
Yeah, several years.
So today we've got a sneak peek of something that we've been working on. Really excited to show it to you guys. But before we started, Vlad, do you want to talk a little bit about swapping cryptos?
Yeah. So let's talk about what it looks like to swap crypto today. First of all, there's basically two ways to do it. You could go through a centralized exchange, or you can use a non-custodial wallet that connects to decentralized exchanges. Now, both of these have their pluses and minuses, but for me personally, and I'd venture to say for a lot of you in this room, security and privacy are number one. And non-custodial wallets allow you to trade crypto without giving up control and ownership of your keys. And we think that's an incredibly powerful thing. So let's see what swapping crypto with a non-custodial wallet looks like today. So the first thing you have to do is set up your wallet. And I'm sure you're familiar with something like this. So if you do it on mobile, you get 24 words that make up your secret passphrase. You usually have to transcribe them. You have to write them down on a piece of paper. Make sure no one sees the piece of paper. Make sure you don't lose it, or else you lose your keys. So it's a little bit clunky and cumbersome. Then, after you do this, you transfer in some ETH, and this is the first time you get hit with the gas fees. So for those of you that have done this before, I'm sure many of you in this room, the gas fees are quite high. I think last time I tried doing this, I paid over $100 just to move in some ETH. And then you get into an interface like this. So in this one, we're swapping 0.3 ETH to USDC. So you see the gas fee right there. You also see a lot of these wallets are charging basically a commission, but a transaction fee, which is a little bit under 1% of the total transaction. So you could end up paying a significant amount, in my case, hundreds of dollars, in this case, at least tens of dollars, just to make a simple trade. And that might be okay for people that are early adopters of crypto or wealthy, but for everyday people, that's a lot. And you might ask, what about layer 2s? So layer 2s are supposed to make things cheaper, right? Well, this is what it looks like to sign up for a layer 2 using one of these popular wallets. So you have to fill out this form on your mobile phone, put in the network name, the RPC URL, the chain ID, and again, this might be fine if you're a DeFi protocol developer or a computer scientist, but for everyday people, incredibly cumbersome. So we've also heard about generating yield farming. Let's say I wanted to make some passive income with my cash. So right now, the way to do that would be to open up the browser that's embedded in the non-custodial wallet. You go to DuckDuckGo. You navigate to one of these yield farming protocols. In this case, what we're showing here is Curve, which is actually one of the best ones. And you see something like this. And even for me, it's a little bit hard to figure out how do I actually put my money to work here. So again, if you're like us and you're comfortable with a terminal, or you have a background in accounting or computer science, or you're building dApps, this is great, but there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a way to get all of the security and privacy benefits of self-custody with the low-cost simplicity and mobile-first design that you're accustomed to from TradFi products like Robinhood. And one of the most surprising and significant things for me personally over the past few years was seeing how many sophisticated financial transactions you can do without giving up control and ownership of your keys. So a few years ago, self-custody meant getting a Trezor or ledger, taking it offline. Now it means being your own bank, swapping, lending, borrowing without any middlemen or central intermediaries, just you and the blockchain.
Vlad, just play the video already.
So we got very excited about this whole problem space, and we thought we'd make a video. So let me share that with you today. Pretty cool, isn't it?
Needless to say, we are extremely excited about this. This is our product for self-custody coming on Robinhood. And here's a first sneak peek, early look at the product. Internally, we've been calling it Robinhood 3. And this isn't just a reference to Web 3. Our first version of Robinhood let customers trade equities. It was all about equities. Second version, which we launched a few years ago, brought crypto into the product. And now the two of us are working on this and reimagining crypto wallets. We call it Robinhood 3. Let's go to the next slide. Let's get a product reel. It's a brand new app built from the ground up, native on mobile. It's fast, looks great, and we think it's just dead simple to use. And as you can see on the screen, you'll see just a little bit of it on the interface in a moment, is a new interaction, which we call chromatic touch, which is a way of interacting with the screen. You can see a little bit of it right there on the keypad. It's a design layer that we've developed that we're really passionate about, using the familiar type styles, design systems, and gestures from core Robinhood. It's something new, but we also think that it's really uniquely Robinhood, and we're just super proud of it.
So what can you do with Robinhood 3? So you got a sense of this from the video, but the big thing is trading and swapping with no network fees, and of course, no commissions. Those of you that maybe are familiar with Robinhood can tell and know how much we hate commissions. We hate them with a fiery passion. And our aim is actually for the all-in cost to swap crypto via Robinhood 3 to be less than what you can get via the most popular centralized exchanges. So we're going to give customers a great deal. But not only that, you'll also be able to easily access DeFi protocols to earn yield. So we'll bring the best of Web3 protocols to you. And we really don't like web browsers, so we're very excited to show you how this works. And of course, you'll be able to store NFTs and connect to NFT marketplaces, all on multiple high-speed chains, and you maintain full control over your keys and your coins every step along the way. So our plan is to start beta testing later this summer and get the product in everyone's hands later this year.
So a first look. If this sounds like something that you're interested in, grab the QR code with your phone and hop on the wait list. Like Vlad said, we're going to start rolling it out later on this year. And I just want to end by making one comment, which is on crypto summers and crypto winners. You know, I think most of the protocols and products that we're talking about today were actually built during the last crypto winter, and we think that it's a great time to build for the future. So if you're a protocol or a dApp developer, we'd love to work with you. Please reach out, check out the waitlist, and thank you.
Thank you. Super excited to get this in everyone's hands. I think you'll love it.
All right, guys. Huge news, very cool. Very traditional Web 2 company like Robinhood really leaning into this space. Awesome, awesome stuff. I will definitely be checking it out. I want to give a warm welcome to the next speaker. He's the CEO of Nansen, Alex Svanovic, and he is going to be talking to us about building the information super app of Web 3. So without any further ado, give it up for Alex.
In 1893, the explorer Fridtjof Nansen took his ship and 12 men on an expedition. An expedition to reach as far north on Earth as any human being had ever been. His plan was simple but bold. Build a ship that's strong enough to be encapsulated in ice, and let the ice, the Arctic ice, and the drift carry the ship for several years towards the North Pole. The previous record holder, or I should say the current record holder at the time for farthest north, Adolphus Greely, who was an American polar explorer, predicted that Nansen's plan would be a disaster. And he was not the only one. Yet, after 2 years in the Arctic, Nansen made it 3 degrees further than Adolphus Greely. His plan only partially worked. The ship was carried by the ice, but the calculations weren't quite correct, and so he had to finish the last leg on skis. This is what you might call a pivot in the startup world. But he was a good skier. He had previously crossed Greenland as the first human being to do it just a few years earlier. So Nansen managed to get 3 degrees further than any human had ever been. And by doing that, he helped map out parts of Earth where no one had ever been before. Today, Earth has largely been mapped out. The next frontier for us is not in the physical realm, but in the virtual. It's the product of our own ingenuity and imagination, the metaverse. And you in this audience are the explorers of this world. You are the builders, the investors, and the users of Web3 and crypto. I believe that the spirit of Nansen, the spirit of exploration, exists in every one of you, and explorers need to have the best tools. Nansen had his compass, and you, the pioneers of Web3, have Nansen, the analytics platform. This is why we created Nansen. We want to ensure that the pioneers in this world emerge as winners in the future of finance. And our job is to help you surface the signal of what happens on the blockchain. We believe that if we can help the pioneers, the explorers, be successful, then you will reinvest into the space, and you will bring more people in, and you will help the whole industry grow. So the premise for our company is quite simple. So what is Nansen specifically? It's an analytics platform which monitors transactions from many different blockchains. And our customers use Nansen to discover new opportunities. For example, NFTs that are popular and are trading right now. And you can also use it to find DeFi protocols where the smart money is allocating their capital. In addition, you can perform due diligence. You can understand why are these people buying these NFTs, or who else is buying it, and what are the different tokens and DeFi protocols that you might want to avoid after looking at them more closely. You can also use Nansen to defend your positions by setting up real-time notifications when important events take place. For example, if Alameda puts $50 million into a smart contract, you might want to know that. So what's unique about Nansen? A lot of people ask me, this is public data that you're bringing out from blockchains. So, how is this different? And the truth is that Nansen has data that no one else has. It's not just about the on-chain data that we get from blockchains. We also enrich this data with our own wallet labels and entity information. We have more than 120 million addresses labeled. And these addresses cover about 80% of all the volume that's transacted on the blockchains that we cover. We also have more than 150 contributors who help us with this. We have about 110 people in our core team, and we have Nansen scouts who help us, who have been trained and, of course, get rewarded for their contributions to building out the most powerful data platform in our industry. So this is what I would say puts us in a unique position to create the information super app of Web3. Instead of having 20 different tabs open with 20 different products, that's, to me, not a great user experience. I think there's an opportunity to create one platform where you get everything under one roof. And just like Nansen had 12 men in his crew, we believe there are 12 strategic core modules that you should have in the information super app of Web3. Let's start with the first features we rolled out with Nansen when we rolled out in DeFi Summer 2020, namely tokens and DeFi. This is how a lot of people started using Nansen originally. And some of you might have been farming Wi-Fi or comp back in 2020, or you tried to understand what people were doing with their sushi tokens as they were being distributed. And this is basically what Nansen was focused on initially, understanding tokens and understanding DeFi. And understanding what the smart money is doing with these different tokens, what they're trading, is still one of the core use cases of Nansen. The next module that we need is NFT analytics. And last year, we rolled out our NFT features, and they became very popular very quickly. In fact, when I go to conferences, sometimes people recognize me, and if they do, it's typically to come up to tell me that they made a lot of money trading NFTs using Nansen. That doesn't happen to everyone, I can't guarantee that, but it is definitely one of the most loved parts of our platform. And today, we don't only have basic transactional information about NFTs, we have advanced things like price estimates for individual NFTs. If you want to figure out what a machine learning model thinks your Bored Ape is worth, that's something that you can get an estimate for through Nansen. We also have NFT indexes, where you can see how the overall NFT market is moving, not just the individual collections. And like I said, the due diligence use case, again, is important here. You want to understand who else is actually buying this NFT collection. And that's a very common use case for our NFT analytics. Alerts are another very important use case that you need in the information super app of Web3. And we deliver personalized notifications through Discord, Telegram, or Slack on important on-chain events. I mentioned the use case with Alameda earlier. That's one example. There are many others. For example, we monitor internally the Ronin exploiter and how they move their funds around, and we get notifications in real time every time they move their funds. And I would say this is a feature that might be one of the best kept secrets in crypto, because not that many people know about it, but the ones who do have a more than 400% higher chance of becoming a Nansen subscriber after activating them. So it's clearly a very useful part of our platform. And effectively, the question we're answering with this feature is what important transactions are taking place that I just cannot miss. And these are some real example alerts that I have from my own smart alerts with Nansen. We also have ecosystem dashboards. So you can monitor important projects like Lido, Axie Infinity, Avalanche, Solana, Aave, etc. And they have all asked us to build dashboards for them in Nansen. These are community dashboards that anyone can access, even if you don't have a Nansen account at all. And the teams don't have to spend time building these dashboards. We do it for them. So if you want to understand how much traction does Lido Finance have, you can look that up with Nansen. Recently, we've also rolled out programmatic access to Nansen data through APIs and SQL. And this is for the people who want to take things to the next level and create their own custom analyses. Typically, it would be VC funds, hedge funds, and so on, who would use these features. And it really is a way to level up your trading strategies and back-testing them with historical data. And we have support for 10 different blockchains with enriched data, as mentioned before. We've had some really interesting results back-testing the smart money trading signals as well. And we published a report on this showing how if you had used the smart money features and you created a simple trading strategy off of that, you could have outcompeted the market with these data points. And then we have Nansen Alpha, which is a crypto-native research subscription. And I believe research is also an incredibly important part of the Information Super app. Nansen Alpha is different because it is truly crypto-native. This means we do timely deep dives on things like yield farming, NFTs, and other L1s. It's also a community. It's not just about Nansen analysts publishing the reports. It's also about getting the right people who are all Nansen Alpha customers in the same room, sharing information with each other, and also introducing them to interesting projects in the space. Okay, I've talked a lot about what we are building, but I think an important message here is that we believe we can get further if we work together. And we've made 2 strategic investments recently. One in Zero Drop, which is an engagement platform for NFTs and Web3 gaming, and another one in APY Vision, which is an analytics platform for liquidity providers. And both of these, I think, are really good examples of how we can work together, making their products more powerful with our own on-chain data, but also being able to pull the data from these projects into Nansen. And on that note, portfolio tracking is one of those modules that are really important. And portfolio tracking is actually really hard. It gets harder and harder the more complex the crypto space gets. When you have multiple different chains, and some of these chains have multiple layers, and you have lots of different DeFi protocols that all work in their own different ways. And in addition, you have NFTs where you need to estimate the value of the individual NFTs, unlike what you can do with fungible tokens. These are all challenges that you have to take into consideration when building a really good portfolio tracker. And we think that the best way for us to roll out a portfolio tracker for Nansen is to work together with someone. So I'm really excited to announce today that the Web3 portfolio tracker, Apeboard, is joining forces with Nansen. This is Nansen's first acquisition, and we're really excited about it because this is an incredible team that have been able to get super far in a very short amount of time. We also have Mike, the co-founder and CEO of Apeboard, somewhere in this audience. He traveled all the way from Bangkok to join us at the conference. And this is really exciting to us because it plays so nicely into the vision of being the information super app of Web3. But also, it's a way for us to make Nansen accessible to more people. We are going to create a portfolio tracker, which is free. So don't worry, we're not just putting a paywall on Apeboard. That's not the plan. We're going to roll out a next-generation portfolio tracker together with the Apeboard team. And you'll have to stay tuned for the next few months as we roll that out. I'm extremely excited about it. I also want to give a thanks to SCB 10X, who are also here, especially Ty, who is a common investor in both Nansen and Apeboard and helped make this transaction possible. All right. What about the remaining 3 modules? I said there were 12. I think I'll ask you to just stay tuned for those. I'm not going to cover them. I don't have enough time. But if you want to help us build these modules and work on some of this other exciting stuff that I showed you, we are hiring very actively. You don't have to necessarily work in any of these 3 locations that we have on the screen, but Miami, Lisbon, and Singapore are Nansen hubs. That means that every year you can travel to one of these places and you can spend up to 3 months there. We'll pay for your flights, we'll pay for your accommodation, and of course the office space. And that's a great chance for you to get out of the metaverse, out of the remote first environment, and just connect with other Nansen team members on site. But you can actually work from anywhere in the world if you work at Nansen. You could be working from the North Pole, following Nansen's footsteps if you have an internet connection. So I would encourage you to go to nsn.ai/careers if this is interesting to you. All right, so my last call to action is simply to go to nsn.ai/permissionless if you want to try out Nansen yourself. It's free to try. You can get started today. And thank you very much for coming to my talk. Have a good conference.
All right, everyone. Congrats to the Nansen team on the acquisition. Very, very interesting stuff. Going to be following that very closely. All right, this next panel is called Investing in an On-Chain World. So how many folks out there, show of hands, if I say we're going to create a project on-chain, how many folks know what that means? Really detailed. All right, cool. So about half of folks. So we're going to be getting into and exploring what that really means, what's the advantage of building new financial products and services on-chain, how it's a step change improvement from their traditional counterparts, and really what that means from the world of investing and investing opportunities as well. The other thing is we've talked a lot kind of indirectly today about how this implosion of UST and Terra has impacted the ecosystem. There have been kind of hints and talks about a bear market. So we've got some great investors on this panel, some great builders on this panel. So we're actually just going to mix the content up a little bit and directly tackle what do market conditions look like. So we're going to kick things off with that. That's about as long as I can stall. Do you guys want to hear a joke while they're still setting stuff up? I've got a joke. 2 muffins are sitting in an oven. One muffin turns to the other muffin and says, "Is it just me or is it hot in here?" The other muffin says, "Holy shit, a talking muffin." And that is my dad joke of the day, and I will kick the panel off with that energy. All right, guys, welcome to the stage, Investing in an On-Chain World. I appreciate it. All right, guys. Thanks so much for doing this. Really, really excited for this panel. So as we just talked about, I actually want to start with market conditions and maybe just like set the stage a little bit. So obviously there's been an enormous implosion in the form of UST and the Luna ecosystem. So that was about $50 billion of enterprise value, depending on how you want to define it, wiped. And obviously the rest of the crypto markets have kind of slid. So what I'd love to kind of start to dig into here is how are you guys assessing kind of current market conditions? Maybe it's from a trading and a liquidity standpoint. Maybe it's from just a VC fundraising and valuation kind of standpoint. But what's your kind of on-the-ground sense of what's going on right now? Maybe Haseeb, I can pick on you to kick us off.
Yeah, so right now it's pretty clear that we've entered into, I feel like the collapse of UST had a lot of ramifications for DeFi, for stablecoins, and then for the broader market environment. This whole year, crypto has been sliding mostly due to macro and just the Fed raising interest rates. And the collapse of UST feels like it's going to have a lot more knock-on effects for how people view DeFi going forward. There's been a lot of credulity about how many of the things that we're doing in DeFi are sustainable. And it's something that we've been talking about for a very long time when it comes to yield farming, where do yields come from? You know, anybody who ever asked the question, where do yields come from? We now know the answer. It comes from risk. That's where yields come from, right? So if you were in Anchor getting 20%, you didn't even get a year of 20% before you were blown out. And now it's trading at 20 cents. So like you get what you pay for when it comes to yield. I think what it's going to result in longer term is that, one, there's going to be a lot more pressure to create sustainable models in DeFi. It's obviously going to cause a lot more carefulness and caution around investing. If you look back to 6 months ago, you saw a total frenzy with respect to investors in basically believing anything that entrepreneurs would tell them and having a lot less due diligence and a lot less care going into underwriting some of these new things that people are creating. And I think that's shifting now. It's happening already in traditional markets. It's happening as well in crypto. So I think it's going to take us a few months to figure out what the new normal is. But longer term, you know, I'm very bullish on DeFi. I think DeFi is going to do fine. But the more speculative and frenzied elements of it are going to get eroded.
Yeah, what Hasib said around similar patterns we've seen in traditional markets cannot be overstated. So I run a venture firm called Volt Capital, so I'll take the venture side of this. We're long-standing players. We take a long-term view. And when you look at what was going on in the crypto market, it was not dissimilar than what was going on in traditional markets. There was a euphoria, there was frothiness. The valuations that pre-seed companies and seed companies were raising at, I mean, you were taking on pre-seed risk at Series A, Series B prices, okay? And now there's a safety margin that wasn't there before because the prices that founders were raising at assumed perfection, okay? It assumed you would hire the perfect team, you would execute perfectly, and that you would perfectly find product market fit. And it's not there anymore. And so there's this huge reset, and this correction is incredibly healthy for not only traditional markets, growth markets, but also crypto. And then there's panic and some fair weather investors, fair weather founders that jumped in to turn a quick dollar at peak. Obviously, have weak hands and are getting spooked, but and are wondering like, is it going to be as bad as end of 2017 all the way to 2020? And it's like, yeah, well, if it's as bad as that last winter, I mean, FTX might come out of it, OpenSea, Uniswap. And then if you're looking more broadly at if it's going to be similar to like a 2008 recession, I mean, remember that's when Bitcoin was invented. So at the bottom of the bear market is when we see the real substantive innovative building happening, and so we're more optimistic than ever.
So guys, help me understand something. Because on the one hand, I hear what you're saying, and I completely agree, right? It's the cleansing fire, right, where the froth is left and the tourists leave and the real building happens and everything. But one thing that might be a little bit different this time as compared to last time is just the sheer raw amount of venture capital that is poured into crypto over the course of the last year or so. I mean, the numbers are really, really staggering. So on the one hand, you can clearly feel that there's pain in the marketplace. Valuations are already starting to reset. The labor market has started to change locally within crypto, probably more broadly in tech as well. But there's still an enormous amount of dry powder, right, that's sitting on the sideline waiting to be deployed. So how does that dynamic work, right? Because you have the froth that's getting worked out of the ecosystem, but at the same time, there's still a huge amount of capital that needs to find a home. So how do you guys kind of see that dynamic playing out over the course of the next year?
So you always want to be thinking at the margin, right? Like what is going to be the marginal effect of lowered prices and or kind of muted euphoria? There were a lot of investors, we might invest into a seed round of a company, and they'd be like 5x oversubscribed. And generally, if you're 5x oversubscribed, that means that you're going to raise the price, right? Like it's not going to clear at 5x oversubscribed. And so the price would raise, and the price would raise to, you maybe, you'd get Andreessen or Dragonfly or one of these, Polychain, somebody like that, to lead you around. And then you'd fill the rest of it with like, a family office or a hedge fund or just some random non-strategic investor. It's the non-strategic people who are at the margin exiting the market, right? It's the folks who bought in at, the $100 million seed rounds and realized like, wow, we're down on everything in our portfolio. There's just absolutely no way that we're going to make money on even our seed investments, which usually are the best risk return. Those people are exiting the market, right? SoftBank is exiting the market. Some of these folks who were playing in crypto, who thought that crypto was just a guaranteed way to make money, they're down massively, and they're like, look, I'm not playing this game anymore. Now, there's a lot of crypto-specific capital, earmarked specifically for crypto. That capital is not going away. It may slow down because people realize that, like, hey, when I go raise my next fund, it may not be $1 billion or $2 billion. Maybe it's going to be relatively less than that. Maybe the returns from my current fund aren't going to look as great. What that is going to do is it's going to take some latency until we see this vintage of funds run out of dry powder. So you're absolutely right. If you compare it to traditional venture, just normal equity investing, right now, people are already seeing, when I talk to venture capitalists who are doing regular tech investing, they're already seeing massive slowdowns. Valuations come way down. The competitiveness and the speed of deals is getting way slower. In crypto, it's happening, but nowhere near as much as is happening in regular markets. But if you give it 3 to 6 months, we will catch up because this vintage of funds will start running low on dry powder. And that's when you'll see the full reset with respect to capital raising environment.
What about from a kind of a market structure standpoint? Maybe, Evgeny, I can kind of pick on you here a little bit. One thing that happened right after UST broke was that a bunch of other pegs in crypto kind of started to get tested, right? There was kind of a flow of redemptions in Tether, right? And the peg kind of slipped to like 98 cents. The ETH peg in the Lido pool, that kind of also has wobbled a little bit and I don't think is fully recovered. So like almost from a liquidity standpoint, a market structure standpoint, what would kind of the aftermath of the UST explosion look like from your perspective?
Yeah, we've seen quite a few tests last week. So yeah, what you mentioned with Tether, with stake these pools on Curve. And I think we'll see even more tests when it comes to, TVL in general. And this metric has been, I think, kind of abused in general on the investment side of things. And I think we'll see both this metric not mattering that much, but also it being challenged as a lot of liquidity would actually leave a lot of protocols. And that's kind of what we are preparing for on our side with the market structure. From the market structure perspective, we expect that, both institutional and retail people will basically pull out of a lot of pools. At the same time, because there will be much less interest on the trading side, it will be even less interest into providing liquidity in those pools. And so it's not going to be a death spiral, but it can impact it quite significantly. So we do expect quite a big drop in TVL overall.
And have you guys seen, one other thing, having just seen multiple kind of market cycles in crypto, and Steve, you were kind of indirectly talking about this, is, what happened, and actually Chris Dixon in his speech, for those of you who caught it this morning, kind of brought this up too. There are these cycles of crypto where as the price goes up, it attracts a bunch of talent, it goes out, and then some people stay, and you get a lower base level sort of each time. I'd be curious to get y'all's perspective about kind of institutional interest, right, or thoughts or commentary in the wake of this big explosion. Because obviously crypto had already kind of been rolling over, right? Tech broadly had been rolling over, crypto had been rolling over, but now we kind of see this big explosion in the form of UST. So I'd be curious to y'all from an institutional kind of standpoint, are they kind of looking at this saying, oh wow, see, I knew that this was not legitimate, this was rickety and it was all a house of cards, or are they saying, hey, this actually could be a buying opportunity because maybe this isn't indicative of the whole system? Maybe James, I can pick on you.
Yeah, on the institutional side, most of our folks are retail, but I think what's interesting is for the institutional side, this is probably the first time that they've experienced a crash of this sort. Last cycle, they were not here. Maybe one frame to look at it is on a comparative basis. Typically crypto has viewed as the risk asset, so if it nukes 80-90% is considered disaster. But in the public markets, like the leading tech companies in the US have nuked 80-90%, which was never the case before. So I think perhaps on that lens, maybe it puts crypto on a more even footing. These are all risk assets. They are all at the mercy of interest rates and central banking regulation. So they are typically have a longer time horizon and a longer attention span. So I think hopefully for the more enlightened players is viewed as an opportunity to accumulate.
During last cycle, the running joke was institutions will be here in 6 to 9 months. And then in every 6 to 9 months, we would shift the scale and we'd say again, oh, in the next 6 to 9 months. And the fact of the matter is, this most recent go around, they're here. And it wasn't like, the C-suite woke up one day and thought, oh, we should get exposure to stablecoins, or oh, we should get exposure to Bitcoin, right? I mean, they've been tracking this thing since 2014. And it's been on the desk of every, just from like a federal perspective, like every 3 to 4 letter agency you can think of. And of course, from an institutional perspective, like you're looking at the Fidelities, you're looking at top, Fortune 50 corporates that have been tracking the cycles and episodic nature of the market. They diversified, knowing exactly what they were getting into. And you can't, really, once that genie's out of the bottle, you really can't put it back in. It's a testament of faith, an indicator of faith, because regardless of market cycles, they trust that the the entrepreneurial talent is here. There's enough regulatory clarity, which will start tightening at the heels of this bear market, which isn't anything that we haven't seen before, and that this technology is here to stay. And so similarly, just how institutions don't, leave public markets when the S&P's down. They're going to stay. The ones who decided to diversify are here to stay.
One other thing that's actually very healthy about these kind of market cycles in general is, there's that Warren Buffett saying, which is that it's only when the tide go out, can you see who's swimming naked? And I think there were definitely some naked swimmers in crypto. It's a very healthy thing because there are definitely seeds of things that are working. But maybe because there's so much money, there's so much capital, and there's just so much excitement, it's not obvious, right, until everything turns over. And then in bear markets, typically we fix what was broken during the bull market, we improve upon it, and that kind of innovation leads to the next big thing. So I guess like open-ended question, all of you in your respective spaces of crypto, what were you all kind of looking at that you were saying, ooh, I know this looks like it's working, but I feel like it's kind of broken, and maybe this is where we should focus our attention and energy when we have some cloud cover from this bear to improve upon, for the next kind of bull cycle?
Well, the thing about crypto generally is that crypto enables permissionless innovation, meaning that anybody is free to build anything they want, and there are no bailouts, right? Nobody saves you. If your thing is breaking or if it's about to blow up, tough shit, everyone who holds it is going to lose money. And that's exactly what happened to Terra. And so what you see in the successive generations of crypto is that the stuff that's older is more battle tested, right? It's lived through more cycles. It's survived more attacks. And the things that are newer, generally, they're sort of younger, they're kind of in their first flush. They don't make as negative assumptions about what might go wrong. And so you see it very much in that if you look at MakerDAO, it's just been sitting there doing MakerDAO stuff for the last 3 years. Nobody noticed it. Everybody was like, oh, Maker's the most boring thing in the world. It's the only asset that was up in the last week, right? Because it just sat there and worked, and it did its job. Because Maker survived March of 2020, and they learned from that experience that we need to harden this protocol in every possible way to make it survive. And in the long run, the selection pressure of crypto, I mean, what economists often call creative destruction, right? This idea that the things that aren't sort of evolutionarily fit, they die off, they fail, right? The restaurant that can't keep customers in the door, it fails as a restaurant and it goes away. And the restaurants that do manage to attract customers, they survive and they thrive and they exist for a very long time. In the world of crypto, if your protocol cannot survive the market fluctuations, people trying to attack it, pegs breaking, oracles going down, all that stuff will eventually happen to you. And if your protocol can't survive it, then it won't be around in 3 years. And so it's something that gets reinforced at the end of every cycle, is that there are a lot of things that can fly high when markets are good, numbers are going up, and you're not really getting tested. But when everything in a space is getting tested, you've seen an enormous amount of, we just in everything that we now call DeFi 2.0, right? I mean, I think Luna, you could possibly put it into the DeFi 2.0 category. So many of those protocols have gotten tested in ways that they were not expecting, and they've gotten punished. Whereas DeFi 1.0, I mean, who's heard of anything happening to Maker or Aave or Compound? They're just sitting there doing their thing. And we will eventually see what within the DeFi 2.0 cohort will survive and sort of enter that more stalwart category. But it takes time. And so there's a lot of stuff in this cycle that we try to stay away from that we thought wasn't going to have the same longevity.
Yeah. If I can add on, I mean, from Nanson's perspective, and you know, what we're trying to build is a really great experience where you can get in and we're democratizing access to data and giving people, you know, the information printed, you know, that's accessible to them. And I think the UX will evolve even further than it has in the past. And I think, you know, everyone saw the protect button probably on Anchor and how many people clicked that, right? And like, it's just, you know, insurance, I think, will change the game as well. And can we actually build things that, you know, regular people can get into and feel comfortable about? And I think that's what we want to show is both, you know, opportunities that people can get into, discovering things, and you know, doing due diligence and making sure that, you know, you have those tools in your toolkit that I think normal funds have, but I think we want to make sure that like every person in this space can actually use those tools personally.
One trend I'd be curious to get all of your perspectives on, and maybe this is when we can parlay here, move into the on-chain investing part of this discussion. But you know, one message that has been getting hammered time and time again is we're building infrastructure here, right? So kind of maybe V1 of infrastructure was these great companies like the Coinbases and the FTX, these great kind of centralized exchanges. And now it seems like there's a push to build things on-chain, right? An enormous amount of talent, capital, human capital is kind of moving towards building these new financial instruments primarily on-chain. So maybe we could just define, like, what does that mean, building a product on-chain? How would that differ from its kind of more analog counterpart? Maybe James, you had a great explanation when we talked about this, if you want to talk about it.
It is super exciting to build on-chain, because every time there's a major technology shift, you change your infrastructure, like from on-prem to cloud computing, the kind of applications you can build is fundamentally different. The dominant, like, innovative structure in finance, or I guess from a structured products perspective in the last 30 years is ETFs, right? Everyone's been very familiar. It's like so big, it's ETF bubble. And ARK Invest, very famous for the ETFs. And there's almost none of that, both as product and infrastructure available today on crypto. So at Moon, we basically set out to build infrastructures so you can create those kind of products, index products, purely on-chain. What is the benefit of replicating that on-chain? It wouldn't be very exciting if all you did was replicate the same set of like rules, but it's just a different infrastructure. You got to kind of find the native thing that makes it possible, that takes advantage of the new technology. A key benefit of building a basket or index product on-chain is that the owner of those products actually own the underlying assets. If you own the Russell 2000 like ETF product, you can't really just press a button and get 2,000 shares of all the underlying stuff. With on-chain index products, you can. You literally press redeem and you can get all the underlying products. That's extremely interesting. It's like you actually hold the asset, not just someone else holding a wrapper of something else. The way these products work is also very interesting. Like if BlackRock disappeared, as wonderful as BlackRock is, like those products are not going to work anymore. But when you construct a index on-chain, the rules are just smart contracts. Those are duplicated on every block in the future for Ethereum or Solana, whichever chain you build it on. The benefit of that is even if our team, the initial people who build the recipe, disappears, that smart contract lives on forever, just like a Uniswap V2 contract lives on forever. If the website goes down because we forgot to pay our bills, someone can spin up a new website, a new front end. So it is immortal, which is kind of cool in the world. You don't hear that associated with software. You know, imagine an AWS instance that's immortal. That's kind of all the really cool characteristics about like on-chain products, and it's very exciting to build.
There are cons as well. So optimistically, exactly what James just said. And in addition, there's less bureaucratic overhead, right? Because there isn't that friction of getting traditional financial stakeholders to buy in, right? From a regulatory perspective, getting all the licensing you may need, the better half of a year spent getting all the TradFi entities that you need to sign off, right? When you do it on-chain, you can expedite that process and you can speed up time to launch. The other side of that, though, is the technical friction, okay? So you are going to be sacrificing some efficiency And it's just a more challenging technical problem. And the great thing, though, about that is that it inspires a lot of tinkerers and technically forward folks to build and work on those kinds of problems. So, you pick. A lot of these systems are going to exist in parallel, and so you pick the trade-offs that you want for the system that you intend to build.
Yeah. The other. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this indexing idea was, well, indexing theme was, very interesting for us as well at Wintermute for a couple of years already. It's been amazing how not used it is in crypto in general compared to traditional markets. And I think that the main reason is like majority of people who invest into crypto, they basically think they can outperform the market. So I'll ape into that token and that token, like I don't care about indices. I'm just going to become rich. And I think now with this correction, maybe it's time for people. I'm kind of hopeful that people will start thinking, okay, if I want to get exposure to the next wave, whatever it comes, maybe it's smarter to do via indexing, and then I don't miss out on like basically protocols that will outperform, and not instead of like gambling on that token or that token.
I think a lot of the reason why index investing in crypto has not been popular is because everyone knows that like there's a bunch of bullshit in the top 10. Now everyone has a different view of what the bullshit is, right? But like everyone is like, okay, I know these three, I don't want to hold these three tokens.
Which ones?
Everyone in their heart of hearts can look inside and they know what in the top 10 is bullshit. But the other, going back to the question of what's hard about on-chain investing, the other thing, kind of again, speaking to the collapse of Terra, one thing that I'm sure, those of us who are investors know very well is the feeling of, oh shit, one of our portfolio companies just got hacked. And if you're a regular venture investor, this is not an experience you have, right? You don't get ringed in the middle of the night that like all the money inside of your portfolio company is gone. But in crypto, it happens. It's happened to us many times. And it happens, almost every DeFi protocol has gone through the rite of passage of getting hacked at some point. Right? Now, it might not be at a smart contract level. It could be at a DNS level. It could be your Discord. It could be something else. But people have lost money, and you got to go get in there and fix it. And so that is another part of the difficulty of building on chain is that the balance of power between attackers and defenders, when you're building protocols on chain, is that it always favors attackers. Just this year alone, we've literally seen the biggest hacks in crypto history, and it's only May. So this stuff is hard. It's extremely difficult to get it right, and that it's part of why when I first got into investing, I had so much envy for founders. Like I was kind of like, I'm going to invest for a little while, but like eventually I'm going to be a protocol builder because obviously that's way cooler than being an investor. And the longer that I've done this, the less envy that I have for investors. Because I now realize that like being an entrepreneur in crypto is so hard. It's so stressful. It's so scary. You go through so many oh shit moments that as an investor, I at least get some sleep. And I've realized that as a protocol founder, it's really hard to get that.
But also the data, if you build on-chain, is available and it's transparent to everyone, which I think is amazing too. Obviously, our company prides ourselves in surfacing that information. But it's live, it's granular, and it's transparent. Everything that we see who the market participants are in any given pool, what the liquidity is, so you can have more indication about the risk, before you get in. And once it goes onto an exchange, we lose a lot of visibility there. For us, that is empowering to people, and it's something that we obviously want to take advantage of, and we enjoy those benefits having it on chain. So.
Yeah, it's huge, and a complete net new way to do due diligence in investing in crypto because all that data is public versus in traditional markets. The thing is, though, is you have to be careful not to substitute being data rich, or rather being insight poor for being data rich. You can't conflate the two. And so products like Nansen and Disclaimer were one of the earliest investors in Nansen. is they do a great job distilling those insights. And so that's the one thing I'll say to investors and also founders that are having their folks put up dashboards and really doing a lot of the analytical work, is that it's important because in a sea of data, your ability to really wrap and give the insights and distill the insights you need, that's where the alpha is. It's not in all these data points.
Great. I have a couple of different follow-up questions there. So I want to return to this idea of like when you're building, like one of the dreams, right, of specifically DeFi, having everything on chain in this beautiful way that everything's governed by smart contracts, everything's very transparent, and you're supposed to be able to understand systemic risk better in DeFi, right? Because in TradFi, right, when we went through the global financial crisis, there were all theen like conduits, right? There's a bunch of off-balance sheet stuff, and so it goes, oh, if this were more transparent, then maybe the downturn wouldn't have been so bad, or we would have been able to mitigate it. We're currently going through a downturn. I'd be curious, how much of that narrative is actually true? Because, like, how much transparency do we really have into these markets? Do we really understand how leverage is connected? Do we really understand where risk is because we're living in this on-chain world?
This is something that I rail on a lot against crypto. I think we like to tell ourselves certain narratives that are mostly bullshit. And one of these narratives that I think is largely bullshit is the idea that DeFi is less risky because it's open and you can read data on chain, right? First, I mean, to your point, we have to understand that data, and sometimes it's actually hard, right? Did anybody know what was the price relationship between UST and Luna, at which point Luna would depeg, or sorry, UST would depeg? No one knew. We had a kind of vague idea, like maybe somewhere in this ballpark, things will start unraveling, but nobody really knew. And it was just purely by somebody kind of pushing this curve pool that it turned out the whole thing fell apart. And there was no way, nobody had any idea how to risk model it. Nobody had any system that could precisely identify the point at which this thing would fall out of its stability zone. Another thing we talk about often is the fact that, okay, well, in DeFi, you can read the code. Really what they mean is that I can read the code, right? You can't read the code, right? Most of us probably don't know how to read the code and understand what's going on in Solidity. Some of these things, especially if you're on non-Ethereum protocol, sometimes you can't even read the code because the code isn't open source. So there's so much, and look at Luna as another example, right, about on-chain reserves. Luna was obviously backed by, Terra was obviously backed by Luna, right? So there was UST, the stablecoin, and there was Luna, which was the layer 1 native token. And Terra, UST was backed by Luna, but there was also backed by LFG, which was this nonprofit that's supposed to have $3 billion of Bitcoin, as well as some other random assets. Nobody knew what LFG did. Actually, there's a lot of drama going on right now of people trying to figure out, where did the Bitcoin go? What did they spend it on? Did they actually use it defending the peg or not?
It's at 87 million now, roughly, yeah.
Yes, down from 3 billion.
Yeah,
so almost all of it is gone.
3 billion.
Doe has claimed that all the money was spent, but nobody really knows what exactly was it spent on. And so the reality is that in principle, it's possible to have protocols that are easily discoverable, easily analyzable, where all the data is out there and they're fully on-chain. One example of that, I just talked about it, MakerDAO. It was a perfect example. It's an easy to understand protocol. Everyone knows how it works. All the data is on chain. It's easy to discover. But most things that are new in DeFi, which is most of what the high yielding stuff is not like that. And so I think the reality is that it is on us as an industry to make this stuff more understandable, make it do the work so that people who are actually participating, investing, developing on these things, the standards of what kind of information normal people need in order to interact with this stuff, it has to be enforced by us as a community about the standards and expectations that we have for protocols when they actually come to market and start taking on retail investments.
And maybe if I could be devil's advocate to your devil's advocate, right?
Please.
LFG is probably an example of something that everyone knew wasn't totally, I don't want to say above board, but it wasn't structured the way that it should be, right, in that bull market. And now, the next time there are reserves, behind a stablecoin, this really should be on chain. We really should have more transparency. So maybe it's not that this is some, that's a bullshit narrative, but maybe we're just not as far along as we should be, and we haven't been as strict on ourselves as an industry as we should be to put things on chain, right? Because like we're all talking about now, there are a lot of disadvantages. It's hard to build things and plug into this public infrastructure. Gas fees are high. The tech isn't where it should be, right? Like where you'd want it to be if you were a builder. But yet, folks are still doing it, right? So there obviously is some future that we're all building towards here. So maybe in like a more positive way, right? We're being this is a bear market panel. We're being like, these are bullshit narratives and this isn't working. What are, paint me the picture of what this could look like, right? Why are we using this tech that isn't quite there yet? Why are we taking all this risk as crypto founders? Like, what are we all building toward? What's the best version of what an on-chain world could look like?
So look, I wanna sort of jump on your devil's advocate, is that like, look, I do agree that when you're building something new, it's obviously hard to do all of that, right? Like if you're a brand new startup founder and like, the whole world is looking at you like, hey, analyze your protocol for me, tell me exactly what all the risks are, like audit the hell out of your contracts, make sure nothing ever breaks, and as soon as it does, I want you to pay me all the money back, right? Like that's what the deal is supposed to be if you're a new DeFi founder. And that's crazy hard. And I think it's very clear that the choice that we've made as an industry, which is kind of at the heart of crypto, is the idea that, look, we do this permissionless innovation stuff. We allow things to try and fail. That's how we function. That's how we decided to build the DeFi industry, and I think that's the right choice. So to your point, it is always easier to start off centralized and gradually become decentralized when you figure out what all the levers are and how the way the machine ought to work at equilibrium. But in the early days, it's hard. And so what I'm advocating for is not so much that like, hey, everybody stop doing what you're doing, but more that I think we need to be transparent with people about the risks of interacting with DeFi that isn't as battle tested. There's just an ocean of difference between something like Compound and something like Anchor. And that was something that as an industry, we just weren't ready to communicate to anybody. And it wasn't something that we were kind of admitting to ourselves and to each other as an industry. And I think if there's anything that this cycle is going to teach us, is that unless we adopt the norms of being able to sort of look clearly at how these protocols interrelate to each other, we're not going to be able to grow the pie.
Well, it wasn't consensus around Terra or Anchor or Luna, right? I mean, if you look, there were very much naysayers that were saying from the beginning, under collateralized algorithmic stablecoins, we've seen this before, they aren't going to work. There have been multiple threads on the matter. So what's great is that it's actually mixed voices and a ton of people that were actually against it. Because of the open nature of all of this, right? Information wants to be free. It's good that we can all discern and make our judgments for ourselves. So to your question though, like why are we all here? Like we're all fundamentally reimagining the systems and the rails, right, that power everyday activities for anything as simple as like payments and authentication, rather as unsexy or boring as payments and authentication, to how we listen to music or how we play video games, like what that actually means to our everyday activities and livelihoods. And so when you fundamentally rethink the foundation, I mean, this is only really a once-in-a-generation opportunity where something like this comes along that turns everything on its head. And so you have to have that surface area to innovate, to open up the adjacent possible, learn from the mistakes, and then make better, more informed decisions moving forward. And then the last piece, really, I just always come back to is this idea that with the internet, it was the first time that we were able to move information across borders without any intermediaries. And with crypto, it's the first time we're able to move value without any intermediaries between borders. And that is very, very powerful, and we can't lose sight of fundamentally what we're here and what's changed.
I would say I'm quite happy with how this cycle kind of ended. Like in a way,
it's over.
Look, I've been through 2 cycles. So I'm not like as OG as some other people, but like what did 2017 give us? 2017 gave us ICOs, so we learned how to raise money potentially in an unlimited way, which was great. But that was pretty much it. Like if you look at this cycle, it gave us basically AMMs, great innovation. Like I'm still on the fence whether it will work out or not, but it definitely generated a lot of volume and a lot of real interest. It gave us, well, all these OG protocols like Ava Compound, Maker, like that survived and thrived in this environment. It gave us newer ones, and we've seen a lot of experimentation about, what is scalability, how we can play with it this way or another, and like, can you build a chain that will transact with an insane amount of transactions? And we see a lot of like variations of that on BSC, for example, or Solana. And And we've seen the trade-offs finally. We've finally seen, okay, like what happens if we do it differently. And so we basically see we have so many learnings from this cycle that I'm quite excited for the next one, basically.
I think one of the things that became a norm this cycle is talking about the benefits of on-chain, like the fact that the smart contract is on-chain and people can, by default, and people can fork and replicate and build off that work is just it's like, it basically takes a norm that we got from the fashion world and merged it into the world of finance or software. It's never been the case. Like the last time we had open source by default with Linux, billions of people across the world benefited. Huge, completely unplanned for. And that was not the norm with software, Web 2 software up to this point. That's what Facebook, Twitter, and all those things are like. They grew very large, but they grew also ossified in their own ways. But how many unifork V2 forks do we have now? That's like bad maybe for Haydn, but it's like good for everyone else. You know, it's like that's useless work. You don't have to replicate. That's perfect code that you can use. You know, we built at Amoon, we built our code base off another project, and we're happy if someone builds off our code base. And that just increased the velocity of innovation so much faster. And if there's one thing we need, was just faster velocity of innovation. Now a 16-year-old kid from Kenya can literally build off the work that's all been done up to this point. That's hugely positive.
That's something that we can't discount is the onboarding, the sheer onboarding that's been done the past 5 years of these kids that are 16 and 17 and legally can't open bank accounts but have hundreds of thousands, you know, if not millions in their Ethereum wallets.
Yeah, that was actually, there's, I don't know, folks at Framework, but I listened to a podcast with them, and I clearly listen to a lot of podcasts, and that was an analogy that really hit for me, is just the speed of innovation and how much they broaden the base of people who can create financial products. Because if you had thought of the original track, like if I wanted to create a financial product, you kind of have to start at like a bank, work your way up to become an MD, create some weird esoteric thing that you sell into an institutional audience. And now, I mean, just the barrier of entry and the speed with which you can innovate is so much quicker. I want to also, you know, just talk about, you know, almost from like a higher level, right? Crypto started with Bitcoin. Bitcoin was a reaction to, you know, the idea that central banks had kind of overstepped, that there's too much manipulation going on in the existing financial system, and overall we want to create something that's more secure. I think you can make a lot of arguments in retrospect about why Terra, the model was fundamentally flawed, but maybe the mission was noble, right? Because I think you do need some sort of decentralized stablecoin, right, existing in crypto. And a big part of what we're all trying to do here as well, where there's great, you know, you have the, let's say, distribution of these financial products is much greater in an on-chain world, but also you get the censorship resistance part as well. How much do you guys think of that, you know, when you're looking towards the future? Like, how important is it that we have this censorship resistance that we have in our money, like our Bitcoin, but also just in the financial infrastructure? Like, how important is that?
Well, the thing that's ironic about decentralized stablecoins is that we don't really need them until we do. And you know, today, actually, USDC is, the experience of using USDC in DeFi is, it really feels like a decentralized stablecoin, right? You can transfer wherever you want, no one will ever stop you, unless you like get caught in like a sort of, you know, headline-producing hack, you're probably fine and no one will mess with you as you're doing your business, right? And the biggest thing that I think UST has done is, ironically, it has created the need for something like UST. Yeah. Because it's very likely in the advent of UST, we've already seen, you know, Janet Yellen basically making calls for there to be a more robust stablecoin regulatory framework by the end of the year. So it's very likely that the US is going to see some kind of legislative framework around stablecoins. And if I had to guess, it's not going to be great for crypto. Which, you know, our thesis has always been that decentralized stablecoins are really important, but they will not be used until centralized stablecoins no longer have the same affordances as they have today, right? If you get to a world where people have to be KYC'd to use a centralized stablecoin, or let's say there's a transaction limit, and above a transaction limit you have to be KYC'd, much in the same way that, you know, a bank would collect data on you if you have more than some, you know, de minimis amount of transaction activity. If that's the way that centralized stablecoins get regulated, then we're going to see a renaissance in decentralized stablecoins. But until then, decentralized stablecoins have kind of been waiting in the wings, Right? If you look at DAI, if you look at Frax, if you look at these other large decentralized stablecoins, they're mostly chilling. They're mostly used for yield farming. They're not really, DAI is probably the most used, but most of the rest of them, even UST, never really had a whole lot of payments use case. Mostly they were just used in other DeFi protocols. They're just used as sort of collateral. That will change if and when we see a more punitive regulatory framework arise around stablecoins.
I want to maybe end here because we've been talking a lot about, I think Evgeny came out and said we're done with this cycle. But let's just say, show of hands, how many folks in the audience have only been in crypto during a bull market? That's kind of a waste because I can't really see. Okay, I'm going to assume it's about half and half. Guys, advice, because I'm pretty sure all of you on the stage have been through multiple cycles. What would you say to the audience if you just joined crypto, you're kind of watching all of this stuff go down, and maybe you're starting to feel a little worried? What's your kind of advice for making it through more of a bear market than kind of a bull period?
Well, according to Evgeny, we hit the bottom, so you're good. Just buy everything.
Yeah.
What's my advice? The first thing is that, one is that crypto is extremely cyclical. And if you got into crypto in 2021 or in 2020, you probably don't appreciate that to the extent that people who've been here longer feel it in their bones, that crypto is very cyclical. And it's just true that if you look at the long run, like toward the arc of innovation, as long as you're betting in that direction, you're going to do fine. Look, I can't tell you depending on where you bought in, whether or not your particular asset of choice will go up, but the fundamentals of crypto actually look great, right? The broader decline that we've seen this year is mostly exogenous. It's mostly due to macro. But users are growing, adoption is growing, the technology is improving, transaction volumes are increasing almost everywhere, NFTs are bringing in a new cohort of people, DeFi is getting more mature, this stuff is getting safer, more robust, easier to analyze. Like all the things that we might care about in believing where the space is going is trending in the right direction. So the great thing about bear markets is that you can sleep at night a little better. Things are not as crazy. You don't get as much FOMO. You can actually read documentation or white papers. You can't really do that in bull markets. There's no time. The other thing that I appreciate about bear markets is that bull markets, it's all tweet storms. Bear markets, long form starts actually getting reads.
That's true.
So I look forward to doing more long form and reading more long form.
Yeah. One of my favorite things to do during a bear market is, and I did this especially like last cycle, was just read reports from the early 2000s and late 90s on the internet failing, or why people didn't need the internet, or Amazon.bomb, and just thinking how silly all of those people seemed, and then thinking which side of history I want to be on. And so that's always a great exercise to do personally. But really when you're thinking about crypto, just tuning everyone else out, sticking to your guns, like really understanding, like learning, using the bear market to build your reputation with everyone in the community, to sharpen your own skills and understanding of the space, and really understanding, because to Seep's point, this is where everything's getting battle tested. So you're getting a front row seat to seeing what actually works versus what doesn't. And during euphoric times, you're never going to be able to see that. You're going to have to outsource your conviction and your learnings to someone who is actually in the bear market seeing that firsthand. So yeah, use this time wisely.
Yeah, I would say it's really probably the best time to actually use DeFi protocols, use DeFi products, because in the proper bull market, you're just like way too much distracted with the price, especially if you're a new user. You're like, I don't know, you are on this new protocol, you bought a token, and like you probably would be just looking at the token going up and then down, and not necessarily using it that much. I appreciate the technology behind it. And now, like however more months we have of this, like not bull market, let's call it like this, is just a much better opportunity to learn for a lot of people. And I guess my second message would be, I kind of hoping that it will also kind of, that we as a crypto community, like we as a builders and investors, we also, like basically with the next cohort of people that we're onboarding, we will try to make sure that they don't get too much like burnt on the next cycle as well, because I think that's not what we do that well yet.
First of all, we're not in a bear market yet, so everyone should just chill. Evgeny is a cautious person, but there's still hopium to be had. Second, I just share a personal anecdote. The last time we were in a bear market, 2018, I basically tuned out. I stopped following crypto. I thought, like, okay, this thing is just going to be in very, very painful, unfun mode for a few years. I'll get back in when crypto warms up again. And it warmed up again toward end of 2020, and I got back in, and the timing was good, but that attitude had a grave cost. I completely missed DeFi summer. I missed DeFi summer because I wasn't a citizen in the winter. Mm-hmm. So if you want to catch on to the next new thing, assuming it'll wake up again, you need to actually go through the pain and stick around for the hard times. And the hard times is great for all the things that folks have mentioned. Read the white papers, do all the actual things. Yeah, like there's no ROI for reading white papers during bull markets because while you're reading a white paper, some PFP project is 10x and you missed it, and your white paper doesn't give you anything, right? So this is a great time to read white papers. I haven't read the Curve V2 white paper. I'd love to catch up on that. Stick around, build, and then next time there's spring, you actually catch whatever summer that's going to come.
Yeah. Build and make friends too, right? Like this is the time where you're going to get people who actually care about the space a lot, and so you hear that from Chris and Chris Dixon. If you actually are passionate about this, these are the people that stick around. So I mean, that's when you're going to build the best stuff with the friends that you make here.
Awesome, guys. Well, so misery loves company, basically.
Yeah,
make friends.
Yeah.
Awesome, guys. This has been a ton of fun. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Guys, give them a big round of applause. That's great. That's awesome. That's really good. That was really good. That was really good advice. That was really good advice. All right, we've got another panel, so I got to shepherd you guys off the. Yeah, shepherd you.
I'm running.
All right, everyone. So we may or may not be in a bear market. It's undecided, basically. There are two schools of thought. All right, guys. So for this next talk, we're going to be hearing from the VP of Product at Ledger, talking about great companies that have come out of bear markets. I think Ledger is a really good example. And he's going to be giving us a fireside momentarily here. All right. Good. All right, guys, please welcome Charles to the stage. Give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. So glad to be here with you today. Let me start with a simple question. How many of you here have a ledger? Raise your hand. All right. Good crowd. Great to see that so many of you care about security and understand the importance of self-custody and having control over your own assets. This is indispensable for the future of this space. And we're not the only ones to say that. As more and more people enter this space, we need to remind ourselves and all newcomers of what digital ownership means and why self-custody is so important. At Ledger, we support so many chains, so many tokens, so many wallets. We're not exactly what you'd call maximalists. But if we're maximalists of anything, we're private key maximalists. And if we look back, Web 1 was very much about read. Web 2 brought new capabilities for users to publish their own content and to have a more dynamic experience. And with Web 3, we get this layer of ownership. And this is what makes it special. But you can't have ownership without the security. And our mission at Ledger is to bring security to the world of digital assets. But these digital assets are no longer just financial. They're no longer just a new financial system. They're now permeating culture. And we are here at this event because we're shaping a new culture. Whether it's the Bitcoin Beach in El Salvador to the FTX Arena in Miami, or experiments with DAOs like Constitution DAO, music NFTs, membership NFTs, appearances at major events and national television. The signs are here. The future is here. It's just not evenly distributed. And in this culture, your ledger becomes your universal key, one that you can take with you from app to app, from physical space to virtual space, bringing your data and your assets with you in full ownership. So what is Ledger doing to make this future possible and more widespread? From artists to brands, from individuals to institutions, to chains, to wallets, to dApp, Ledger is here to bring security. Today, we secure over 15% of the total world's crypto and digital assets, and we do so by supporting a wide array of protocols and blockchains, over 30 now. And I'm happy to report that over the past year, 10 of those have been added by independent developer teams that have built on our open source stack. Developers are building on Ledger like never before, from apps that run on the Ledger Nano at a very low level, all the way up to Ledger Live, our wallet app. We also help companies secure their crypto, whether you're a company that holds it on the balance sheet and needs governance, or a big brand that has IP and provenance to protect in this new digital world. As we like to say, not your keys, not your contract, not your NFTs. And we strongly believe that any company entering this space needs three things: to own their keys, to do so with governance, and with hardware security. We also make it possible for people to earn yield on their assets without giving away custody and without having to send it to an exchange or a centralized service. And we recently partnered with Figment to help us increase our coverage and have additional protection to our users. We're also bringing security to the world of NFTs and selected DeFi apps with clear signing, fixing a big problem of our industry today. How many of you here have heard of blind signing or know what it is? Can you raise your hand? Okay, great, great. So let me break it down for you. Blind signing is like unsafe sex. It's fun until it isn't. And when you interact with Web3, right, you're interacting with these smart contracts. And most wallets today don't show you what that contract does, right? And certainly not in a human-readable way. And certainly not with hardware security. So at Ledger, we solved those two problems using the exact same security model that we use for all the rest, which means that all the logic that is used to decode this contract interaction runs within the secure element on your ledger. The very same secure element that drives the trusted display, so that you know exactly what you sign. And we can show you things like this. For example, with Paraswap doing a DAI to ETH swap or doing an NFT transfer. Your ledger is able to adapt to these new applications as they appear. We're also helping all the top Web3 wallets bring additional security to their users by allowing them to connect their ledger and have hardware security. Web3 is about decentralization and user choice, and we truly embrace it at Ledger and want to continue supporting the wider wallet ecosystem. We're often asked, why hardware? Why do you need hardware to secure Web3? Let me use an analogy. If someone tasks you to design a building to secure gold bars, and as you started building it, new demands come in. You want a nightclub at the top floor, a grocery store at the ground floor, perhaps a kindergarten or a hospital, all within the same building. It all gets a bit complicated, and that's a bit the same situation that your computer or your phone is in. It's hard to keep this segmentation within this demanding environment. And I'm sure many of you have had to perform critical security updates to your Chrome in the past month. and I'm sure many of you have a software wallet attached to it. You can see where this is going. This is why you can't protect Web3 value with Web2 hardware. But we see a change in usage. Right? When Ledger was born 6 years ago, it was all about cold storage. It was all about storing Bitcoin, buying it, putting it away. People want to do more now. And we see it, for example, a good proxy is on-chain NFT transactions, where we know that NFTs are inherently about ownership, self-custody is dominant still, and the trend is continuing. People want to transact, people want to use these services and maintain the same level of security. Whether it's memberships, whether it's DeFi, they want it all. But with increased usage come increased risk. And we get daily reminders of this. Right? People clicking a link, losing their crypto, trying out this new thing. And ultimately, we believe that every time someone loses their crypto, it's bad for a whole industry. Right? And this is why we invest so much in supporting the wider ecosystem to increase security. But Web2 taught us click, 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 yes, 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 accept terms with very little repercussions. Right? It's always been easy going. But that very same click has a much higher weight in Web3. Every click could be a value transfer, and there's much more at stake. But user wants the access. They want the convenience, but they need the security of Web2 hardware. We need to make it super easy and super safe at the same time. So how do we close this gap? And we've been thinking a lot about this problem at Ledger. And today, I'm happy to announce that we're taking a step forward to solve this. Today, we're announcing Ledger Connect. Ledger Connect is a browser extension that makes it easier than ever to connect your Ledger to Web3 directly from your browser. It works together with Ledger Live to give you the best Web3 experience possible. Ledger Connect is easy because it connects directly. There is no software wallet in the middle. There is no new passphrase to remember. You get the best security by default. You simply connect your Ledger, and if you have a Nano X with Bluetooth, you can do so on the go without a cable. Safety is a big element to Ledger Connect. As we reduce friction to use Web3, we've also taken measures to warn you about potentially unsafe transactions with a feature we call Web3 Check. Web3 Check is part of Ledger Connect. Let me show you what it looks like. So it could be as simple as you're a new user and you simply interacting with a dApp for the first time. Here, Web3 Check will identify which dApp matches this domain and will tell you, OK, this is your first interaction. No big problem to report. If, for example, you're interacting with a brand new contract that perhaps hasn't been audited yet, hasn't been open sourced, or the source hasn't been verified, you'll get notified on this, and we'll educate users as to why that's important. Perhaps a more dangerous case would be you're interacting with a contract from an unexpected domain, or you're interacting with an unexpected domain for that contract. This could very well be a phishing attempt. And here, Web3 Check will warn you very explicitly as to this risk. We'll be expanding this feature as we go to adapt to new risks and make it even smarter. Just last weekend, we had a clear example of malicious code making its way to popular crypto websites, prompting Web3 wallets for signatures. This is exactly the sort of scenario that Web3 Check would help solve. And this is why we think that safety will be a huge theme for Web3 wallets this year. And we're proud to be at the forefront of that. Lastly, Connect is smart because it's one extension for multiple blockchains. It leverages the wide support we have at the hardware level and brings this to the browser level. And at launch, we will support Ethereum and Solana dApps And more importantly, for Ledger users, Connect will know which app to select on your device automatically, so there's even less friction there. We've made a short video to show you what it looks like. Let me show it to you now. Thank you. So we just posted this on our Twitter account, so if you liked it, please go in and retweet. Ledger Connect starts its life as a Safari extension for iOS. So if you have an iPhone and you have a Nano X, join our upcoming beta. Go to ledger.com/connect. And Web3 is very much about building in public. So we're eager to hear your feedback on how we can make Web3 safer. We think this is a huge upgrade for Web3 security and usability for Ledger users. And if you are a developer, join our Discord and check out our developer portal to learn more about how to build on Ledger. And if you're a company looking to get into this space, please come and talk to us at the Ledger Enterprise booth. We're hoping to set a new standard for usability and safety on Web3. And we want to raise the bar for the entire industry so that people don't lose their crypto. Thank you.
Guys. All right. Mid-afternoon, how's our energy feeling? Are we feeling good? Come on, you know I'm going to ask for more. All right. All right. I'm psyching you up because this next chat is really, really good. It is called the Crypto Renaissance. We're going to hear from Josh Rosenthal. This one is going to be a really great talk, so strap in and give Josh a big round of applause. Welcome him on stage. Josh.
It's my pleasure, and actually it's my honor, to welcome you to this commencement. Especially those of you new to crypto, that is you, the class of 2022. It's been a doozy. You've suffered, especially as of late, but you've earned your stripes, and you can now take your place amongst these hallowed halls, joining illustrious alumni from previous classes of crypto, each class marked by an imminent market collapse of crypto. Alumni, many of whom are here today with us. Look to your left. Look to your right. The class of 2008. Anyone here from the class of 2008 in that crash? No, it was early. The class of 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016, 2017. Who's here from 2017? Class of 2017. Fantastic. That was a doozy. The class of 2018, 2020, 2021, and now you, the class of 2022. Truly one for the books. Congratulations, I mean that sincerely. Your efforts will not have been in vain. They will bear fruit. It's remarkable. The world that stands before you is one of, it's intimidating, but it's also one of historic opportunity. That's what we're going to talk about now. But before we get to the hard work, let's take a moment and celebrate. Let's celebrate with a lecture. Slide 1. No, I'm just kidding, folks. I'll keep it light. It was the end of the world. Your money was worthless, currency was completely devalued, volatile at best, maybe nonsensical. Plague and famine, disease after disease had ripped through layer after layer of the culture, ripping apart community. Wars and rumors of wars, and now a new war on the horizon threatened any geopolitical stability that was left. It was sure to impact supply lines and supply chains, and starvation was all but a certainty. That meant body count, and it was going to rack up. The four horsemen of the apocalypse, war, plague, famine, and death, were out. They were riding high, and they're coming for you. That was at least your experience if you lived during the last Renaissance. When we say Renaissance, we often think of something cutesy or something hoity. Fat baby cherubs with wings or gilded domes, maybe Michelangelo's, maybe the Sistine Chapel, or perhaps Michelangelo's David, like what's on your badges, the icon for this event. But for the participants in the Renaissance, their reality was very different. When they woke up in a cold sweat, chilled to the bone, feverishly sketching out images like that above, of the world ending in a deluge from the heavens and the oceans boiling. They literally thought their world was ending. And they weren't wrong. Their place in the universe, their relationship to one another, every conceivable layer of their society, military, politics, family, communication, value, and identity, it was becoming undone, being destroyed and recreated. On this side of history, we call that a renaissance or rebirth. But at the time, you didn't know what was happening. It's a crazy historical dynamic that those who live in the midst of the greatest historical changes are often the least likely to appreciate it at the time. Part of that is because those currents run so deep, it's far easier for us to focus on the ripples on the surface. And part of that is it's just always easier to see chaos than it is rebirth and regeneration. Even today, you look around, it's easy to see the cataclysm. Here I was going to kick it over to Doe to give us some color commentary, but I guess Doe's off doing something else. Maybe anyone from Citadel in the audience? Citadel? No? Guess not. They're probably out reading the Constitution, and they're making copies for the rest of us. I'll just keep going. The point of the story is it's really easy to see the chaos. You have to squint to see the rebirth. And here's where history can provide us some context. The world had ended many times before this. So too, there were many renaissances before the last one. It's just that the last renaissance was so powerful, so luminous, it outshined and eclipsed all the other renaissances. So when we say the word renaissance, we mean that there. So too, we're in the midst of another renaissance. The apocalypse is real, the forces of hegemony are very formidable. But so too, the technology that we have, renaissances succeed just like the last one, when communities use decentralized technology to recreate their world. Last time they used ledger-based financial accounting methods and a permissionless communication protocol to fundamentally recreate their world. We're in the midst of something very, very similar. And just like the last Renaissance eclipsed all the others, so too what we're doing here today will eclipse the last Renaissance. To such a degree that when future historians say the word Renaissance, they won't mean 15th century Florence, they'll mean here and now with me and you at Permissionless 2022 in Palm Beach. That's a crazy claim to make, I realize it. Typically, I'd rely on some form of credentialism. I'd say words like PhD, Fulbright, Sorbonne's, Institute for Advanced Study. But now that you're graduates, you're too smart to fall for those sorts of tricks. Actually, I was going to wear my full academic regalia, doctoral robes, a giant Fulbright medal, but I know this is crypto, and we like to keep things subtle, so I don't want to go down that direction. I could rely on the data. I could tell you a story and work from the data, and talk about working in archives with documents that are so privileged, it literally required letters from heads of state to get in, to read these dead languages in esoteric, notarial shorthand. And looking at the accounts and the counting, I could tell you about how accounting changed and finance changed, social networks developed, politics changed, and the advent of print changed everything from communication to identity. But I won't do that either. I won't make that data-based argument. That's something better for a DevCon or something along those lines. Instead, I'd like to tell you a story in which we're all characters. And to do that, I need to introduce you to someone who's going to seem very different, but hopefully by the end of this talk will seem vaguely familiar. And that is medieval you. Medieval you, have you ever wondered what it'd be like to be in a different reality or a plausible world? Metaverse, as the kids today call it. I'd like to invite you to suspend disbelief and really contemplate what it would have been like to live at the end of the Middle Ages on the eve of the Renaissance. Statistically speaking, let me introduce you to your medieval twin. You're a farmer. You work from dusk until dawn every single day, and it is hard, back-breaking work. You can't read. You can't write. You've never been more than 5 miles away from your residence. If you ever had a chance, an idea to change that, it wouldn't be possible. You're born a farmer, you live as a farmer, you'll die a farmer, and your kids will be farmers. That is who you are. In one word, your reality is permissioned. It is a fundamental hierarchy, and you are at the bottom looking up. Religion to them wasn't personal belief, it was the fabric of sociocultural reality in which all economic contracts, oaths of fidelity, and obligation were interwoven. And so in their cosmic hierarchy, there was a pyramid. Pope, cardinals, archbishops, bishops, archdeacons, deacons, priests, prelates, 50 feet of shit, and you looking up. Their political reality was the same. Imperial, Holy Roman Empire, imperial electors, regional magistrates, local magistrates, civic magistrates, and you at the bottom. When historians think through and talk about different communities, we pull on different threads. 3 of the threads that I like to pull on and find helpful are value, community, and identity. Value, for medieval you. Value is land, maybe animals, and that sounds kind of crazy until you realize that most people's wealth are tied up in their houses, aren't they? But for you, you didn't have access to land. You didn't have rights to own it. Same thing with coin. There's a little of that running around, but not for you. And even if you had it, you couldn't spend your money as you like. There are things called sumptuary laws that prevented you from spending your money. Crazy idea. Communication, if you had an idea to change this, you couldn't. You can't read. You can't write. The documents of power are sealed on those things I was talking about, archived away, physically proxied. You don't have access to them. Ideas or property rights are unavailable to you. These 2 things form and fuse your identity. You are a farmer. Your parents were farmers. Their parents are 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 farmers. And their parents are farmers. And about 4 more sets of those. And then you, for 1,000 years, that's who you are. Your name's probably Farmer. The thing about it is, and here's the punchline, wait for it, as permissioned as your life was, you probably weren't aware that it was permissioned. That sounds crazy. Medieval you, what a chump, right? Maybe. It is worth asking the question what historians in the future will say about us now. Let's pull on these same threads, shall we? Value. You have control over your money and what it's worth, don't you? Maybe. Unless it's worth less and less every year. You don't even know how much less it's worth, do you? Is it 5%, 15%? What's the CPI? I don't know. I can't quite tell. Oh, but you have stocks and equities, right? You own those, don't you? No, you don't. You own an IOU. You own a medieval contract from a middleman that can be pulled at any point in time. You're just not aware of it. You can spend your money as you want to, can't you? True story. I tried buying a ticket to a crypto event last year. It wasn't Visa, don't worry. It was a credit card company that rhymed with American Express. And it was to Bitcoin 2021. And they wouldn't process the transaction. When I called, they said, we know it's not fraudulent. We don't like the content of that event, and we're not going to run that payment on our rails. The seats upstairs told us that. We don't like the ideas that are being discussed in a community, therefore we will forbid you access to our payment system. Does that surprise you? It's been that way all the time. You just weren't aware, just like medieval you, that chump. Communication, you can say anything you want to, can't you? Maybe, until you're deplatformed. That's just for the crazies, the kooks, the nut jobs, the psychopaths, people like Bankless when they lost their YouTube channel last week. Oh, don't worry about it. They got it back though, right? For now. Historically speaking, when the kooks and the nut jobs lose their voice, it tends not to work out so well for the rest of us. They might not deplatform you though, of course. Maybe they'll cut the cord, the broadcast layer. There will never be another Arab Spring. They know how to cut that broadcast cord. Egyptians have been given the Chinese and Russian lessons how to do that. That's why a decentralized broadcast layer, something with proof of coverage or a decentralized VPN, is so incredibly important. Those are out there being developed. We tend not to talk about those so much. Maybe they'll do something worse than deplatform you or cut the cord. Maybe they'll actually let you keep talking. They'll magically transform your reality and your perception of what you see and what you react to using an incantation under the name of algorithm. They'll shape your reality so subtly in a way that you're not aware of it. Or maybe like a medieval alchemist, they'll transmute your attention into their product, not giving any of the fruits of the reward. Like a medieval lord harvesting your efforts, they'll use that to apply it to their TAM. These 2 things fuse to form your identity, and here's what I mean by that. This is an image. It's egregious. It's awful. I apologize for it. It offends our modern sensibilities. And I'm going to spend some time in it because it is hilarious. It's from this guy named Martin Luther. He was like the Satoshi of his day. He forked all this reality. And this image is in a woodcut. It was art at scale for the first time. This is probably one of the first images of art you've ever seen, medieval you. And it's demons pooping out authority figures. It's hilarious. They're literally excreting false authority figures, the enemies, in the bowels of hell. And Luther's point here, first of all, it's kind of hilarious. His point here is that medieval you might not have known your life was permissioned, but you might have, and you might have chosen to stay there. You might have chosen to make that trade, to trade security. The bowels of hell, it doesn't look so bad, right? It's a little nursery rhyme playing, that guy in the back being suckled by the Medusa, he looks kind of cute. It's not so scary. You might have chosen to stay there without volatility. If you're not experiencing volatility as punches in the gut, somebody else is experiencing it for you and arbitraging on your behalf. And if we're honest, we all might make that trade, to stay in the demonic nursery. The gates of hell aren't emblazoned with abandon hope, all ye who enter here. They're emblazoned with something much more comforting. Fidice insured. In the common parlance, that's FDIC insured. It never occurs to us to say, have they ever paid out? It doesn't matter. It's soothing to be suckled in that way. The good news is, and here's the hot take, it literally doesn't matter if you'd make that trade to say in the satanic playpen. The technology has a generative power in and of itself. It doesn't require consensus. It doesn't require supermajority. It doesn't even require majority. This kind of gets down to what drives history. I see history as a pendulum swinging back and forth from aggregation to decentralization. Maybe it goes back and forth. Maybe it ratchets up, thesis and antithesis, synthesis. But the point of the story is that it's not means of production. It's not great men of ideas. I haven't met a lot of those. It's communities using technological vectors to reshape their world. Not any technology, not Silicon Valley, better, faster, cheaper, but decentralized technology which has a generative function in its own right. Let's watch the replay and watch this rerun of what happened. Value. There's a family, they're out in the sticks of France, nobody had heard of them, they're called the Medici. Within a generation, they're early adopters of this stuff. In one generation, they went from nobodies to taking the throne of France and the papal seat. That's what happens, that's what we mean by asymmetric advantage. And this came from one of their clerks dusting off a dirty old contract book. It was crazy. He did that Renaissance thing, went ad fontes back to the sources, found something Pliny wrote about North African communities, and he came up with this crazy idea. They rediscovered ledger-based technology. Instead of having centralized accounting line by line by line with a reconciliation each time, they had debit and they had credit. Tell me if this sounds familiar. And this fundamentally recreated their financial world in terms of fundamentals, loans, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of loans. And now chumpish farmer you could get a loan and go open up a shop. And the idea might have actually occurred to you at the time because simultaneously there was another permissionless protocol. It was a communication protocol. Gutenberg's press was a really, really bad idea by every external metric. He would have gotten kicked out of every Silicon Valley venture capitalist shop on Sand Hill Road. You cannot take out a protocol when only 5% of the market has access to it, right? Only 5% of you can read. And yet the technology had a generative power. It created the market. It didn't just create literacy. It found a way to impact people and culture in ways that were previously unimaginable. When we think of communication, we think of Gutenberg's Bible or maybe Luther's 95 Theses, these academic disputations printed. But that wasn't what sold. What sold was something called Flugschriften. It was this broadsheet, and it was an image, a copper etching or a woodcut with a huge font, snappy tagline. And it basically undermined illegitimate authority and said, the world you're in is not the only possibility. There's an idea of something new. And it wasn't just that something else could be new. It's that anything after 1,000 years of stasis could be new. Medieval art was flat, it was 2D, and this art was baked into the technology, generation and provenance. It was crazy. It seemed weird and odd to the power holders at first, and yet this is what you saw. Medieval you hadn't seen art, ever. You hadn't seen it. You hadn't seen a mirror, you hadn't seen your reflection outside of a puddle, and now you see these images that are unreal, saying that cosmic authority is not the only reality you have to choose to maintain, saying that you can be something other than you are, and that is unbelievable. When you teach this to undergrads, most people shorthand it and just say, hey, the Renaissance was about people getting good at art, and then the Medici bought their way into society. It wasn't just that. It wasn't collecting as an expression of wealth. It was participating actively as a recreation of community and values. Previously, there was the sacred and there's the profane. There's the religious and there's everything else. And only this was worthy of artistic commemoration. With Luther toppling this cosmic hierarchy, he basically said, hey, the other things in the world, you can achieve meaning not by being off in a cloister, but by participating in a community here in the real world, with your family and with your friends. At a bar often, they were interpreting these documents, and you can work a real job in finance, and that's not only legitimate, that's glorious. There's something powerful and amazing, worthy of commemoration, the mundane. That's why you see that ubiquitous fruit bowl everywhere. This is an example. This is Lucas Cranach the Elder. It's a pinnacle of Renaissance perspective and form and function. The painting's called Melancholia. They often put themselves and their buddies in the paintings very subtly, so this is my homage to them, although you have to admit the form and function is pretty close. That's Lucas Cranach that we know from art class. This is Lucas Cranach that you see as medieval you. It's the same guy. This is Martin Luther's buddy. This is his bro. And he's doing a woodcut. The technology is baked into the communication, and the idea is crazy. It says, faced with illegitimate authority, and the idea that authority could be illegitimate had never really occurred to you before. The only response you can possibly undertake is to pull down your pants and flatulate in the general direction of those authority figures. Monty Python aside, that's a fancy academic way of saying fart at them. Luther did what tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of mercenaries and soldiers couldn't do. He took down these authority figures, the absolute collapse of that world, by using a meme, using a snappy tagline. In the Latin and Italian, it rhymes, it sounds better, but it says something about, behold our bare buttocks, the flames of which ignite your documents of falsity. And if you look carefully, you see that their farts are so powerful, they're exploding the documents that the other guys are holding, and they're looking at each other saying, what's going on? It's absolutely hilarious. Of course, historians were kind of fuddy by nature. That's who we are. It's probably from wearing all the tweed. We point out, hey, when you topple structures in society, often chaos ensues, and that's not wrong. That's how we get our ratings. We call it tenure. It's like MSNBC guys getting their ratings. Here's a group of participants. They're called the Huguenots. You don't know about them. They're kind of losers. They were a sub-DAO, we might call today, and they're being invited to a meetup to celebrate the peace, and they're getting their throats slit in the middle of the night after this celebration. It's kind of like the Red Wedding on Game of Thrones, except it was a lot bloodier and a lot more French. They're smoking unfiltered cigarettes and asking existential questions. The point of the story, though, is that these same people came back and they negotiated this document, the Edict of Nantes, which we don't really remember so much today in common parlance, but it was the most fully realized manifestation of religious, sociological, ideological liberty and coexistence, not just representative government, but generative pluralism that the world had ever seen, that made its way into our Constitution and our democracy. We've kind of forgotten about it. This bookmark it might be worth thinking about in days to come. The point of the story is that there's chaos and destruction and then recreation. History tends to follow this path. This isn't teleology, this isn't a playbook, this isn't what will happen, but it's kind of what tends to happen. It's a heuristic construct, it's a model. It's like when you're a kid and you're making the macaroni of the atom. It's not the atom itself, it's just a little plaything. Although the real mind bender is it is actually the atom. Save that for AP or for grad school. But the point of the story is here's how it kind of flows. It starts with these epic transformations where it transforms money and value, what stuff is worth. That's the economic generator of the movement. And then you move to art and identity and semiotic function, maybe a little mimetic charge on it, who you are, how you organize, the tools of social coordination. And then DAOs achieving this at scale, corporations, work, impact hardening, following into education, which is a reappropriation of it, more scale, taking care of the next generation, honing the message. And then in real life, and this is the part where people who aren't into the movement, they're into the technology, they don't care anything about what we're talking about today, they join not for philosophical reasons or for values, they join purely because of the benefits. And they happen to have those values stick to them as they go along participating. That's at least how it works out. If you're interested in more of that, here's 9.5 theses I've put together. We go into it in detail. It's an homage to Luther. We'll make that available on Twitter, etc., 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 etc. There's a bibliography for people who still like to read. There's definitions. I know you all know everything now that you're graduates, but for your friends and your family, things like what is a metaverse, hegemony, things like that. There's more, including links to other talks, particularly the Bankless folks. One of the things I really love about Bankless is they synthesize everything into action items, right? After all of this talking we've heard, the answer is, so what? So what do I do? Trust me, there's nothing more melodious than the sound of my own voice, but still, it's helpful to say, so what? What do I do? We did an episode, and this is all kudos to Ryan and David Hoffman, they're the cultural anthropologists of this whole thing, who said, hey, that Renaissance thing, there might be something worth it. All the things we've talked about are available on their page in 10 different languages. Arabic, Russian, Swahili, Chinese, Turkish, so you can look at that on your own. We did that episode about a year ago. We said, hey, here's some action items. This was before the bull run and before NFTs. Get into art, participate, maybe buy a punk or two, get a job in crypto or join a DAO, and prep. Prep in the sense of not only own your own keys, but just buckle up. Even IRL is going to get kind of dicey. The fourth turning meets the sovereign individual means a super wave is coming over the next 10 to 20 years. And I still stand by, excuse me, all of that advice. But that's for the undergrads. That's for the hoi polloi and the unwashed masses. That's not for you. If you're here at Permissionless, you are elder statespeople in this movement. Believe it or not, that's how people see you. All eyes are on you, and history will judge us by the actions we take. So I'd like to call you to a higher calling. The first action item for you coming out of this event is do not lose your nerve. Every instinct you have when you're experiencing volatility yourself will be to cut and run, to go back to that demonic nursery with that soothing lullaby brewed in the bowels of hell. Don't do it. Stay out in the rain. And don't just shiver in a hovel under a tarp. Actually get to work. Plant something. Don't lose your nerve. The second is embrace pluralism. And in this sense, I don't mean like a sticker you put on your VW bus and you plug into the charging station. I mean, every historical transition that you see like this, tribalism plays a very important part. It's absolutely necessary. You need zealots who are going to get their throats slit and go back to the table to negotiate that Edict of Nantes. That's what happened then, whether it's 15-year-old boys on crypto Twitter arguing. It's helpful and it serves a function. But as you move across the chasm of destruction into regeneration, it's worth considering other alternatives and perspectives, design decisions, particularly coexistence in the sense of multiple things layered on top, juxtaposed with a generative technology, might yield results that you can't yet imagine. CeFi and DeFi, regulation and non-regulation. Even if your thing is the best thing in the world, the most decentralized, the fastest, the coolest, the most glamorous, the most sexy, having a homogeneity of that oozing across versus a calico patchwork of different points of failure, historically that tends to work out better in a complex system. Yes, it's true, we're all liable for one another as we've seen recently, but so too do we all get to reap the benefits of the fruits of that anti-fragility. And if that rubs you the wrong way, just bookmark it, save it for the grad school, the AP lessons. That's going to become important in the years to come, especially moving into a post-regulated world. And finally, crypto for others. This, again, isn't something you put on your VW bus, and it's not just do unto others, but the basic idea is if you want to achieve adoption, it's not just number go up, it's not central banks, but it's actually other people using crypto. Remember that kind of pathway we talked about? Not for monetary adoption only, not for identity only, but as a business model. Crypto is an ownership economy. Some things we heard from Chris Dixon earlier. As an ownership economy that that moves away incumbents, that actually, where I can benefit from crypto even though I don't code, even though I don't program, even though I'm not artistic. Crypto as a business model. This seems kind of crazy, but we're starting to see this today, where I benefit from the actions of this in real life. One of the great failures in the last Renaissance was property rights. That was the Achilles heel, where the nation state struck back. And so NFTs is on-chain property rights, not as a metaverse where we go off into the ether and we abandon this hellhole and say let it rot, but as a bi-directional doorway where you can walk through into a synthetic world, work in the synthetic world, enjoy the fruits here in the real world, work in the real world, and enjoy the fruits in the synthetic world is incredibly, incredibly important and a massive opportunity going forward. Let me leave you with one image. This is also Martin Luther. Martin Luther was fantastic. He's a great shit poster. He knew how to turn a phrase. But this is one of his lesser-known ditties. Even if I knew the world would end tomorrow, still today I would plant my apple tree. A lot of scholars don't really think this is Luther. They don't think it's his authentic voice. I disagree. Part of it is because I've seen the documentary evidence, but part of it is because we here now know something that they don't. That destruction and apocalypse is only one side of the coin. It's easy to see that against a backdrop of Armageddon. To see the regeneration, you have to squint a little bit. And his point here now is that it's precisely because of the rains of the apocalypse that we can expect to see this fruit in the world to come. Class of 2022, it's raining outside. And go and plant your trees, not in spite of the fact that it's raining, but precisely because of the fact that it's raining. It's apocalyptic nature of the deluge that creates the asymmetric returns in the world to come. And for everyone, class of 2022, esteemed alumni, everyone in the room, elder statespeople, rarely do you get these opportunities in history to see an epic transformation, much less to witness it and to do so knowingly, much less to participate in it and to craft the outcome. I have no doubt, having seen the evidence in both of these renaissances, that this is real, this is not a meme, this is something that will define our age to come. And when historians say the word Renaissance, they won't mean 15th century Florence. They'll mean right now here with me and you today. You never get these opportunities. Make the most of it for yourselves and for those who come after you. I'm always available to chat. You mind if I take a selfie, class of 2022? See, class of 2022. 2022, you're here for it. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. I don't know how many of you expected to see the Renaissance equivalents of memes today, but we knew we had to deliver it to you. All right, guys, this is the last panel of the day. Super, super excited for this one. It's got a cryptic title because there is, again, going to be some news broken. We're calling it the Stealth Staking Project, and there's going to be an unveiling. So I'm going to call up Mr. Matt Leisinger of Figment to introduce this topic and talk to you guys all. Give him a big round of round of applause. Long day.
So yeah, we've got a pretty shameless title, so we have an announcement to make, and I want to get to that. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the problem that we're solving. And so over the last year, I've spent time thinking about how to deliver staking rewards to our customers in a capital-efficient way. And so when I say staking rewards, I'm referring to protocol staking, where you lock your tokens in the network and you're rewarded for that, for providing security. And this is a huge market. Staking rewards by 2025 will generate $40 billion a year annually. This is huge, and I'm not talking about a lending yield or a market-making yield. This is a real sustainable rewards rate. This is driven by the base transaction fees in the base protocol. So we can think of protocol staking as the most reliable, stable rewards rate in the ecosystem. And yet there's a catch. Once your tokens are locked in the protocol, there's an unbonding period that you're subject to between 2 and 28 days. And so in the case of Ethereum, they're locked until the merge. This represents a hurdle. And so liquid staking was born. Liquid staking is where you stake your tokens, and in return, you're given a receipt token. This token represents your claim on the stake. And so what this does is it unlocks liquidity for your staked assets. And so this market has grown significantly over the last year. 35x. Zooming out, we see that we have 10 billion in TVL currently locked in liquid staking protocols. This is expected to grow even further to 300 billion in TVL by 2025. And yet, we have two ends of the spectrum here where liquid staking solutions sit. We have decentralized crypto native and centralized institutional. The decentralized crypto native solutions are very innovative, and yet they don't meet the compliance and security requirements of institutions. On the other end of the spectrum, we have custodians and exchanges who obviously know security well. They offer a form of liquid staking to their customers, but it's not capital efficient, and it centralizes stake, which is bad for the health of the ecosystem. Ideally, we'd have a solution in that upper right-hand quadrant. And so with that, we're so excited to announce the formation of Alluvial. We're building an institutional liquid staking standard. Our liquid staking protocol, initially developed on Ethereum, aims to be the model for this standard. This is a standard that we want to meet the institutional needs of our customers while building in an open and transparent way. So I think we've got the right team to build this. I'm going to be leaving my post at Figment to go run Alluvial as CEO. Nicholas Maurice joins us from Kiln. He's got a wealth of experience on Ethereum and validator client technology. And Mike Taramina joins us from Index Co-op. He's seen firsthand how the intersection of institutions meets with community governance. He's going to be our COO. So this team is very committed to the effort. We're all leaving our successful companies to go do this. We have a few guiding principles that will help govern the protocol. First, compliance. The protocol implements features such as KYC and checks and robust monitoring. These meet the needs of mature businesses that require it. Next, security. Alluvial intends to carry forward the vision of the blockchains that we build on. We'll do this by having operational guidelines that ensure we encourage client diversity, multi-region, multi-cloud deployments, and community-sourced security practices. Just as important as what we're building is how we're building it. We intend to build together with Web3 builders, enterprise participants, and leading validators. We want to build in an open, transparent, incentive-aligned way. And on the fourth point, governance, we expect ultimately that this protocol will be governed by a DAO with broad industry participation. So bringing this standard to customers across multiple chains is going to require a ton of cooperation. And that's why we're enlisting the help of a few different roles. We need help from trusted whitelisters to provide KYC checks as well as seamless on-ramps. And we need Web3 builders to help us take this model and scale it to other chains. And finally, we're going to enlist the help of leading validators to help us generate these staking rewards. And today, we're ready to announce the first participants in this effort. Coinbase Cloud and Figment will join the initial validator set. We're really excited to have these two industry leaders joining this effort. Both bring a wealth of experience in running enterprise-grade infrastructure. We really look forward to their participation in the network. So if you're an enterprise or an institution and you want to explore the world of liquid staking a bit more, or you're a Web3 builder and you want to help us scale this model to other chains, please reach out. We want to build this together with you. Thanks. So we've just scratched the surface here. We want to dive a bit deeper, and we've got a great panel to do that with viewpoints from Alluvial, Figment, and Coinbase Cloud. Here to moderate is Allison Mangiero from the Proof of Stake Alliance. I'll feed the word out.
thanks, Matt. How's everyone doing this afternoon? Hanging in? All right, so I am Allison Mangiero. I am a board member and the acting executive director of the Proof of Stake Alliance, or POSA as we call it. For those of you who are less familiar with POSA, we are an action-oriented industry alliance that fights for innovation-friendly regulation of the rapidly growing proof of stake industry. And what we try to do is bring together legal experts and public policy experts with industry leaders like those who I'm sharing the stage with right now to ensure that we are educating lawmakers and advocating for the participants in these proof of stake protocols. But that is enough about me and POSA. I'd like to quickly introduce our panelists so that we can spend the majority of our time diving into Alluvial. So very happy to have with me Matt Leisinger, Alluvial's CEO, Mike Taormina, Alluvial's COO, Mara Schmidt, who is the head of sales at Coinbase Cloud, and Lorian Gable, the CEO of Figment. So Matt, maybe to kick us off, something that you said in your presentation is that staking is crypto's most durable reward rate. And I know you unpacked this a little bit, but maybe explain to the crowd how liquid staking differs from staking as we might commonly understand it.
Yeah, I heard a really good analogy recently on liquid staking, and it's like when you have a coat check, and you go to the coat check your coat, and you get a tag back, right? You can go around and enjoy your dinner, and then when you're done, you give the tag back to the coat check, and you get your coat back. In the same way, with liquid staking, you deposit your tokens into the protocol, and you get a receipt token back. You're free to do with that receipt token whatever you like, and then at some point, if you wish to withdraw, you give that token back, and you get your staked assets withdrawn.
So in terms of maybe not exact numbers, but in terms of how many people have these coat check tags today, or how many participants are involved in these liquid staking protocols, maybe Mike, over to you. What's the state of the market, generally speaking?
Sure. I mean, to reiterate kind of what Matt was saying before, we kind of see things along a continuum. So on one end of the continuum, you have more decentralized solutions, and these are really the pioneers in this space. They're really innovative solutions that I personally would use as retail degen, but they really don't meet the needs for enterprises, and that's namely compliance and security. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have more centralized solutions, and those come from custodians and from centralized exchanges. And so they meet the needs of institutions, but they're not really capital efficient, and they ultimately centralize stake. So neither one is really great at meeting, neither one is a really great solution for institutions, ultimately.
Mara, would you say that's what you're seeing as well with your customers?
Yeah, I would definitely say we see more and more people coming to us on a daily basis on the institutional side, wondering how they can lean into more capital efficient ways of staking and participating in staking. We see the same thing on the enterprise side. So on the enterprise side, we have more and more folks coming to us wondering how they can drive more value to their end users, and liquid staking provides exactly that. So I would say generally we hear more and more people express interest in these solutions. And truthfully, we've seen the market respond to that already, right? So in many ways, we've started hearing about, what is the institutional liquid staking landscape going to look like? Is everyone going out and going to build their own solutions? And I think this is why we're so excited about what the Alluvial team is building. It's really taking an approach of building a standard to build the right foundation, the right primitive for everyone to build off of.
Lorian, are you seeing similar things? Would you have anything to add in terms of the state of the market?
Yeah, so sort of backing up to staking in general, I think there's two frames to think about staking these days, or actually two frames for thinking about rewards generated by crypto assets. And so I think there's generally becoming two buckets. So on one bucket, you have a whole host of activities with a fairly high risk and reward profile. So liquidity provisioning, yield farming, some other activities that haven't gone so well in the last week. And then on the other bucket, you have what we're talking about here. Matt used the term protocol staking. And what we sometimes half seriously refer to it as like the zero risk option within crypto rewards. In other words, there's no counterparty risk. minimal smart contract risk, et cetera, and it's relatively predictable because staking rewards are based essentially on block production rates like traditional miners, and also usage of the network, which you can tell what's happening, it's totally visible, it's relatively consistent. So I think sort of in light of some of the things that have happened, which just mentioned, I think that you're seeing more and more interest in staking generally because it is a, 10-year treasury bill, bad analogy, zero risk option. And so I think institutions you're starting to see that sort of become like implicit in how they're thinking about what they can do with crypto assets.
So as more and more people are thinking about diving in, you said, we've got kind of one option on this side, one option on this side, neither of them optimal. How do you see Alluvial as maybe filling that gap?
Yeah, we aim to be kind of a Goldilocks solution along that spectrum, right? So our vision is to create a standard for liquid staking for enterprises and institutions, and it'll truly be the first enterprise Web3 services protocol. Right? So if we're able to meet the needs of institutions, we'll be able to fill that gap that exists in the market and bring more participants into Web3. We'll do it in a capital efficient way, a more capital efficient way, and ultimately drive towards unlocking more liquidity and all of the use cases that will follow from that.
So you mentioned that this is an open, community-driven protocol. You alluded a little bit to who the founding team is. Tell us a little bit more about who's behind this, who's the founding team, who are the first members that are going to be participating?
Yeah, so we're bringing together, three different people on the founding team who bring different perspectives. Myself from Figment, our tagline is building Web3, and I saw that firsthand with us building with the graph as core devs. And so I've learned, I think, how to build with community, and we want to bring that forward. We also have Nicholas Maurice, who joins us from Kiln, and he has a ton of experience in validator client technology that he brings from Consensus with his work on Go Quorum with JP Morgan.
Cool.
And Mike.
And my background, I've been in traditional finance. I've been in fintech for a decade. I was a fintech founder. And most recently, the last year plus, I've been heading institutional business at the Index Cooperative, which is a decentralized community that powers index products, right? So, the Web3 ethos and appealing to institutions is really at the core of what I was working on. So this past year, it was really security and liquidity. So I spent my time getting asset support with custodians, with centralized exchanges, and with market makers.
And Lori and Mara, can you tell us a little bit more about Coinbase Cloud and Figment's role in this?
Yeah, so we'll both be part of the initial validator group, which will grow significantly over the next year. So we'll start out with 2, and then we'll be adding over the next few months a number of additional infrastructure providers. We think diversity is important for a whole host of both performance, security, and decentralization reasons. And then we'll also, unfortunately, for Figment, but contributing, one of our core contributors, a little bittersweet, so I won't cry on stage. But I do love you, Matt, and I think I'm very happy for you. So yes, maybe that's the biggest contribution.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lori.
And just to hop off that, so Figment, Coinbase Cloud, enterprise-grade infrastructure is our bread and butter. We're really, really excited to help define kind of the standards on a client diversity basis, on a multi-region, multi-cloud from day one perspective to really drive the right risk mitigation and enterprise-grade security to the solution and its users.
Yeah, so exciting to have both of you guys involved, but why do this as a collective? Why not just build it yourself or kind of do a go-it-alone type strategy?
Yeah. I touched on it really briefly, but I think a really interesting analogy to this is actually what happened in the stablecoin space. A few years back, stablecoins were really one of those primitives that everyone really jumped on. So we saw a lot of different stablecoins being launched in the market. Now, fast forward a few years later, we actually see what's stuck, right? So I'll use the analogy of USDC because it actually took the approach of collaboration in a similar dynamic of saying, let's build together and let's build to optimize for utility, let's build to optimize for liquidity, and the right integration paths to really drive utility. And I think that's kind of the mindset that we took and the perspective that we took with this. When you look at the initial evolution around this space, everyone was really starting to figure out what to do. And we started poking around and listening to what was happening in the market, and we kind of started replicating the same model where people were thinking, maybe we'll just build our own solution. Let's just build on top of our own stacks. It's not a deviation from the status quo. And that's really what this is about. It's about coming together to collaborate to build something that is better, something that is multi-operator from day one, something that can lean on a really robust set of enterprise-grade security standards. And it felt like we had this mindset share actually in the very first conversation, which was, this is better. And if it's better, it's going to help us drive more adoption to this space. And at the end of the day, that's what we're all here for.
We were all working on our own solutions and felt like there would be a bigger pie and better for the community and the ecosystem if we had much smaller parts of a larger group. So we all sort of weighed down our individual solutions. I think single provider solutions are not a great solution for a number of reasons, and so I think it's the right way to go.
And just thinking about, I guess, the Web3 ethos and some potential claims about centralization, how are you guys working to ensure that, I mean, I hate using decentralization. I think it's overused and a buzzword and all of that, but it is important. So how are you ensuring that this thing does actually remain decentralized? Maybe Mike, I'll pose that to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to me coming from a decentralized community like Index Cooperative that we're taking that Web3 approach of collaboration. And what that means is no single entity will dominate. I'll say it again, no single entity will dominate. It's very important. But everyone will have to work together, everyone will have to collaborate, and by doing so, we'll continually infuse best practices into the model. We'll learn from each other as this model will evolve.
Mm-hmm. And I know it's a little bit day one, and these are the founding members on stage, but can you tell us a little bit more about who might come to be involved in the future?
At this time, we're not ready to do that, but we do have three roles. Mm-hmm. That we're looking to fill. Integrators to help us with the KYC checks and on-ramps to be integrators into the protocol. 2, liquid staking tech providers. And by that, I mean native on-chain builders of other chains. We want to build with the existing community there. They've got a great start, and we want to leverage that. And then the 3rd would be adding more validators to the set.
I tried, guys. So in terms then of just taking maybe a step back and thinking about liquid staking as a whole, what excites you the most about that, whether that's specific to Alluvial or just in general in terms of getting involved in this space? And maybe we'll just go this way.
Yeah, I think this is really the first step. This is, I called staking layer 0, liquid staking layer 1, layer 2. Honestly, I'm just waiting for other builders to start building on top. I think there's so many different financial products that can be built on top of this, all with the goal of securing the network at the base layer. So I think this is really a liquidity base layer.
I have a similar answer. I think that the growth opportunities, the products that can be purchased, I saw this firsthand at Index Cooperative with some of the liquid staking solutions that are already out there. And the idea that there will be more of those and that they can be geared towards institutions is really exciting.
Yeah, I echo the same sentiment. I think it really is a primitive, right? And we're going to see such a tremendous amount of financial innovation on top of it that it's really exciting to not just think about the way that we can build on top of this, but who we can build with, right? And who we can bring into the space and get excited and actually using. And I think that'll have massive ripple-on effects for adoption more broadly inside of DeFi, inside of the Web3 space. So very, very excited about that. And I think one side note on this, because I've spent a lot of time on it personally, it's really amazing to see all these different puzzle pieces on this layer 1, as Matt is calling it, come together to really enable a more robust consensus and staking environment.
Yeah, this is a continuation, I think, of what's been a bit of an open secret over the last 2 or 3 years, which is a kind of amazing transformation of the underlying, this is used improperly, operating system for blockchains from proof of work to proof of stake. It's not a negative statement about Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin. Don't throw things at me. But it's been pretty amazing that most of the significant layer 1, layer 2s that have launched in the last 3 years have often been proof of stake based. And I think that's kind of important. It really changes the model. It basically brings together the token holder and the people actually participating in the protocol, i.e. the token holder and the miners together, which is pretty cool. And I think like kind of a ultimate realization of Satoshi's vision, maybe. And so I think it's pretty neat. And so we're just starting to see this ecosystem grow significantly in the last 3 or 4 years. And this is like another, I think, pretty exciting development where it's just going to continue to accelerate as basically the dominant consensus mechanism going forward for at least the next few years. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting not to, I love Bitcoin too. Yeah. And when we try to educate lawmakers and try to talk to people to get them to understand what proof of stake is in terms of protocols and what staking is generally, we basically just say, we're advocating for this because this is where the builders are going, and this is where the participants are going. And you kind of can't deny the growth. Some of the slides that you showed earlier really speak to this, the growth of that industry. And so this just seems like the next step or the next phase in that evolution. So in terms of these enterprises and bringing more people in, what is the call to action? What are the next steps here?
As I mentioned, there's multiple roles that we want to fill, and we're so glad to have Coinbase and Figment filling this initial validator set. But I think there's an opportunity for any institutions or enterprises that are curious about liquid staking. Certainly, please reach out. And then if you're a Web3 builder, same thing. We're looking to build with you.
Anything else to add?
Yeah, essentially, if you're an institution and interested in staking or in being a distribution partner, we want to talk to you. So, more of them.
All right, so we'll learn more at Alluvial Finance, is that right?
That's right.
All right. So thank you guys. I think we are out of time, but it's been a pleasure to share the stage with you all, and looking forward to what comes next.
You can all drink now.
Everyone can drink. The bar is open.
Free.
My favorite thing to say.
All right, everyone. Hey, guys. Thank you all, panelists. Really appreciate that. Was great. All right, thanks, guys. All right, guys, thank you also for being with us today. Last thing, importantly, we've got some parties going on tonight. So we're going to be hanging out in the Grandview Warehouse District. We've got parties hosted by Avalanche, Unix Gaming, and Bankless DAO. And in the meantime, even before that, we've got a happy hour that's being hosted in the Expo Center. So thank you guys. Day one, permissionless. Enjoy the happy hours. Don't get too drunk because we got more content for you tomorrow. So thank you. See you all again soon.